Soon, just a few days later, Du Shiliang's united fleet had been forced to leave the orbit of the planet. This planet had no orbital defense system to provide shelter to the human fleet, so guarding the orbit and fighting against the Green Skin fleet, which could freely advance or retreat outside, was no longer a wise choice. They could be trapped and beaten in the planet's orbit. They had to pull out into the vast star domain to confront and drag out the Beastman fleet. Overall, the strengths of both fleets were similar. After all, only half of the United Fleet was here. The remaining half was with Yelisia. About 100 warships, including 4 main cruisers. On the other side, the Greenskins had 200 vessels, with 3 cruisers at the main warship grade. That number was one more than the main ship that had initially escaped from Steel Wing Star. It seemed the Beastman still had some reserves. Du Shiliang had to act cautiously, not daring to engage in a fleet-decisive battle when the strengths were so closely matched. The implications of win or lose were far too significant. With both sides wary of making a move, they started to play a game of cat and mouse across the entire star system, testing, ambushing, and exchanging fire from extreme distances before swiftly avoiding each other. They also took the opportunity to fire a few shots when passing near planets. In this space situation, neither side had control of the dominion of space, but a ground battlefield was brewing, the largest engagement since the war began. Upon hearing that they had no orbital support, Perbov's first reaction was naturally one of tension. This was certainly not good news. He didn't even consider whether the naval battle would be won or lost. If they lost, he was prepared to suffer like the Greenskins who were bombed a while ago. Just looking at the current situation, without ship cannon support, the Greenskin ground troops might not continue to fight guerrilla warfare in such a constrained manner. They were very likely to rise up and assemble their forces to battle humans in a large-scale engagement. By that time, could the human army, lacking orbital firepower support, still ensure victory? Could they maintain a high combat damage ratio? These were concerning issues. But, perhaps Perbov had a bit of a gambler's nature in him. This could also be an opportunity. Fighting numerous small-scale, vicious battles, the fleet's fire support was inherently limited and served more as a deterrent to prevent the enemy from gathering. And the actual combat was being fought with a relatively fixed attrition rate. While this was steady, it was splendid if a clear victory could be secured in one of the engagements, meaning countless Greenskins would lose their combat effectiveness. After the victory, human forces, with their artillery and armored groups gathered, could massacre the finally assembled Beastman army. Of course, if they lost, the same situation might very well fall upon themselves. But Perbov felt it was worth the gamble, and soon, the opportunity arose. When the fleet of Greenskins truly appeared within the Tamir star system, the leader of the Greenskin orcs on Tamir No. 5 also received the news. This cunning Beastman overlord immediately perceived it as a good opportunity for a counterattack. He had had enough of guerrilla warfare. What Beastman wouldn't want to fight a tremendous earth-shattering battle if possible? Under his deliberate command, several originally scattered Green-skinned Beastman armies quickly gathered around him. In just a few days, they assembled a large force of over 500,000 troops. At the same time, even more armies were converging on his location. But he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately launched an operation, deploying heavy forces to break through along a battlefront hundreds of kilometers wide. Mighty armed trucks, Scug war behemoths, death tanks. All of the Greenskins' heavy equipment were deployed. The human army, caught off guard, was completely overwhelmed. When the Beastman overlord truly gathered the vast Greenskin army, when the firepower and armored strength of the Greenskins could be utilized without restraint, they also demonstrated the strong combat capability that allowed their race to dominate the Star Sea. This 100-kilometer battle line was subjected to a powerful breakthrough by the Greenskin forces. A vast number of human troops were caught off guard and were directly overwhelmed by the flood of beastmen. Of course, the human troops here were primarily from the Planetary Defense Force. The massive assembly and attack by the enemy was precisely what Perbov wanted to see. It was to be expected that the defense army couldn't withstand it. However, the defense army's failing still caught him off guard, or rather, the offensive power of the beastmen exceeded his expectations. How could a single assault create a breach in the defensive line that was 150 kilometers wide and nearly 300 kilometers deep? Perbov's main forces hadn't even had time to complete their deployment. This gap was too large. Even if he managed to deploy his troops completely and win the decisive battle, encircling the enemy would be difficult. Without forming an encirclement, the defeated greenskins, once reorganized, could still continue to fight. Only with an encirclement could a genuine annihilation battle be fought. The greenskins were still gathering step by step, and now was the time to net them. Perbove now was no longer concerned about the magnitude of the battle results. What he considered was whether he could stomach what was to come. At the same time, he couldn't let this operation result in overly adverse consequences. A major home planet city with a population in the tens of millions was right before the Beastmen's onslaught. Tactically, Perbove couldn't allow the greenskins to further widen the gap. Strategically, he couldn't afford to lose a large city with tens of millions of inhabitants. Therefore, he issued orders to the 3 divisions stationed directly in front of the greenskin forces to hold the city's outskirts at all costs. He himself then began large-scale mobilization of the main forces of the Alliance army, preparing to enter the battle. Before that, the 3 infantry divisions of the Alliance army had to build a defense line by utilizing mountains, rivers, and several bridges, and hold off the advancing greenskins from tearing through the front lines until Perbove's main forces arrived. "I don't want casualty numbers, I just want Guillaume and Ridge." This was the last order that Zhang Jikai heard over the phone from his division commander. He was the major battalion commander of the 326th Infantry Division, Battalion 7, part of the 7th Corps of the Alliance Land Forces. 4 hours earlier, he and his troops had been ordered to support Guillaume and Ridge. Currently, the main attack direction of the green-skin orcs was trying to cross the river. The human military, in response, defended along the river to prevent the enemy from crossing. The initial core of the battle was at the bridge, but it was quickly destroyed, and both sides began to repeatedly contest, rebuild, and destroy the damaged bridge, resulting in countless human and green-skin deaths. Subsequently, the greenskins tried to create new river crossing points, with their technically dominant leaders bringing a large number of lesser minions to build pontoon and makeshift bridges. There were failures, of course, but also successes. However, even a successful crossing would face the stiffest counterattacks by the humans, where the artillery group would intensely bombard, followed by resolute counterattacks by infantry companies. Later on, the frustrated greenskins even attempted to find a shorter section of the river to cross directly with armed skug beasts. Of course, it was suicidal. A large-scale fording, once discovered, was akin to delivering themselves to the slaughter. The green-skin orcs caught in the swift current couldn't even counterattack and could only passively take hits. Even if small-scale fordings succeeded, they hardly mattered. A small number of troops in a conflict involving forces of hundreds of thousands on both sides could not make a significant impact. Originally, Zhang Jikai's Battalion 7 was tasked with guarding along the river. In their responsible area, there were no bridges or pontoons, just direct crossings by greenskins that were harshly repelled by them. However, the nature of beating a dog in the water couldn't last long. His defense area was taken over by 2 infantry battalions from the Defense Army. These 2 battalions were previously disorganized by being routed at the front line and had retreated to regroup. One couldn't expect much from their combat effectiveness, but there was no other option now. Their defense lines were severely strained under the fierce attack of the Beastmen. Any usable force had to be utilized. Zhang Jikai's Battalion 7, still maintaining relatively complete combat effectiveness as a standard infantry battalion, received a new task: reinforce Guillaume and Ridge. This was a river bend plateau, not particularly high in altitude but still strategically significant. Located on 3 sides by water, setting up an artillery battery and stationing troops here could surveil a wide stretch of the river. Commanding from high ground, the greenskins had no chance of breaking through from this point. Yet because of its importance, green-skin rocket artillery and heavy artillery constantly targeted it. Other greenskins crossing the river from different locations circled to the northern side of the land at the plateau to fiercely attack. Previously stationed here was another infantry battalion from the 326th Division. They had staunchly resisted here for 2 days, reportedly suffering heavy casualties, and were about to give in. Battalion 7 was the force ordered to support. As soon as it engaged in combat, Battalion 7 achieved commendable battle results. At that moment, the greenskins assaulting the high ground suddenly encountered an attack from behind, suffering terrible losses from the artillery fire. The engaged companies and platoons also annihilated a substantial number of greenskins. especially the anti-armor company directly under the battalion, using portable armor-piercing rocket launchers and plasma guns, destroyed several killer cans and also killed 2 Skug beasts. The heavy units sent across the river by the Greenskins weren't many. Having been heavily damaged, the Greenskins were thus repulsed. Then, Zhang Jikai dispatched a liaison to communicate with Battalion 11 on the high ground. Based on his strategy, defending the high ground was the priority, but they couldn't just passively hold it, foolishly waiting. The 2 battalions could completely complement each other. A Battalion 11 could continue holding the high ground while he led Battalion 7 on the lower side of the high ground. Once the Greenskins continued their assault on Gaoman Ridge, Battalion 7 could flank them just like in the recent battle. But if the Greenskins chose to deal with Battalion 7, then Battalion 11 could provide fire support from higher ground and even countercharge. The number of Greenskins crossing the river was still limited, otherwise they wouldn't have been so desperate to seize Gaoman Ridge, which was to ensure that subsequent river crossing operations could proceed more smoothly. Under these circumstances, the Greenskins should not have had sufficient forces to attack 2 battalions in 2 positions simultaneously. However, when the messenger relayed the message from the high ground, Zhang Jikai's heart sank. Where was Battalion 11? After defending Gaoman Ridge for a whole day, the fully staffed Battalion 11, which should have had 3,000 men, now had only about 300. That was not just the frontline forces being reduced to 200 men. That was all that was left of the battalion. The artillery position had been destroyed under the heavy fire from the beastmen across the river. Countless warriors died under the bombardment, and they still held their ground despite heavy casualties until logistical troops, guards moved up. Artillerymen, without cannons to operate, also had to pick up rifles and enter the frontline trenches and bomb shelters. The battalion commander had been killed, the commissar and deputy commander took over. When they all died, the company commanders and instructors moved up. Now, in charge of Gaoman Ridge was a lieutenant, who was normally just an instructor for a company. And he was now the highest-ranking officer remaining in Battalion 11. Zhang Jikai was silent. He was shocked by the heavy sacrifice of his allies and, on the other hand, he felt a fearful awe for the entire mission. Of course, he was afraid. Was there any fundamental difference between Battalion 7 and Battalion 11? Now that Battalion 11 was gone, with no one to support him, what was he supposed to do? As per the division commander's orders, he had to take charge himself. And then, watch his own battalion end up like Battalion 11? He was truly afraid. But with the mission at hand, he could only tell the messenger to find a way to contact the division headquarters, report the situation of Battalion 11, and express his concerns. The casualties would be enormous. Then, the division commander gave him that sentence, "Don't want casualty numbers, just want Gaoman Ridge." What else could he do? Afraid as he was, he could only push forward. But lessons from the situation of Battalion 11 still had to be learned. Defending to death would only lead to death. He decided to defend both at the foothills and the highland. Artillery positions were placed at the foothills to ensure they could bombard the incoming Greenskin forces from the north, but also with cover from the high ground, so that artillery fire from the Greenskins on the southern bank of the Great River could hardly hit directly here. Artillery must be preserved, or there was no way to fight. Battalion 1, along with his own guards, were sent to the highland, relieving the brothers from Battalion 11. Battalions 2 and 3, along with battalion headquarters, were positioned at the foothills. Both sides ensured they could communicate and support each other. As he was finalizing the strategic deployment, the Greenskins attacked, heading directly towards his headquarters at the foothills. In hastily established positions, his troops could only rely on bomb craters, fallen trees, small hills, and large boulders as cover to fight the oncoming beastmen. The casualties were substantial. On average, it took 10 to 20 hits with firearms to kill one beastman, while their commonly equipped shotguns and large-caliber rifles, if hit, would penetrate immediately, making the personal body armor seem as flimsy as paper. Even though they had managed to establish the artillery formation, under the assault of over 1,000 green-skinned orcs, Battalion 7's position at the foothills was nearly broken through. Zhang Jikai even began to doubt whether his strategy of dividing his forces was correct. Fortunately, at the last moment, it proved useful for the troops assigned to the mountain. Mortar fire from Battalion 1 rained down from above, and multiple heavy bomb machine guns on the high ground, from a distance of 1,500 meters, crazily swept down. In addition, the division commander didn't just expect him to use lives to fill. Upon the call of the messenger, a division-affiliated aviation force scrambled 3 Wind Falcons, breaking through the Beastman's air blockade and dropping 6 missiles. With all this help, Zhang Jikai suffered over 200 casualties but repelled the Greenskins' attack. But there was no time to catch a breath. He had to immediately fortify the position, quickly digging foxholes, bomb shelters, and trenches as needed. The Greenskins wouldn't give him much time. The Beastman's next assault would arrive soon. The scouts on the high ground, using binoculars, could already see several Scug War behemoths breaking through the river blockade and swimming across. Judging by their path, they were coming for Gaoman Ridge. "Company commander, get out. Hurry." The staff officer outside shouted while Zhang Jikai seized the last few moments to type a final message on the command vehicle's electronic system and hit send before disembarking. It was already their 3rd round of attacks since the battle had begun. The first round caught them unprepared, and the losses were significant. However, they managed to repel the enemy with the cover of firepower from the high ground. The second round occurred during the night, as the Greenskins attacked both the high ground and the foothill, deploying several Scug War behemoths. By then, the human forces had fully prepared their positions. With support from the artillery and anti-armor companies, the Scug beasts were annihilated, and that round of attacks ceased. But the 7th Regiment also suffered severe damages, with over half of the frontline troops either dead or wounded. Following this, the Greenskins' offensive finally paused for a moment, providing them with a much-needed half-day of recuperation. The 3rd attack commenced at dawn on their 3rd day stationed at Gaoman Ridge. This time, the Greenskins clearly meant serious business. The position at Gaoman Ridge faced unprecedented artillery barrage from across the river. Countless rocket shells seemed determined to revisit every inch of the ridge several times. The troops on the mountain couldn't dare leave cover to support the ground forces. The ground force, personally led by Zhang Jikai, however, faced a concentrated attack by the Greenskin orcs. There was not only a Scug War behemoth but also over 20 killing machines. This posed a significant challenge to the 7th Regiment's position. The positions were breached, resulting in the Greenskin orcs directly attacking Zhang Jikai's command center. One killing machine and about 20 Greenskins caused complete chaos at the command center. Already a company had received orders to head back. With so many returning, they should be able to eliminate the infiltrating enemy, though it would stretch the frontline positions even thinner. However, the command center, the brain of operations, must not be compromised. If Zhang Jikai's command post were lost, the frontline troops would immediately become blind and deaf. But he needed to survive. After sending the last update on the situation at Gaoman Ridge to division headquarters, the major left the command vehicle. As he disembarked, the staff officer who had called out to him earlier was now in pieces. Nearby, the killing machine mentioned by his guard was alarmingly close. It was the Beastman armor that had killed the staff officer. Its next target was the command vehicle Zhang Jikai had just vacated. A single rocket shell destroyed the vehicle. Zhang Jikai broke out in a cold sweat. He was eager to fight, but at this moment, he could only pull a laser pistol from his waist. What good was this small flashlight against a killing machine? He had no choice but to run. The killing machine too charged towards him. The chainsaw axe swung back and forth as it ran, the grating sound of the chains making it clear that any touch by this weapon would result in catastrophic injury. Yet how could his 2 legs outrun a Beastman mecha? If the Beastman wasn't indulging in the pleasure of bloodshed with its chainsaw, a blast from its large-caliber rotary autocannon would have ended Zhang's life just like his staff officer. At that critical moment, a thunderous explosion burst at the side of the killing machine. Zhang Jikai looked towards the source of the fire, spotting a young Alliance soldier lowering a rocket launcher, a dirty face gesturing a thumbs up at him. He recognized him, a member of his own guard platoon. He had sent 2/3 of his guard up to Gaoman Ridge, still retaining a guard platoon near him. In this crucial moment, they indeed made a difference, saving his life. Relieved, he was nonetheless full of horror as he screamed, "Watch out!" Behind the guard, a Beastman was raising a crude, bulky weapon with a ludicrously large muzzle, aiming at the guard. Zhang Jikai also raised his pistol, firing 3 continuous red laser beams. His personal combat skills weren't too shabby. All 3 shots hit, piercing 3 holes in the green skin Beastman. The power of the laser gun, stronger than regular ammunition, caused extensive penetration injuries, and the intense heat immediately erupted within the target. What appeared as a hole in the front turned into a massive crater at the exit. Nevertheless, even after taking 3 laser shots, the Beastman didn't die. It fired its large gun. The young soldier, who had just saved Zhang Zhikai's life, was instantly blown into fragments. The Beastman roared and turned its gun towards Zhang Zhikai, pulling the bolt, attempting another shot. Ah! 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 Zhang Zhikai screamed, continuously pulling the trigger, hitting the Beastman with 3 more laser shots before it could fire. After sustaining such damage, the Beastman finally fell. Panting, Zhang Zhikai looked around, calling several staff officers to join him in a countercharge. They moved to the front line outside the barracks, actively engaging in combat against the attacking greenskins. When a frontline infantry platoon arrived in support, they finally eradicated the enemies. However, the returning lieutenant platoon leader also reported the dire frontline situation to Zhang Zhikai. They could no longer hold on. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have infiltrated headquarters. At this moment, Zhang Zhikai faced an exceedingly painful decision. He had no idea of the current situation on the high ground, and with enemy bombardments ongoing, there had been no news from the defending army at Gaomen Ridge for quite some time. Assuming the worst scenario, it was not impossible that the entire army had been annihilated. The troops at the base of the mountain were initially about 2/3 of a regiment, and now, maintaining 1/3 was fortunate. Losing half their personnel wasn't as simple as just reducing the combat power by half. Most of those lost were frontline combat units, while logistic troops, communication squads, anti-air units, and artillery units likely had much lower casualty ratios. Such a high casualty rate meant that many frontline units probably had only 3 to 5 squads remaining. Although logistic troops, artillerymen without shells, and anti-air units had all been sent to the front lines, replenishing a lot of manpower, there was definitely a gap in the combat prowess of these soldiers compared to the frontline infantry, and their usual training and tactical coordination were different. In this sense, Gaomen Ridge had indeed been lost. His troops no longer had the capability to continue defending. Even the artillery support platoons were running out of shells. Without reinforcements or supplies, even if they survived this wave of attack, the next wave would inevitably be overwhelming. Rationally thinking, it was time to retreat. The only difference between retreating and not retreating was whether the Greenskins would take Gaomen Ridge directly next time or after they had eliminated the 7th Regiment. In fact, the Greenskins seemed to have noticed the exhaustion of the 7th Regiment. Their attacks had been fierce, resulting in substantial losses, so the Greenskins did not continue attacking but withdrew momentarily. But this was clearly not a retreat, it was to gather strength. The Beastman commander on the opposite side was reorganizing his troops, aiming not to charge blindly but to concentrate his forces and launch a full-scale fierce attack. What should he do? Zhang Zhikai was extremely conflicted inside. He had thought about ordering a retreat several times, but on one hand, he thought of the brothers on Gaomen Ridge, in case they were still alive. On the other hand, he also thought of the words spoken earlier by the division commander. "I want Gaomen Ridge." At his most conflicted moments, a communication soldier approached. Zhang Zhikai's eyes lit up. Did the division headquarters reply? Was it good news? Zhang Zhikai was full of anticipation. Right before his command vehicle was destroyed, he had sent a message to the division headquarters describing the dire situation of the 7th Regiment and requesting support. Transferring a new regiment over, or even just a battalion or a company from a brother regiment would be good. If nothing else, having the Air Force bomb them or the division's artillery battalion reorient its guns to provide support would also work. In any case, something was needed. The communication soldier's face looked a bit grim, but at this critical moment, he didn't hesitate. It is indeed a message from the division. Both the division commander and the commissar have been sacrificed. The chief of staff is now in command. He says that the entire division has no more troops to reinforce the 7th Regiment, the Air Force has been wiped out, and the artillery battalion has also been destroyed in the exchange of fire with the Greenskins across the river. The 7th Regiment can only rely on itself. Hearing this, Zhang Zhikai seemed to see the dire situation of the whole division. It turned out, it wasn't just the 11th Regiment or the 7th Regiment that had been emptied, but the entire 326th Division. Zhang Zhikai said with difficulty, "I understand. Commander. What should we do now?" someone asked. Zhang Jikai looked around, seeing his comrade, the regiment commissar. "Commissar Wang, what's your opinion?" he asked softly. Commissar Wang's lower leg was injured, a large chunk of flesh torn away by a stray shrapnel, allowing him only to limp painfully. Upon hearing the question, he didn't hesitate and said with a smile, "You lead the men to retreat. I will stay and cover your departure." "Old Wang, don't look so glum. Our mission has failed, but I'm not foolish. Don't you think I know that it's not your fault, nor is it the fault of anyone in our 7th Regiment? Everyone has done well, all heroes. At this point, the whole regiment dying here won't change the outcome, so let's retreat and keep the seeds of our unit alive." Biting his teeth, Zhang Jikai made the decision, retreat. Since it had come to this, there was no point in hesitating. He planned to let the communication soldiers deliver orders to each platoon. The choice of who would cover the retreat also needed careful consideration. Just as he was about to issue the order, the explosions echoing from Gaomen Ridge finally ceased. Could the situation have changed? He paused the order. Then, he received news from the reconnaissance forces on the front lines of the Greenskins, who had been amassing their strength for another battle, were retreating. The battle must have changed, otherwise, it couldn't have happened like this. "Send someone to Gaomen Ridge immediately, go up and check if our brothers are still there, also, see if anything has happened across the river." Zhang Jikai immediately issued the order. The scouts set out, but before they could report back, another piece of good news arrived. From the high ground, the 1st Company's radio called in. "Commander, we've won." Zhang Jikai was immensely exhilarated. The brothers of the 1st Company on the high ground, who had been bombarded with intense artillery fire all day, still had survivors. Moreover, he was even more exhilarated by the news from the comrades on the high ground. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jikai personally climbed up Gaomen Ridge. The area was now devastated, with craters everywhere, no vegetation in sight, and even sizable rocks were scarce. But he could no longer concern himself with that. With a telescope, he looked towards the south. On the wilderness, the Greenskins were being utterly shattered by an advancing Alliance army. This Alliance army, coming from the western side of the river with armored forces leading, included not only the Lions and the Lion King but also something much bigger. Titans. Through his telescope from Gaomen Ridge, Zhang Jikai saw 4 Titans. The Warhound-class Titans continually launched rapid-fire grenades and rockets, precisely distributing devastating firepower wherever it was needed. Though positioned slightly behind the Lion Kings and Lions, allowing the cheaper tanks to absorb the Greenskins' firepower, it acted decisively when needed. Zhang Jikai personally witnessed a Skug Beast, after taking several hits from heavy artillery and rocket barrages, still rampaging on the battlefield, toppling 2 lions. A Warhound Titan then seized the opportunity, its gravity fist suddenly striking the side of the beast's head. The external steel armor, tough scales, and sturdy skull could not withstand it. Under this powerful punch, its entire head was somewhat deformed. Its body twisted and fell while the Titan, at that moment, fired several more grenades into the beast's relatively softer belly, completely ending the war beast's life. "We've won, indeed, we've won." At this moment, Zhang Jikai couldn't help but shed tears of heat. In his mind, flashed the faces of one comrade after another who had sacrificed themselves. The 7th Battalion, the 326th Division, and indeed all the troops engaged in this tough riverbank defensive battle had paid an unimaginable price. And now, these sacrifices had finally seen their return. Fallen comrades, you cannot see this scene, so I shall witness it for you. Perbov had not anticipated that the riverbank defensive battle would reach such a devastating extent. Firstly, the scale of the assembled Greenskins was beyond expectations. The enemy on the southern bank of the Great River already exceeded 2 million, and they were attacking across the entire front. He thought the riverbank would surely be lost and his plan seriously flawed. Just as he was urgently preparing for a total assault and ready to initiate Plan B, he realized that the riverbank, despite being relentlessly bombarded and fiercely attacked, was still holding firm. The 326th, 376th, and 442nd Divisions under the Alliance Army 1st Army Group had nearly been wiped out, with casualties over 100,000. Adding the losses from the Defense Army, the total was probably over 250,000. But they had eventually held on, and Perbov swore that he would not fail the sacrifice of those heroes. The battle across the Great River was progressing swiftly.
Although the scale of the Beastmen's assembly had far exceeded expectations and the breach in the front line was larger than imagined, causing the three divisions and the native defense forces responsible for plugging the gap to suffer significant casualties within less than a week of combat.
But, under the valiant and relentless defense of the human troops, they still managed to carve out the opportunity that Perbov required. The forces he had mustered included 4 army groups from the Alliance Army alone, amounting to over 3 million people. The native defense forces had mobilized on a similar scale. Some forces were marching from the west side of the encirclement, some were decisively interceding southwards, and some provided reinforcements to the defense line north of the Great River, preparing to pursue the enemy across the river after their entire line wavered. The decisive battle was one that Perbov himself personally commanded. Summoned were not only several skeleton divisions and elite armored divisions of the Alliance but also the most important strategic force at his disposal of the Night Order, which was actually a Titan cluster known as the National Knights Regiment. This force was Perbov's pride and joy, his treasured darling. The total number of Titans the Alliance had accumulated wasn't actually that high. With only 23 produced over the years, there were, however, about 300 Ranger Knight mechas. With such strength, the National Knights Regiment, though not a large-scale force, could be termed a miniature Titan army corps, lacking only in quantity compared to a real Titan legion, and some higher-quality Titans. What's the point of just having Warhound-class units? If there were Warlord-level, even Battle Command-level Titans as the core, then it would truly resemble a proper Titan legion. Of course, those thoughts were still a bit far off for now. At present, although the National Knights Regiment had not fully entered the battle and not all were under Perbov's command, with only half participating, the impact they could have on the battlefield was already tremendous. From the west bank of the river, a fierce assault was launched by 3 Titans, leading over 80 Knight mechas, 70 Lion King tanks, 2,000 Lion tanks, and more than 40,000 various types of armored combat vehicles, sweeping in like a torrent. What is called a steel flood? This is the steel flood. At least 10,000 cannons, located even further away, were providing fire support for the human army's phased and distributed full frontal assault, dropping 2,000 to 3,000 shells per minute over this 100-kilometer wide and 60-kilometer deep battlefield. Under the baptism of heavy artillery and the onslaught of the steel flood, the green-skinned orcs, who initially focused their military efforts on attacking the river, simply couldn't withstand such an assault. Their reserves on the western side were the first to collapse, utterly failing to serve as a blockade, a delay, or a defense. Even though the Greenskins were fierce fighters, they couldn't endure such a charge. Subsequently, the Greenskins' offensive on the riverbanks was forcefully halted. Some units were hurriedly engaged in combat, while others, still oblivious to what was happening, were fiercely attacked from the sides. The artillery units didn't even have time to turn their barrels before the mechanized infantry was upon them. The autocannon fire from the armored combat vehicles raked across the field, the rifle infantry attacked ferociously, and the Greenskins manning the cannons who moments earlier were gleefully lobbing firepower across the river were now beaten into crying out for relief. Not even the roaring of the Beastman overlord enforcers could stem the tide, as their ranks crumbled on the spot. The Greenskins' artillery positions were swiftly overrun, one after another, as armored vehicles carrying troops sped towards their next targets. Even if vehicles got stuck in the mud halfway, at most a few soldiers would attempt a hurried rescue or simply abandon them to be reclaimed later, as maintaining speed was paramount. When these mechanized infantry units encountered the enemy, they would deploy their foot soldiers and engage in coordinated combat. The Beastmen were only foot infantry or armed with trucks, which would be directly targeted and destroyed. If the engagement involved a large force or powerful enemy units were difficult to handle, they would call for support. The best support to arrive would be divisional artillery, followed by the army group's artillery. In any case, during this assault, there was an abundance of cannons available. Just don't stray too far, and the artillery would respond upon being called.
Air Force support was second, with 2,000 planes at their disposal. Even if only Wind Falcons arrived, a salvo of missiles or a sweep from an autocannon would be helpful. However, since the Air Force would have to contend with the enemy's Air Force, they were a bit harder to summon than the artillery.
If the enemy was truly formidable, then don't engage. Call for more troops, or even summon tanks from the armored division or Titans. Such non-main directional units couldn't be called easily, but it generally wouldn't come to that. As for the actual main thrust, Titans, night mecha clusters, and tank battalions didn't need summoning but instead acted in coordination with various infantry units sweeping through the green-skinned orcs' unprepared heavy units like a fierce wind sweeping away leaves, clearing out important strongpoints and barracks. The green-skinned orcs certainly didn't lack the ability to resist. The Beastman Overlord, clearly unwilling to accept defeat just like that. At the same time Perbove was making mistakes, he too erred. He overestimated the offensive capability of his own forces and underestimated the stubborn defenses of those on the opposite riverbank. In his view, controlling 10 times the manpower should have smoothly led to success in crossing the river. Those shrimp should have collapsed at his assault just as before. Even if some areas managed to muster a strong defense, crossing the river elsewhere and then launching an attack from the opposite riverbank should have led to a swift victory. But unexpectedly, crossing the river proved to be much more difficult than anticipated, and the losses were substantial. Quite a few of his troops did manage to cross, even sending many heavy units over. However, the shrimp he expected to quickly crumble and be annihilated turns out to have tenaciously held their positions along the defense line.
At this point, the Beastman leaders of each troop were all fired up, and the military governor couldn't control Tama, not that he tried, since he was fired up himself.
Fighting, huh? Could we green-skins ever dislike a scrap? He could also tell that the shrimps across the river had been bled dry, and with just a little more effort, he could achieve the victory he desired. Yet, just at that moment, the human army from the flanks attacked, foiling his offensive plan. This marked his second mistake. He had once again underestimated the combat power of the human army. His clan's prophet had warned him that the human forces were swiftly gathering a massive army on the western side. Of course, he took this information seriously and arranged for troops to defend. But he never imagined that the reserve forces would crumble instantly under the steel tide of the human legions. Without any ability to resist, not even fulfilling their delaying role, by the time he heard the news that the shrimps had breached the western defense line, their steel tide had already hit him in the face.
Once the reserves collapsed, the remaining Greenskin army, almost entirely engaged in crossing the river, was simply unable to withstand the shock of the human onslaught, leading to the current situation.
But he wasn't so easily defeated. He believed that he still had a sizable and high-quality force under him, and if he could just withstand this wave of attack, he had a chance to regroup his troops. His nearly 2 million strong Beastman army, equipped with a large number of elite and heavy units, could assemble a formidable fighting force if it could reorganize and was fit to contest the assembled human army. Or at the very least, break out from the encirclement created by those shrimps. At worst, they could at least build effective defensive positions on the southern bank of the Great River and hold out for reinforcements. However, all these plans were predicated on his ability to contain the human army's steel tide and prevent the entire 2 million strong army from being exhausted in a rout, unable to organize. Organization was the lifeline for any army, even for the greenskins. And the method that the Beastman Overlord thought of was a head-on clash. He assembled a force that could be called elite, composed of tens of thousands of his direct troops, among them a substantial number of heavily armed personal guards, each one having integrated with steel under the joint modification of the deranged Beastman medics and tech experts, akin to Beastman canned goods. Among them, there were over 100 super heavy orcs. On the Star Sea battlefield, these greenskin elite units had a formidable reputation. Comparing these two types of greenskin elites against the standard of an interstellar warrior, the former, heavily armed Beastman, was inferior in combat power but stood a chance to win in a mob fight, roughly equivalent to those Alliance special forces equipped with feedback-type power armor. The latter, however, could directly contend with a genuine interstellar warrior, and due to racial traits, even had a slightly greater chance of victory. Moreover, the military governor had gathered all the armored units he could muster from the vicinity, including killing jars, which were a minor detail and only marginally more powerful than sentry mecha, basically of the same classification. The death jars were much larger, similar in scope to night mecha, but in combat, would be dominated by night mecha. There was also no shortage of armed trucks, the quality of which varied widely. The poorly modified ones were mere armed personnel carriers. Those improved by skilled techs could reach the level of mainline human tanks. There were also a number of scug beasts, but only 10. These creatures, comparable to the Lion King tank, had their own pros and cons. As for anything that could equal a Warhound-class Titan, The beastmen did have godlike titanic effigies, but none were under his command, none at all on Tamir number 5. These top-tier beastman land combat trump cards, even for the entire Iron Tooth clan, were precious and all had been taken by Titus to the main battlefield. This was a big problem. Without anything to counter Titans, the only option was to rely on smaller units. He even prepared himself to take the field if necessary. Picking up his firearm, which took the lives of 30 tech masters before one made it to his satisfaction, and his battle axe, which had been with him since he rose from the lowest ranks, if necessary, he would personally take on those Titans. Charge, cleave through limbs, sever weapons, kill the drivers. What good is an energy shield? Can it stop my axe? Then, he was killed by a Titan. This decisive battle took place on the 4th day of the humans' all-out offensive. The Beastman Overlord personally led his troops against a human armored column that was pressing forward. It was his choice. Fighting small units was pointless, it wouldn't change the outcome, go hard or go home. At the beginning of the battle, they gained an advantage, at one point destroying quite a few Lion tanks and 4 Lion Kings. But when the main force of the Alliance's armor truly arrived, they were still crushed effortlessly. In fact, the first to arrive at the battlefield was the Alliance artillery. Upon realizing the gathering of the enemy's elite, the Alliance's artillery units received the coordinates for fire coverage and commenced firing without hesitation. Some artillery positions, keen to join in, even drove their self-propelled guns a few kilometers forward just to bring these enemies into their firing range. These cannons were actually the most threatening to the greenskins, who couldn't even find a way to retaliate and could only passively endure the bombardment. 155mm howitzers, if you're near the center of the explosion, everything except for the scug beasts could be blown to death. Even on the edge of the blast radius, the canister shot and super heavy orcs couldn't withstand it. The continuous bombardment severely depleted this greenskin elite force. Under the leadership of the Beastman Overlord, they forcibly charged forward and closed the distance to the armored column to a position close enough that the Alliance's artillery couldn't continue to bomb indiscriminately, but the losses were already heavy, and once they closed in, the hit rate of the tank guns was even higher, with armor-piercing rounds able to kill with a single hit. And that Beastman Overlord, while attempting to approach a Titan, was shattered by an armor-piercing shell from a Lion tank that destroyed his left leg along with parts of his mecha. Then the Titan mercilessly stepped on him, crushing him to death. His failed attempt not only cost him his life but also extinguished the last hope the green-skinned orcs had of reorganizing their army. The entire massive offensive by the greenskins was initiated by him, and due to the racial characteristics of the greenskins, which heavily rely on the commander, once the commander dies, a normal Beastman unit might fall into infighting, collapse, lose cohesion, and fight independently, especially in the already chaotic circumstances at hand. Moreover, this elite force he had risked assembling was the cream of the crop from the 2 million greenskins. Elsewhere, gathering so many greenskin armored units and elites would be difficult, if not nearly impossible. Blocked in the south with no way to retreat, unable to push through the north where the Great River received reinforcements, and fiercely attacked by the human military might in the west, they could only be forced to run eastward. During this process, a significant number of beastmen were overtaken, fragmented and annihilated, and sent straight off by precise artillery fire. And then, they ran all the way to the seaside. By that time, of the 2 million beastmen, only about 60% were left, cornered between the coast and the mouth of the Great River, surrounded by the encroaching human forces, and completely without supplies. Greenskins not eating is fine, they can eat each other at worst, but ammunition and shells cannot be conjured out of thin air. Without supplies and with many forced to fight unarmed, the beastmen, who hadn't re-established a unified command, were no more than powerful beasts. Sweeping artillery bombardment and bombing killed all 120,000 beastmen on the coastline. Thus ended the campaign that had lasted 1.5 months. Despite setbacks and sacrifices, the campaign objectives set by Perbov were still achieved. Eliminating the 2 million strong main force of beastmen, while the human side suffered less than 400,000 casualties. A loss ratio of 1:5 was much better than the normal 2:1. Annihilation battles are truly more effective. In the end, massacring those 120,000 beastmen, our side's losses were almost negligible, all down to shelling when trapped in a narrow space. It was just a matter of using up a lot of shells. Inside the Tamir star system, on the flagship, Giants Field, of the Iron-Tooth clan fleet, Saru strangled yet another impish creature, heartily devouring its heart. The dripping blood slightly calmed his state of mind, and he was finally not so irritable. He was a general of the Iron-Tooth clan and had been a local warlord even before Titus rose to power. Born in a world within the Zhong-Meiyu sector, he quickly made a name for himself and became a beastman overlord. Over the following decade, he fought left and right within the planet, mainly against other green-skinned tribes. Battle after battle, he became one of the only two green-skinned powerhouses on the planet, each being like fire and water to the other, with never-ending small-scale skirmishes. Both sides were also accumulating their strength, aiming to defeat the other in order to become the sole overlord of the planet. This was actually the daily routine for the green-skinned powers. Even with a unified leader, the several army chiefs underneath, and the subordinates below them, all were established through strife. Without solid personal strength, one could not become a chief among the beastmen, not even a minor one. However, in general, the internal struggles of the beastmen were controllable when there was a unified leader, and there was an organized degree of aggression in external wars.
However, that was not the case in Saru's past. His subordinates had a unified leader, and their internal struggle was controllable, but when he confronted that other beastman warlord on the same planet, it was incredibly bloody.
But before they could determine a winner, Titus arrived. The opponent, who was defiant, was slaughtered. Saru submitted, so he lived, and during the subsequent campaigns, he had accomplished much for the great chieftain and had become a major warlord within the Iron-Tooth Orc Empire. Being sent away from the main battlefield to stand guard did not sit well with Saru. Although the great chieftain, with the rare style among the beastmen, had thoroughly reasoned with him, adding prestige and brute force, he reluctantly accepted the command. He really did receive quite substantial support, not only bringing a valuable main warship but also leading a group of his elite tribesmen. Moreover, he could also command the powers within the four major star sectors of the very heartland of the Iron Teeth Empire. That was no small force, amounting to dozens of green skin worlds. After falling completely during the Second Iron Teeth War, those planets were now dominated by beastmen kings and overlords. The earliest had been conquered for over 50 years, the most recent, at least 30. There might still be humans struggling to survive, but their numbers were absolutely sparse and nowhere near significant. On those worlds, wherever it was suitable, they had been almost completely transformed into a green skin ecosystem. Every day, countless green skin offspring were born, along with several times as many imps, and tens of times as many skugs. The former, the moment they came into existence, were excellent fighters. The middle ones, despite being cowardly, lazy, and unreliable, were sufficiently trustworthy for logistics, production, cannon fodder, and handling artillery and other large weapons. The latter could serve as food, since green skins would starve and grow weak from photosynthesis alone. The larger ones could be used as war dogs for assaults and charges on the battlefield. Larger ones could pull carts as vehicles, and the biggest were the skug beasts, veritable weapons of war. And on these worlds, there were trash cities everywhere. This was the core area of the beastmen, where countless war factories born for battle, as well as the supporting facilities serving these factories, under the management of the beastmen's tech dominance and with numerous imps as helpers and manual laborers, produced various weapons of war day and night, even constructing warships capable of space travel. This was the Green Skin, this was the Iron Tooth clan. Saru had the authority over all kinds of resources and military movements in the heartland of the Iron Teeth Empire. As long as he met the various needs of the main battlefield personally led by Titus, he could use the remaining part as he saw fit. Therefore, he transported many troops and weapons from the heartland of the Beastman Empire and deployed them to the Golden Pass star sector. He certainly remembered the great chieftain's command, to guard the Golden Pass star sector, to prevent further human incursions from the east, to secure Golden Pass and Copper Barrier as well as other newly conquered worlds in the Eastern Star Domain, ensuring they could normally transform into green skin worlds and continue to provide resources for Titus' main expeditionary force. Given this, his primary defense location was naturally the three worlds in the Tamir star system. Tamir too already had the full conditions to transform into a green skin world. He had gathered a large number of personnel here to accelerate the transformation. Tamir number 5 still had many humans living, and although the green skins had gained a foothold there, merely gaining a foothold was not enough, so he also invested a considerable number of troops on this world's surface. Tamir IV had many mineral resources, but the terrain was too complicated and difficult to fight over, so he would take his time with it. Ideally, he would eliminate the human forces on these two worlds, number 2 and number 5, or at least render them ineffective. He would then fully convert the worlds into green skin environments, capable of continuously producing various green skin lifeforms, and construct many trash cities, set up anti-orbital firepower, and develop in the direction of the fortress worlds for the green skins. However, his plan had now collapsed. The sudden advance of the human military took him by surprise. The ships he had brought back, along with those left by the already dead waste of space, Single Fang Ghost, forming the main fleet, were still patrolling around the Golden Pass star sector. The entire star sector still had 7 worlds, and he also needed to push them toward full transformation, so ships were needed to visit each planet to provide orbital firepower support and accelerate the pace of the war. Continuous transport of troops from the Iron Tooth Orc's nest to the 12 worlds of the Golden Pass star sector, especially the Temerald Tristar, also required the allocation of ships. Though his fleet had more than 200 vessels, which seemed like a lot, they were needed here and there and couldn't easily be gathered together at once. Then, unexpectedly, a huge mishap occurred. The sudden action from humanity caught him utterly unprepared. In fact, this was essentially because he had always looked down on these shrimp from the bottom of his heart. It was quite normal, ever since joining Chieftain Titus in raising arms and starting this grand wog, they had smashed through all opposition. Those shrimp had caused them some trouble, but that was all it was. Trouble. Some places were indeed not so easy to conquer and required some effort, but those shrimp never dared to take the offensive, only using various methods to stubbornly defend. The human armies he encountered along the way were all like this, so how could he respect these shrimp's combat abilities? He did not take the initiative to seek out trouble with those shrimp, proving himself to be much stronger than that waste Duguay, only because he was following Chieftain Titus's orders. How dare those shrimp launch an attack? Even if the shrimp really did come, he was actually not afraid. The dozen or so ships left at Tamir weren't great, but on planets number 4 and number 5, combined, there were over 5 billion green skins, a small part grown locally, but most had been brought over after his return from the green skin nest. Among them, 1 billion were proper beastmen. This was an absolutely formidable fighting force. Aside from the troops sent to Chieftain Titus, this was the largest beastman assembly point. The humans thinking of taking the Tamir star system, how could it be easy? Even with orbital support, it would be difficult. As long as he held out for a while and regathered his dispersed fleet, he could quickly come to the rescue. But when he arrived here, all that greeted him was a silent Tamir too. The surface was still hot, scalding, some areas already a gray-black. Some spots on the ground were still glowing red. The residual heat of the planet hadn't dissipated. What was this? In Saru's mind, he couldn't think of anything that could cause such extensive devastation. In his life, he had never heard of or seen anything like it. But he knew that a major problem had occurred. On Tamir 2.5 billion green skins, including 500 million beastmen, were his primary assets. Gone in one fire, the planet and everything on it burned away. This was not only a total loss of the previous investment, but it was also a severe blow to the Iron Teeth Empire's power. Even if he now went to the 4 conquered star sectors to conscript, he couldn't conscript so many green skins. Especially couldn't conscript so many beastman youngsters. The total number of green skins of the Iron Tooth Orc Empire, only counting beastmen and pixies, might be 200 billion, of which 170 billion had already left the 4 star sectors in the wake of this grand wog. Of course, so many beastmen couldn't possibly all be aboard ships. All of the Iron Tooth Orc's vessels combined couldn't possibly have this kind of deployment capability, no matter how crowded or pushed to the limit. This vast number had actually been transported from the 4 star sectors in waves, distributed to the various planets encountered along the way. On the one hand, there was war to be waged, on the other, it was to spread their offspring. This is also why the green skin orcs could spread the flames of war to half the star domain so quickly. The worlds invaded by them, numbering in the hundreds, some received tens of millions, while other worlds were flooded with hundreds of millions, or even billions. As long as these green skin creatures weren't completely exterminated on a planet, their blood, their body parts, all became carriers for new spores, taking root in the soil, sprouting, and forming green skin ecosystems, ceaselessly giving rise to more green skins. They didn't need to immediately annihilate all the humans on a planet, because that would make the expansion of the Beastman tribes too slow. They just needed to leave behind a sufficient fighting force to establish a foothold on a world, like infecting a planet with a tenacious fungus. In the fight, the Beastmen would grow stronger and more numerous, until they occupied the entire world. However, such aggressive expansion strategy also left their homeland vulnerable. Saru had no troops to summon. In this situation, the nearly 2 billion green skins on Tamir No. 5, especially the nearly 400 million Beastman youngsters, could not afford to be lost. Otherwise, after a total loss of 5 billion in Tamir, the remaining worlds in the Golden Pass star sector would only have about 1 billion green skins each. It wasn't until entering the Silver Pass sector that each world would be guaranteed to have an average of 7 or 800 million. How could they fend off these shrimps' attacks? Perhaps they lacked sufficient strength to break through Silver Pass, but the Golden Pass star sector would definitely fall. Then, his own head would definitely not be spared either. Chieftain Titus would not tolerate such failure. He needed the Iron-Tooth youngsters to thrive in Golden Pass as well, hoping that Golden Pass could produce many weapons and equipment to support the consumption needed for this Grand Wog and sustain his expansion desires. From this perspective, Saru felt that Tamir must not be lost. Number 2 was already gone. Number 4's pitiful state could be ignored for now, but Number 5 was indispensable to save. However, Saru, having already been dealt a heavy blow, did not dare to act too recklessly. He was intent on seeking a decisive battle with the human fleet, hoping that a victory would solve all problems. He could bombard Tamir No. 5 from orbit or requisition troops from the rear. Sending billions and billions was impractical, but deploying millions in batches was feasible. However, Shrimp's fleet did not give him the chance. They would slip away effortlessly, playing cat and mouse in the vast star sea of Tamir, and definitely avoiding engagement. Yet, whenever he showed intentions of supporting the surface of planet No. 5, the human fleet would again appear, silently observing from a distance. As soon as the green skins targeted their firepower at the surface, those shrimp fleets would also open fire, pounding the warships. He had tried several times, even attempting to lure the human fleet into a decisive battle by feigning orbital support for Tamir No. 5, but all his schemes ultimately failed, and several ships were destroyed in the process. His only option was to provide minimal orbital firepower, which was almost negligible considering the size of the entire planet. He could also barely manage to dispatch some detached warships to the rear to transport some green skins and deploy them onto the surface, but he had to act carefully. During transit, they might be hunted by Shrimp's fleet. During deployment, they would face blockades from the human fleet. But what else could he do? He had no choice but to proceed like this. On the ground, the moment the military governor, a trusted aide who rose from his ranks, assembled the troops and launched a massive offensive, he was filled with anticipation. Fight and win. Once victorious, they could dominate the ground, preserve and even expand their territory, then exterminate all those shrimps. Then, they would be able to firmly clamp down Tamir, keeping Shrimp's forces beyond Golden Pass, fulfilling the Great Chief's mission. Yet all he saw was a defeat. The situation on the ground deteriorated abruptly. Even though the loss of only 2 million troops might seem insignificant compared to the several billion still on the surface.
In reality, the impact was significant. The death of the leader who oversaw all planetary ground forces ushered in massive chaos for the billions of beastmen on the surface. Even if Saru immediately sent someone to take over and reorganize the command structure, it would take months. During this time, who knew how many capable fighters those shrimps would eliminate?
Furthermore, among these 2 million troops were elite units in large numbers, whose loss was even more unacceptable. Half of the high-level units across planet No. 5 were wiped out. The remaining forces saw a significant decrease in their combat effectiveness. No wonder Saru was infuriated and disoriented. He even considered going down to the surface himself. But he managed to control that impulse. At the same time, he realized that the situation in the Golden Pass star sector could no longer be concealed. He needed to inform the Great Chief. Even though he expected to be severely reprimanded, possibly even executed, he had to proceed. Using the Prophet's abilities, he contacted the distant Great Chief. After hearing the situation report, Titus did not explode in anger. Instead, his voice turned very cold. This made Saru even more frightened. "I will divert 100 warships to return. picking up scattered warriors from various worlds along the way. You will receive a full strength core.
Guard the Golden Pass, this is your last chance, Saru. If you fail again, you know the consequences.
Saru sighed in relief. I will surely complete the mission, I won't fail again. With these 100 warships and the estimated billions of beastmen he could bring back, not counting the nondescripts, his forces would be much more substantial. The available movable troops in the billions were one thing. What mattered the most were those 100 warships. With this resource, in the Tamir star system, he could use his forces to blockade the human fleet, then redirect those 100 warships to support the ground. The battle would become much easier. He knew this was indeed his last chance. He could not allow himself to fail. Of course, before the reinforcements arrived, he had to do his best to manage the situation on the ground and prevent any mishaps. Ji Hang also received intelligence from the Tamir star system. The extinction order for planet number 2 had been authorized by him for Du Shiliang to issue. Although it was very regrettable and cold, it was necessary. He was also aware of the developments on Tamir number 5. After the annihilation of those 2 million green skins, Perbo seized the opportunity to pursue. Not only his own forces were mobilized, but almost the entire Alliance land forces on planet number 5 were deployed, striking a surge of assaults across the global battlefield. In a very short time, they capitalized on the enemy's disarray and discord, claiming at least 2 billion green skin lives. Although most were lowly creatures, the subsequent eradication of the green skin ecosystem and Trash City were major blows to the green skin power on the planet. But it was far from a victory. Ji Hang had already approved a new batch of reinforcements. 20 million warriors from the Dragonhawk 3rd Corps would head to fight on Tamir number 5. However, deployment was a problem. He was also aware that the Greenskins had not given up on Tamir number 5 and were still reinforcing. This planet showed signs of turning into a protracted battlefield. Ji Hang had no objections to this. Just fight. As long as they could firmly attract a part of the Green Skin forces, and even better, force the Green Skins to divert troops from the main battlefield for support, it would be beneficial. This also counted as him, a loyal and diligent servant, doing his duty. Of course, merely relying on the current tens of millions of elite humans on Tamir number 5 was not enough to sustain the consumption of this prolonged war. The meat grinder being prolonged, required more troops to fill the line.
For this part, Ji Hang planned to make Tamir no 5 contribute.
While the Beastman fleet still existed, troop deployment was inconvenient, a loss Ji Hang was not willing to bear. However, deploying a massive amount of weaponry and arming the local population as much as possible was more feasible. He had already ordered officials from the Alliance military and political department to go to Tamir number 5. The remaining 80 to 90 billion population on the planet had to push the mobilization ratio higher. The current 4 to 5 billion packed army was simply inadequate. In the face of an existential crisis, the mobilization rate of the Tamirians had to be pulled to 10% or higher. Tamir number 5 showed signs of becoming a permanent meat grinder. It was a terrifying thing. By the hundreds of millions, living beings would continuously die on this planet, one by one. With the current intensity of the war, perhaps every second saw a dozen or even dozens of deaths due to the conflict. The daily ammunition expenditure alone, converted into money, was an astronomical figure. Yet, for the survival of the species, these sacrifices, these fortunes, were all necessary expenditures. Actually, Ji Hang also realized this. The green-skinned war swept across too vast an area with too great an intensity. Even a victory, say at Jindi's star where the Emperor descended and wiped out Titus's group of green-skins, the subsequent issues were not simple. Estimates showed that hundreds of billions of green-skins swarmed out from the territory of the green-skinned empire, engulfing various places. Which of the planets under attack didn't have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of greenskins? To completely exterminate these greenskins within the entire star domain, to destroy the ecosystems they left behind, that would be an enduring task, taking decades was the norm. The war was bound to be prolonged. In fact, this was the normal state of the entire star sea. Wars were always ongoing, those few years without a war, like the years before the start of the Beastman War, that brief period of peace that the Alliance had, were the rare commodities in this universe. And since war was bound to become prolonged and normalized, the Alliance must learn to seek development amidst war. Here, Gu Heng had two directions of effort, still divided into internal and external.
Internally, all developmental aspects of the alliance must lean towards the war. The manpower of the alliance, first and foremost, must satisfy the army's manpower needs, followed by the production needs of various types of military supplies, logistics support, and all kinds of equipment.
But this manpower and resources expended for the war were clearly not what one would call development. They were pure consumption. If the war had escalated to the point where the entire society had to devote every bit of manpower and resources to war-related matters, then one would have to forget about development altogether. Thinking about development when survival was at stake? Fight with all might, fail to fight and perish. But clearly, the war hadn't reached that point. If Titus's absolute main force did not return, then the alliance still had some capacity left. If Titus's absolute main force did return, then even if the alliance prepared fully for war, they would not be able to win. So proceed as normal. Aside from what was needed for war, under the third-level mobilization order, social production must not stagnate. Various heavy industries producing new means of production, as well as various raw material industries, were all stepping up investment. Agricultural production was also intensifying. Under the third-level mobilization order, economic development actually maintained a relatively high number, it was just that most of it was reinvested and consumed by the war, leaving a significantly reduced portion for the over 600 billion residents of the Tianma Star sector to improve their standard of living. But at least there was still a little bit. This was also Gu Heng's target when initiating the third-level mobilization order. Normal, even more stimulated high-speed economic growth. Minimal investment in people's livelihoods. And if it reached the second-level mobilization order, then people should forget about raising their standard of living as it would instead drop. Moreover, the increase in productivity would likely be affected. Infrastructure construction would almost entirely halt. New factory construction would continue but would shift entirely towards military factories. Everything would further serve the production of various military weapons and equipment. Once it reached the first-level mobilization order, not only would a large number of people have to serve in the military, but more importantly, all regular economic activity would grind to a halt, people's living standards would drop significantly, society would no longer develop, most civilian factories would transform to military use, the entire society would serve the war, and all productive forces would start to manufacture more war materials. Under this definition, Gu Heng very much hoped that the alliance would never have to initiate the first-level mobilization order.
That would mean the halt of societal development, the disruption of the alliance's development process, and even the potential for development would be overextended.
Still, it should be emphasized, when it truly came down to life and death, the first-level mobilization order had to be sounded when necessary. But unless it came to that, it was best not to raise the level of the mobilization order.
Under the third-level mobilization order, economic growth within society was still fast. As long as the people's livelihood didn't fall, that was good enough.
This was the minimum contingency plan under the premise of responding to the war, while also seeking possible development, and it was also Gu Heng's requirement of the alliance government. The guaranteed option. Yet to truly gain development amidst the war, one had to rely on another aspect, external. As long as there was victory in war, there were always spoils to be won. Whether it was development space, wealth plundered, or new territories and populations brought about by expansion, these were avenues for a windfall. And now, what was Gu Heng's biggest harvest in this war? Of course, it was the entire Seven-Horse territory. The signing of the Seven-Horse Treaty with 6 nearby star sectors turned them into de facto vassals of the alliance. The most recent collection of the imperial tax was also the first time the alliance helped the empire to collect taxes. Following the signing of the treaty, tax collection began. Each planetary governor had their own opinions about this. Wasn't it collected every 2 years? It's been less than a year since we last paid the imperial tax. We've only been under the Seven-Horse Agreement for half a year at most, and some have just signed for 1 or 2 months. You're going to collect the imperial tax now? The alliance also has a say in this? During the war period, it's quite reasonable for the tax collection to change from once every 2 years to once a year, right? I haven't adjusted the amount of your tax. The amount due remains the same. It's just that in extraordinary times, I collect it once a year. Beneath the might of the alliance, these planets eventually had no choice but to hold their noses and accept it. In the 6-star sectors, with a total population of over 110 billion, they indeed managed to collect nearly 12 billion tax currency and resources through taxation. Yelizh's fleet, which mostly comprised ships from the GU commercial firm, as well as some small Empire Commerce Guild ships conscripted from these star sectors, worked hard to help the Alliance transport these resources. These resources each had their uses. Some were directly sent to the front lines in packages. The majority were transported back to the various worlds in the Tianma star sector to serve as raw materials and subsequent processed goods, used to produce more war supplies, or simply used to issue resources to the workers of the Tianma star sector instead of the originally planned welfare, allowances, and salaries, saving money for the Alliance to be further used in development. In addition to the 12 billion imperial tax, there was an extra 1 billion tax currency in war taxes, and a large number of planetary defense forces, which, apart from being taken as a form of human tax, were also conscripted in great numbers to serve as packed troops. Some were directly used as a source of troops to replenish the Alliance army. The combined revenue of 13 billion tax currency was nearly equivalent to the Alliance's annual income in the past. With a population of over 60 billion in the Tianma star sector, after paying the imperial tax each year, the remaining financial income left for the Alliance was only about 13.8 billion. And now, there were three main parts. The 11.3 billion imperial tax that the Alliance originally should have paid was now kept for its own use. The original financial income of 13.8 billion. The revenue of 13 billion brought by the Seven-Horse Pact. A total of 38.1 billion. That was the wealth the Alliance could use each year since the start of the war. This was a tremendous amount of money. If measured in the price of ships, that would equate to 22 ravenous shark destroyers, 5 musician cruisers with some to spare. And even if buying a battleship was expensive, within 2 years, one could still be acquired. Of course, there was nowhere to buy them right now, and besides, this money was not without places to be spent. In fact, the Alliance now had many places to spend money. The fierce frontline war alone required the Alliance to pour in 500 million a month on Tamir No. 5, and that's with the local planets bearing a significant part of the war consumption. Not to mention, a large number of Alliance troops were continuously clearing out the green skin invasions in Mist Horse, Eagle Horse star sector. Although the intensity cannot be compared to main battlefields like Tamir No. 5, the numbers were substantial. Moreover, the Pact Army, which far outnumbered the Alliance land forces, although in theory, the war expenses were to be borne by the planets providing the troops. Not all of these planets could afford the cost, nor necessarily provide it promptly, as this was indeed a matter of capability, as the Alliance could not really ignore it. Everything required money. The Navy was also a huge money pit. Not to mention, the Alliance was continuously constructing new ships and expanding new legions. Over 17 billion was spent on military costs in a year. If not for the fact that they no longer had to pay the imperial tax, the Alliance's own finances would absolutely be unable to withstand such expenses. And now, not only could the Alliance manage its expenses, it was even able to spare 20 billion. And this money, used for military expansion, production reinvestment, infrastructure on the 9 major planets of Tianma. Everything was launched full scale, even more thriving than before the war began. Economic production growth indices, which were already not demanded of Oceania, were actually met under the investment of this tremendous additional wealth.
Even far beyond expectations. 10%. Easily exceeded.
The Alliance's financial settlement for the next year was estimated to be over 16 billion, compared to 13.8 billion before the war, indicating a clear growth. Of course, Gu Hang did not deny that the development of the Alliance was built upon exploiting the surrounding Seven-Horse territory.
But, they were going to be exploited anyway. Even the Tianma star sector itself was to be extracted from. Previously it was the Empire doing the exploiting, and now, during special times when the Empire couldn't do so, shouldn't the Alliance have a few years to indulge?
The exploitation felt truly exhilarating. Apart from vassal benefits, the Alliance also gained direct spoils of war. Fighting the Greenskins was not initially profitable, as the weapons, equipment, and ships of the Greenskins, even if captured, could not be used or handled by humans.
Nor would there be captives among the Greenskins, for even if they were forcibly taken, one should not expect them to be put to work as laborers.
However, in the Tamir star system in the Golden Pass star sector, the Alliance still had gains. That was the population. During this period, the Alliance has already transferred over 300 million people from Tamir number 4 and number 5, isn't that also 1.5 billion? Moreover, Ji Hang never saw the value of a person as merely $5. The value that a person can create over a lifetime is far greater than this number. These people are currently on Steel Wing Star, contributing their labor to the military construction and repair work on Steel Wing Star, including the building of the orbital cannon fortress. Later on, once the transport capacity is increased or a portion of the transport can be freed up from the pressures at the front, these people, and those who will be transferred subsequently, will only leave behind a small part of their population as a supplement for this planet, with the majority being relocated to within the Tianma star sector, to be integrated into various worlds. 300 million people is just a start. Tamir number 4 and number 5, as well as other worlds that may be further invaded within the Golden Pass star sector in the future, are not suitable for too many civilians to live on anymore. As many of these people as possible will be transferred to the Tianma star sector. Corellia's population capacity has reached its limit and even far exceeded it. However, the population capacity of Rage Owl star, Hongjin star, and the Fatches Tri-star still have spare capacity. At least until the population expands to 80 billion, the Tianma star sector will not be overcrowded. If it really can't be managed, they can also be settled in other star sectors of the Seven Horse territory. Aside from finance, the main growth in economic production is reflected in the military industry. New shipyards have been completed one after another in the starport on Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star. The production lines for Titans, Night Mechas, feedback-type power armors, LR and HS series rifles, Lions, and Lion Kings are also all being rapidly expanded. In the future, there will be more ships and better land forces equipment produced. Not to mention, this is only the account of the economic finance, and the grace points haven't been calculated yet. Rapid economic development brings an increase in grace points each month. Now, the income provided by the Alliance homeland has reached 36,000 per month, a 12.5% increase compared to before the war.
The growth of monthly grace income is not linear, it is not just giving 1 point per person, 10 points for 10 people. After so long, Ji Hang roughly figured out that it should follow a certain milestone growth pattern, a mode that increases a few points after reaching a growth indicator, and will not inflate indefinitely.
This left Ji Hang a bit regretful. Otherwise, according to his calculations when he first arrived years ago, a few thousand people could bring him tens of grace points. Now with the 60 billion people under his direct control, wouldn't that give him several billion grace points per month? But even without dreaming that big, there was something else Ji Hang had not anticipated. After the signing of the Seven Horse Pact, the other 69 worlds of the Six Horse territory were all accounted for by the system. He originally thought the stingy system would not count it for him. Of course, it was impossible to count all these 79 worlds and over 110 billion people as homeland. That was not the homeland to begin with. However, that vassal panel that the system activated when Ji Hang brutally beat up Heijian Star was once again put to use. The 79 worlds were counted as vassals, and most of the vassal levels were around LV2. This grade means there is a high tendency for separation and certain societal instability. A few could reach LV3, which is the stable vassal level. There are also a few that have reached LV1, meaning extraordinarily intransigent separatism. Ji Hang didn't find this surprising. It's quite normal, since these vassals were not acquired through normal means. It is not surprising there is instability within, and that the governors or local powers on the planets want to separate. LV2 he could accept, as long as it's not a large number of LV1s, which would lead to higher suppression costs. As for the grace points provided by these vassals, they were not much, mainly because the grace points provided by vassals inherently come at a huge discount. But all combined, they were quite substantial, amounting to 4,000 points per month. This is a supplementary income of grace points for Ji Hang to some extent. And the major portion of grace points comes from war victories. However, since the Battle of Steelwing Star ended, the minor skirmishes on various planets like Eaglehorse and Misthorse did not contribute much. As for the current campaign in Tamir, although it was fought on a large scale, it has not yet reached a conclusion, and the system has not settled the account yet. But it can be imagined that as long as they win, the reward will not be small. Although the monthly income had been substantial when added up, it was still too slow. Since the battle at Steelwing Star had ended, nearly half a year had passed unnoticed, and Ji Hang had only managed to accrue about 200,000 grace points. That wasn't a lot. War was always the fastest source of grace points. The battle at Steelwing Star had granted him 930,000 grace points, and the Tamir campaign would yield even more. Although the naval portion wasn't as intense as that of the Steelwing Star battle and hadn't caused significant casualties thus far, the land warfare on the two planets involved was on a larger scale than Steelwing Star. And then there were the over 2 billion green skins burned to death by the Skyburn torpedoes on Tamir 2. He wasn't sure how the system would calculate that. But overall, if the Tamir campaign ended in victory, it would certainly result in a substantial amount of grace points, no less than 1 million. Furthermore, as the war dragged on, it could potentially increase even more. However, in this regard, Ji Hang actually felt a bit uneasy. As of now, the Tamir campaign hadn't finished, and as he had thought earlier, this meat grinder of a battlefield would become prolonged. However, the war rewards wouldn't be calculated until after the campaign had ended.
What if they lost? Defeats weren't calculated. To date, Ji Hang hadn't been spared from defeats, especially now, with countless planets seeing Alliance soldiers battling it out with mist horses and eagle horses.
Though small in scale, a battle won would result in grace points, a battle lost would result in none. With such massive and prolonged investments in the Tamir campaign, what would happen if they ended up losing and having to withdraw? The large expected bounty of grace points would vanish. That was distressing for Ji Hang, but he immediately reminded himself. He couldn't be blinded by these things. 1 million grace points is a lot? Of course it's a lot, a very large amount. But are 1 million grace points a transformative force? Not really. Military actions must be judged based on military conditions. If the situation truly changes, they must let go of what they need to let go, and not turn a local battle into a do-or-die war. That would truly be a waste and completely unnecessary. Nor can they take unnecessary military risks just because they want the grace points to be calculated sooner. Ji Hang understood all these principles, but that step hadn't yet been reached. Who said they couldn't win the Tamir campaign? Ji Hang believed that the Alliance had a clear advantage. Ji Hang, be careful, there might be changes with the Tamir situation. The speaker was Tan Jui, the star domain head. That day, Ji Hang had received a call invitation from him. Normally, the Star Language Hall in Yunluo couldn't reach Ji Hang. Their star speakers weren't skilled enough. However, this time there was no other way, so they assigned Ji Hang an old acquaintance, Zhang Guangyin, a grade psychic and star domain great mage, to personally operate the star language tower. It took quite an effort, managing to penetrate the green waves of subspace and send the star speech information through. Tan Jui started the conversation by giving thanks. He thanked Ji Hang for informing him about the outcomes at Frost Origin IV beforehand. At the time, he was hesitant and unwilling to believe it, but given the gravity of the situation, if it were true, it would be disastrous. Therefore, on one hand, he hastened to gather the latest information on the battle situation at Frost Origin IV, and on the other, he activated the corresponding contingencies, preparing for the worst-case scenario where Frost Origin IV was lost and the main forces wiped out. These strategies included drafting a large number of commercial ships from the Empire Commerce Guild, gathering more defense armies and Star Realm armies, asking for assistance from other star domains, converting all local planets to military production, and setting up defenses around the outer worlds near Yunluo Star. In fact, it was confirmed that Ji Hang hadn't deceived him. When the situation at Frost Origin IV was confirmed, almost a month had passed since the war had ended. Indeed, over that month, while Tan Jui had been deliberately seeking out information, a fair amount of news had already suggested this. But until the founding general of the mechanical cult, Chen Haishu, had escaped back to Jindi's star with a group of people and contacted him, did he truly learn the details of the war. While it was a severe blow, there was at least one thing to be grateful for. He knew a month earlier and had prepared a month in advance, which prevented him from being caught completely off guard by the news. Actually, these preparations had proven effective. Forewarned defenses around the outer star systems of Yunluo Star held back and eliminated some of the smaller groups of invading green skins, preventing their forces from directly landing in the core area of the Yunluo sector.
The war supplies prepared in advance also played a certain role.
The direction of the Beastman army was towards Jindi Star.
It was clear that the Greenskins had their primary target set on this mechanical cult's foundry world.
Not attacking Yunluo was indeed a relief for Tanjui, but he also realized that the fates of Yunluo and Jindi were now more firmly intertwined. Without Jindi, Yunluo would fall, and it would fall quickly. Those prepared military assets and gathered soldiers, aboard every transport ship they could muster, went to Jindi Star before the Greenskins could blockade the route between the Steelfire Dragon Star Sector and the Yunluo Star Sector.
Meanwhile, the remnants of the Yunluo fleet that escaped from Frost Origin EVA the Yunluo fleet had managed to escape again. When Frost Origin IV took a beating and the mechanical arc fell, the Yunluo fleet was still orbiting the outer perimeter of the planet. Discovering the combat moon and realizing the mechanical arc was doomed, they had no illusions and hastily fled.
It might sound rather unkind, but in reality, preserving a fleet consisting of hundreds of warships, including several main cruisers, was crucial for the upcoming defense battle at Jindi Star. The battle for Jindi Star had already begun. This time, Chen Haishu and a group of the great sages from the sect of mechanics didn't run away. There was nowhere left to run. Moreover, Jindi Star was not indefensible. It was the stronghold of the Mingyang sect, a bona fide foundry world. Although the Mingyang sect had dispatched a large number of their protection army to Frost Origin IV, that wasn't their entire reserve. On Jindi Star, there remained a huge number of the protection army, and even half of the Titan Legion. Moreover, Jindi Star had a total population of 30 billion, providing ample manpower. Around Jindi Star, there were several feudal worlds, or rather, night worlds, guarding it. These night worlds resembled the former Hagian Star, stripping away the kings. Each knight family was awarded a piece of land, with a group of old peasants cultivating their fields and sustaining their lives, reminiscent of a medieval pastoral idyll. Then, you would see a certain model of a knight mecha parked in the old lord's house of these knights. These knights were the vassals of the Emperora in name only. In reality, they were fully supported by the sect of mechanics and loyal to it. When the knights from these various night worlds gathered, they constituted a military force not to be underestimated. Of course, they had already rallied once at the behest of the Mingyang sect to head for Frost Origin IV, and the outcome need not be discussed further. Yet, this time, they still responded to the call. Together, these knight mechas from the knight families also formed a crucial part of the Mingyang sect's Titan Legion. Furthermore, there were at least 400 to 500 million of the protection army on Jindi Star, plus twice that number of mechanic servants. The combat ability of the protection army was not inferior to that of the Star Realm army. They had ample artillery and armor, along with numerous mecha soldiers. These assets were the solid foundation for Jindi's Star to withstand the enemy. Certainly, if the Greenskins fleet were allowed to bombard the surface from orbit at will, no matter how elite the terrestrial forces might be, victory in battle would be nearly impossible. But what made Jindi Star different was that this foundry world possessed a very comprehensive orbital defense system. Space stations and star fortresses abundant with surface orbital cannons were not so easily dealt with. Not to mention, the Yunluo fleet had not been vanquished, which was extremely good news. Although they could not contend with the Greenskins' main fleet, they could at least serve as a distraction. True, the Greenskins' fleet was enormous, but under such defenses, even with their combat moons, they could only gain an advantage, unable to completely suppress all human land forces' activities on the ground.
There was still a fight to be had. Such defenses could not last on other planets and would be quickly overwhelmed. Once space stations and star fortresses were eliminated and enough surface orbital cannons were destroyed, it was only a matter of time before they would be doomed.
However, foundry worlds like Jindi Star differed in that their production capacity was fierce. As long as most of the foundry plants remained uncaptured by the Greenskins' land forces, loads of orbital cannons could be produced and deployed on the planet. The condition was that both the protection army and mechanic servant forces needed to hold their ground.
From this perspective, Jindi Star was clearly a more suitable and advantageous battlefield for humans compared to Frost Origin IV. If the situation from Frost Origin IV had been transplanted to Jindi Star, the Greenskins would not have had such an easy time, and with mechanical arcs and an orbital defense system, their crippled pseudo-combat moon would be useless, unable to even secure orbital superiority, achieving at best a stalemate.
However, at that time, the human side's decision-makers believed they had sufficient strength to repel the Beastman invasion. Under this premise, they did not want a core world like Jindi Star. which the Mingyang sect certainly did not wish to see turned into a battleground and be wrecked. The appearance of the combat moon took everyone by surprise. As for now, there was nothing he could do but fight desperately. The defensive battle of Jindi Star had been ongoing for 3 months, having started slightly later than the Alliance's engagement in the Tamir campaign. It was incredibly arduous. This intelligence, Ji Yuhang already knew, even without Tan Jui telling him. In fact, because Wu Jiarong, a dominant bishop who was on the front lines, occasionally sent him a message, Ji Yuhang was even more informed about the specifics of the Jindi Star battle than Tan Jui. It was a battlefield more brutal than the ground war on Tamir No. 5. Firstly, the scale was much larger, with the forces involved being 3 times greater than those of the Tamir conflict, and the quality of troops was much higher. The Protection Army's equipment standards were even slightly better than those of the Alliance land forces. On the other side, the Greenskins' main units and the number of elite Greenskins were far more than here at Tamir. After reviewing the intelligence on the Jindi Star campaign, Ji Yuhang fell silent for a moment. He assessed that even with the Alliance sounding the first-level mobilization order, they couldn't wage such a war. The production capabilities couldn't keep up, not to mention having to fight on their own territory, which would additionally suffer from orbital bombardments. It was just not feasible. It only goes to show that the revolution is not yet successful, and comrades still need to strive. But soon, Ji Yuhang was reinvigorated. After all, how many years had Jindi Star been accumulating its construction? Plus, the foundry world of the sect of mechanics didn't even have to pay the imperial taxa, although it had to accept orders from the empire. He had only fully controlled the Tianma star sector for almost 5 years. Only his home base, Rajal Star, had a longer development period of about a decade or so. Ji Yuhang believed that given more time, even continuing to shoulder the imperial tax, he would quickly reach the level of Jindi Star. And after discussing the situation of the Jindi Star campaign, Ji Yuhang also mentioned his initiative to launch an offensive on the Tamir star system and open up a second front, which suddenly made Tan Jui realize a problem and issue a warning to Ji Yuhang. We detected that 100 green skin warships have left the operational sequence of the Jindi Star campaign, and even left the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector. We don't know their destination, initially thinking these were green skins dividing their forces to attack elsewhere, which was very concerning. But combining this with the timing of your launching the Tamir campaign, these 100 ships and the soldiers they're transporting, might be an alien force returning to defend. Ji Yuhang stroked his chin. He had not been able to obtain this information in advance. But likewise, he believed Tan Jui would not speak nonsense about this matter. 100 green-skinned warships could potentially transport 1 or 2 billion green-skinned troops at their limit.
That indeed posed a bit of a challenge. Seeing Ji Yuhang in a reflective state, Tan Jui couldn't help but say, "You must be careful, it's imperative that nothing goes wrong."
Ji Yuhang smiled. Mr. Tan got concerned about me? 100 warships plus possibly 1 billion alien green skins leaving the Jindi Star battlefield, isn't that a good thing for the main battleground? Tan Jui sighed. Indeed, it is a good thing. If possible, I would hope all the main green skin forces turn towards the Eastern Star domain to let you drag out the fight as long as possible. Once the reinforcements from Cosmos domain and the Flame battle group arrive, we could start counter-attacking. But I know that's not possible. Therefore, I'd rather hope that you do well in the Eastern Star domain, make a bigger impact, and, ideally, penetrate these damned aliens' stronghold. If you're finished, it could actually cause the green skins to focus more forces on attacking Jindi Star. Indeed, I'll be careful, Ji Yuhang responded with a phrase. This batch of green skin reinforcements was not to be underestimated. The land forces aside, 100 ships might include a few of the green skins' main forces. Their arrival could greatly change the dynamics of the Tamir campaign. With both navies combined, Du Shiliang might not be able to withstand them. After ending the communication, he pondered for a moment and made a decision. Ji Yuhang's thinking was quite natural. Knowing that green skin reinforcements were on their way, it was only logical to try to defeat the enemy at hand before the arrival of the reinforcements. Even if it meant paying a price. If they didn't take action now, it would be even harder to deal with them once they joined forces. The terrestrial battlefield of Tamir No. 5 was unlikely to decide a winner so quickly. Even if you were slaughtering pigs, you couldn't kill billions of green skins that fast. The previous victory Perbov had achieved did successfully disrupt the green skin defensive line in one entire direction, throwing the entire planet into chaos due to the loss of their highest commander. Seizing this chance, he efficiently directed his troops, winning several annihilation battles of destruction. Moreover, across the entire planet, the entire continental range, human military forces had launched a wave of offensive peaks. Over thousands of miles of front lines, with the Alliance Army at its core and the Pact Army in support, there was a full-scale offensive. Often a breakthrough point was made, which attracted a green skin counterattack. Then the sides, left empty, were breached by humans and surrounded, creating a situation like swallowing dumplings. Or a trash city was raided by elite soldiers of the Human Alliance, and because the Beastmen were not subordinate to each other and their commands were confused and reinforcements were too slow, the trash city was left full of farts. In the hands of human elites, they had no advantage and were quickly eliminated. The loss of a large number of personnel was one thing, but the main loss was the production capability of Trash City, as well as a considerable amount of green skin military supplies that had not yet been transported out. Similar situations repeatedly occurred all over the planet. In total, over 200 million greenskins were eradicated in the 2 months following the battle. Of these, at least 50 million true green skin orcs had been killed. The green skin forces on the surface of Tamir No. 5 had shrunk considerably.
And to kill those 200 million greenskins, the human losses had also exceeded 30 million, mostly from the Pact Army, with a little over 10 million casualties coming from the Alliance Army.
The casualty ratio was still quite impressive. Even if farts weren't considered people, it was still 3 to 5, which was not too bad. Besides, farts were not really non-people. They provided logistical support to the Green Skin Army, which was an important guarantee for the continuation of the war, and were also the appropriate operators for long-range bombardments. However, the situation on Tamir No. 5 had slowed down lately.
After 2 months of fierce attacks, human forces were running out of steam. Soldiers due for a rotation needed a break, and the necessary supplies had to arrive. And the areas taken needed to be sterilized, otherwise new green skins would sprout up, requiring manpower to suppress.
Additionally, the Beastman leader Saru had also sent a new military governor to land on the surface. The green skin command system began to recover, no longer as disorganized, and it was no longer so easy to take advantage of the chaos to reap large numbers of green skin lives as before. Both sides were licking their wounds. And in space, the battles were ongoing. Neither side wanted a decisive battle or to make it easy for the other side to support the ground forces, did they? Jiyu Hang would not let Du Shiliang go after those green skin fleets with full force right now. The odds of winning weren't high enough. What was the point of fighting a 50-50 battle? And just right, Yelizha's patrol mission in the Seven Horse territory had ended, and all the worlds had signed the Seven Horse Pact. Although it would be best to let half of the United Fleet continue to patrol and deter others for a while, given some vassals' tendencies towards separatism were still not low. But looking at the current situation, it wasn't fitting. Yelizha needed to quickly take half of the United Fleet to the Tamir star system, and on the way, pick up Jiyu Hang and join forces with Du Shiliang, striving to destroy, or at least severely damage, the Green Skin Fleet before the Green Skin reinforcements arrived. However, just as Jiyu Hang was about to issue the order for Yelizha to lead the fleet, the female general preempted him with a message. There was trouble in the Iron Horse sector. The Xiaxing I star system in the Iron Horse sector was a star system with 3 habitable planets. During the previous collection of imperial tax, no issues arose with the other 2, but there was trouble on Xiaxing I-3 planet. On this post-colonial planet with a population of 800 million, the separatist forces were particularly violent, having already raised a declared rebellion and raided the planet's prepared imperial tax. Out of a total tax revenue of 80 million for the entire planet, they had only robbed about 20 million worth of goods. But the nature of this incident was very serious, and naturally, it had to be resolved. The local forces converted to the Pact Army had already started the suppression of the rebellion, but the Alliance couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, the Seven Horse Pact had been signed, so how could they just collect money and not deal with the problem? Conveniently, Yelizha was nearby. Alliance operatives first went down to investigate the situation, and then they called for reinforcements, claiming they had found the rebel leader's location and requested direct military elimination. The method of elimination was for Yelicia to send out a few escort ships, which launched several missiles toward the reported coordinates to bomb the area. After that, the Navy Marine Corps, led by a team of Phoenixes, landed on the planet. Their mission was to eliminate the enemy leaders, destroy the command center, and then evacuate. These tasks should have been a walk in the park for the Phoenixes. In theory, such physical destruction should have solved the problem, but an accident occurred. The landed Phoenixes and the Marine Corps they led were all normal at first, but suddenly, at some moment, they went completely off the grid.
Very unusual. If it were only members of the Marine Corps, that would be one thing, but there was an entire squad of the Phoenix leading the team. Even if the battle was intense and the mission difficult, they were interstellar warriors, how could they disappear without a sound?
Then, the commander on the starship received information from the ground operatives. They reported that the Phoenix and the Marine Squad had encountered an accident, with rebel forces capable of information interference, resulting in the Special Task Squad being surrounded by enemy forces and unable to contact the higher-ups. Reinforcements were urgently needed on the ground. The commander on the starship was worried but, after much deliberation, decided to send in more reinforcements. Missiles were fired again at the enemy's gathered position, followed by a new team of Phoenix leading elite Marines to the surface. This time, their goal wasn't even to eliminate the enemy's leader or strike at the rebel heart, but merely to cover the previously landed troops and evacuate them via transport craft. Yet, the outcome of this reinforcement effort was still far from ideal, as the team quickly lost contact after landing. At this point, the situation was serious. The ground operatives reported back with updates and requested reinforcements again, but the commander, already suspicious from the previous round, was not going to be fooled a third time. On one hand, he reassured the ground operatives, and on the other hand, he contacted the superior unit of that group of operatives, reporting the situation upwards. Then, a new group of operatives descended, and quickly concluded that the previous group had defected. It was feared that the two waves of elite troops, now likely faced grim odds. The commander on the starship was furious, but he also had some doubts. Defection of operatives. Was it that easy to defect? What could a group of native rebels on a planet offer to tempt the special operatives trained by the Alliance's three major intelligence agencies to defect? Even if they had defected, luring elite Alliance forces to land, but how could dozens of Phoenix and hundreds of Marines be so easily wiped out? Even with fewer numbers and lacking heavy equipment, if they couldn't win or were surrounded, how could they be wiped out so quickly? The commanders above no longer considered the possibility that the troops on the ground were still alive, just cut off from communication. Very low. Those defection operatives kept sending out false information, aiming to lure more Phoenixes, more human forces to descend. They didn't seem worried about their scheme backfiring. Their attitude was more like, the more you send, the more I'll consume. Were these rebels that strong? However, it was now time to abandon the approach of surgical strikes and quick resolutions. The commander called for more reinforcements, and soon the ships in the Xiaxing star system were not just a few escort ships. More vessels arrived, deploying large numbers of land forces. The 17th Army Group of the Alliance Army, and the 3rd Army Group, were deployed to the surface of Xiaxing I-3 planet. The separatists on Xiaxing I-3 had sparked a substantial rebellion. 5 of the planet's provinces had been swept up in it, with a controlled population of 50 million and rebel numbers around 3 million strong. They were up against a packed army of 5 million, with the battle ebbing and flowing. Under such circumstances, an Alliance Army Group of 1 million soldiers, with extraordinarily powerful orbital fire support, would undoubtedly be too much for the rebels. If there was something extraordinary among the rebels, it would naturally be forced out.
And indeed, it was. Under pressure, the core military forces of the separatists emerged, swarms of interstellar warriors.
Interstellar warriors? When the Alliance commander orbiting above received this intelligence from the ground forces, his eyeballs almost popped out. How could that be possible? Why would interstellar warriors appear among a group of separatist forces from a native planet? How could they possibly get the help of interstellar warriors? Could it be that everyone is Mr. GU? In previous wars, it was the Alliance that stunned others with the Phoenix, leaving them dumbfounded, completely at a loss as to what to do. Now, the same situation has happened to the Alliance itself. But soon after, they realized that the interstellar warriors helping the separatist forces of Xiaxing I-3 planet were not ordinary interstellar warriors. They did not bear the imperial Aquila insignia, nor did they carry the medals that proclaim honor. Were these members of the interstellar warrior betrayed? The situation had become serious. Relevant intelligence was rapidly transmitted back. At the same time, warships in the planet's orbit began to prepare to step up fire support. What about interstellar warriors? Without any orbital control, even the most formidable interstellar warrior would still have to obediently take the bombardment on the surface. However, the United Fleet's commander was quickly proven wrong. Did those mutinous interstellar warriors really not have any means to threaten the orbit? Indeed not. Xiaxing I-3 had a decrepit small starport, a few anti-orbit cannons on the ground that could be counted on one hand, no star fortresses in orbit, only a few armed space stations, at best able to defend against small-scale pirates. Against the current naval scale above in orbit, with escort ships and destroyers adding up to a double-digit count, and at least 20 patrol ships, they had no capacity to respond. But, who said that these mutinous interstellar warriors, popping up from who knows where, could only exert force from the surface? While the ships of the United Fleet were busily bombing from the orbit, their stargazers soon made a chilling discovery. They noticed the sudden appearance of a massive, unidentified starship within the star system. This starship apparently had been hidden behind the star all along, its massive presence obstructing many standard monitoring methods. And now, this warship had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching everyone by surprise. But if it were just one warship, there would be nothing too frightening about it. After all, there were more than 30 warships in Xiaxing I-3's orbit. But soon, as this colossal vessel drew nearer, and observers were able to examine it in greater detail, and the related intelligence was transmitted back, sheer terror ensued.
The ship was enormous. It appeared to be 28 kilometers long. Despite its ominous appearance and being decked with many disgusting demonic goat's head images, and many chaotic 8-pointed star patterns that were explicitly defined as taboo and not allowed in human society, the overall design still allowed some veteran Navy personnel to recognize it as a ship very similar to the Retribution-class battleship of the human Navy.
The Retribution class was a bona fide mainline battleship. It was also the most common battleship in the Imperial Navy. Clearly, this was no friend. It is highly probable that it was the right of those mutinous interstellar warriors on the ground. Nobody could have imagined that this group of interstellar warriors actually had a battleship in their possession. Although this Retribution-class battleship was just a lone ship, without a large number of non-mainline ships to fight alongside it, which would reduce its combat effectiveness and make it much more vulnerable. But no matter how fragile, no matter how much its combat effectiveness was reduced, it was still a bona fide battleship.
Presently, the ships orbiting Xiaxing I-3 that were part of the United Fleet were all children compared to this battleship. Its main guns of X grade could take out a child with a single shot.
No matter the grade of the energy shields or the armor, just escort ships or destroyers with their high-powered energy shields were just that. A single shot would blow up both the ship and its shields together. Conversely, the lighter firepower of the United Fleet's ships was much less of a threat to the battleship. They probably couldn't even break through the enemy's void shields, and our 30 ships would be called out one by one and be completely destroyed. The naval battle on the Xiaxing I-3 had not truly erupted. The commander of the United Fleet knew it was impossible to fight, so they certainly didn't force a confrontation. They simply detached from the planet's orbit and fled with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, that ghastly Retribution-class battleship did not pursue them. It only approached Xiaxing I-3, bombarded the surface with a few cannon rounds, then deployed transport ships that landed on the ground. Soon, these transport ships returned to it. Immediately afterward, the battleship left the planet's orbit and set off into the distance. The unnerved ships of the Alliance Navy had also come to their senses by this time. This battleship was probably belonging to the rebel battle group that had appeared on the planet. Its emergence into the planet's orbit was likely just to retrieve the battle group. It seemed this battle group did not wish to occupy the planet. They must have realized that with their strength, even with a battleship at their disposal, they could not realistically confront the Alliance head-on, especially not achieve victory on the ground. So what was their purpose in causing trouble? Considering the events that had occurred before, it was probably to lure the official Phoenix to come.
And they indeed succeeded. They tricked 2 Phoenix squads into landing on the surface and falling into their clutches.
What did they want with the official Phoenix? It was likely for the gene seed. Having received intelligence from the front lines, Jiyu Hang had made this assessment. Even the identities of these individuals, Jiyu Hang had surmised, and he felt it was highly probable he was not mistaken. The stain of the Phoenix, that rebel force known as Ashen Deceased. After learning of this force from a few Phoenix deserters from Sydney Blaywins, Jiyu Hang felt that these fellows would eventually cause trouble for the Alliance. The reputation of the Alliance was growing, and the Phoenix were becoming increasingly known as the news of the Alliance's resurgence spread. That traitorous leader named Zhang Jiwa had an extraordinary pursuit of the Phoenix's lineage. His causing trouble was almost inevitable. However, his timing couldn't have been worse. The Alliance was currently mostly preoccupied with the frontline battle against the Greenskins. A sudden fire in the backyard would definitely cause chaos. Perhaps, Zhang Jiwa had chosen this moment deliberately. But Jiyu Hang was not entirely unguarded. Since the war with the Greenskins had begun, Jiyu Hang had been very cautious with his use of interstellar warriors. He had not blindly thrown his most elite forces into the frontline battles because of their intensity. On one hand, the time had not yet come. On the other hand, it was Jiyu Hang's need to keep the Phoenix prepared for necessary defense. Instead of allowing these elite warriors to be depleted in direct combat, it was better to conserve their strength for a critical strike when necessary. Only, that necessary moment to strike had not emerged yet, and the event Jiyu Hang had been guarding against had occurred first. It seemed Yelicia would not be able to come to pick him up, nor could she immediately move north to participate in the Tamir campaign. Even Jiyu Hang himself would now have to personally visit Iron Horse. The situation in the Iron Horse sector definitely needed resolving. The relationship between this rebel force and the Phoenix was something Jiyu Hang could not ignore. At the same time, Jiyu Hang could not allow that suspected, Ashen Deceased rebel force to create turmoil in his rear. They had roughly 200 to 300 mutinous interstellar warriors, they worshipped the evil god, and they also had a battleship. Being able to operate this battleship meant they had at least a few 100,000 people on board. In head-on combat, excluding the battleship, this rebel group was not up to par. But considering the battleship and the risks of them possibly collaborating with separatist forces on many planets, if Jiyu Hang did not solve them, his rear would be thrown into utter chaos. Of course, he would not go alone. With a single message, he contacted Mattins. A month later, Iron Horse Sector, Iron Dong 2 star system. There were 3 star realm tunnels connected to this star system, leading to Tai Dong 3, Tai Dong I, and Border Horse Sector's Border Horse IV. The Wraith Spike was moving towards the jump point toward Border Horse IV. Or rather, it was fleeing. It was being chased by the human United Fleet. Although the battleship was formidable, the Retribution class had a flaw that simply couldn't be compensated for. It was slow and not agile enough. Despite its ferocious firepower, thick armor, and very high energy level void shield making it the most abundantly employed flagship in Empire battles, capable of being an absolute core of attack and defense in large fleet battles, it also required a large number of cooperating escort ships to ensure its protection. But now, there was no such group alongside Wraith Spike. Hence, they did not dare engage directly with the United Fleet. Over the past month, there had always been some smaller ships tailing them, monitoring their movements. Whenever they tried to turn around to fight, these smaller ships, taking advantage of their speed and agility, would immediately scatter. As soon as they turned back, the ships would follow again. The leader of Ashen Deceased, Zhang Jiwa, was incredibly irritated. He even ordered that after performing 1-star realm jump, the ship should stop at the other side's jump thread IDX to prepare for an ambush against the following small ships. However, the plan failed. The small boat that had been following their trails didn't jump at all. Instead, on this side of the Star Realm tunnel, another small boat was watching them from a distance. It didn't matter if our boat was small, having many could do the job. If you can't catch up, can't hit, and can't shake them off, then that's the only option. At first, Zhang Jiwa just found it annoying but didn't feel it was particularly dangerous. Let them watch. What can you possibly do to me? At worst, they are only afraid of spying on him. When he actually wants to do something, these small boats have no way to stop him. However, by now, he was starting to feel something was wrong. A long surveillance could be overlooked, but the wizards on his ship had repeatedly provided him with intelligence, informing him that a large number of ships were shuttling through the Star Realm tunnels around Tai Dong 2. What do they want to do? Ambush me? It really seemed like it. If a fight was to break out, a fleet with 3 cruisers as the main force and a total of more than 100 ships against a lone Retribution-class battleship, who would win? That's not easy to say. The latter's chances of winning might not be more than 20%.
Before, he thought the so-called alliance wouldn't really fight him to the death. If they defeated him, what then? The United Fleet would have to pay with the loss of at least more than half of its ships, most of which were likely to be cruisers.
Is such a high cost worth it? You are still at war with the Greenskins? Indeed, Zhang Jiahua was aware of this information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. It was precisely because the alliance was in a state of war, and this war appeared to be extremely fierce, that he had come to this place. What he wanted was indeed just as Ji Yuhang had guessed, the gene seed of the Phoenix. The Ashen Dead Squad was a group of deserters from among the Phoenix who were born after turning to the Chaos God. Back then, people like Zhang Jiahua thought that the Phoenix was doomed to destruction, and staying would have been meaningless, only to die with the battle group. It was all the Empire's fault. The Phoenix were fighting for the Empire, and it was the Iron Armor who were traitors. Yet in the end, they were betrayed by the Empire, sentenced to the Penitent Crusade, and doomed to a fate of certain death on that expedition. So, they rebelled, they turned to the evil god, and named themselves Ashen Dead. From the ashes of the burned-out Phoenix, the dead returned from hell with a fire of vengeance. Such was the meaning behind their new name. But who could have imagined that the Phoenix hadn't died at all? Not only did they not perish, but in those years, with the support of that alliance that had emerged from who knows where, they had grown stronger and even began to show signs of returning to their former glory. How could Zhang Jiahua and his ilk accept this? Was our choice back then wrong? That's impossible. To prove they weren't the wrong ones, Zhang Jiahua led his war faction to the Eastern Cosmos domain, the Dragonhawk Star domain. Here was the opportunity to expand the scale of the war faction. This place held the gene seed they had long desired, kin of their own blood. They also looked for opportunities to destroy this human power spanning nearly 100 worlds. Solely with their power, that was of course not feasible. But weren't there the Greenskins? As long as sufficient chaos was caused in the rear, it could be done. Hence, the incident aboard Iron Horse I-3 occurred. Through the wizards, they corrupted the captured Alliance spies, delivering false intelligence, and sent down 2 teams of Phoenix. Those 2 teams of Phoenix, totaling 20 individuals, ended up with a predicament that was anything but delightful. Although the fighting capacity of the Phoenix was undoubtedly strong, the Ashen Dead were all veteran soldiers. It was a classic case of the prepared versus the unprepared, a tenfold force effortlessly overwhelming the new Phoenix recruits. That they couldn't even send a message out was only to be expected. Sadly, the so-called Alliance's response speed was still very quick. They could only run. They had thought they could easily escape on their big ship, but it seemed that wasn't possible. But even now, Zhang Jiahua couldn't quite bring himself to believe that the Alliance really dared to deploy their precious fleet to besiege him. However, he wasn't unprepared for this. The corresponding orders were given. The Wraith Spike continued its course toward Border Horse IV. If the Alliance's fleet didn't dare go to war, they could swagger away, but once the battle began, bring it on. Firstly, the Wraith Spike would be capable of blowing up almost half of the Alliance's fleet. Of course, the Wraith Spike would also be done for. But what of it? They were interstellar warriors. In battle, they could let the Wraith Spike charge and smash its way towards the clustered Alliance ships. When asked what the most powerful weapon on the Retribution-class battleship was, it probably was not any light spear array, nor any oversized colossal cannon, but rather the ancient ram mounted on the prow of the ship. Using its massive bulk, a Retribution-class battleship's charge would smash any smaller vessels to bits, and it itself, protected by the ram, would suffer no harm. Of course, this wasn't any kind of conventional weapon, and no one used this thing as the decisive weapon in a real sea battle. The so-called ram served mostly a decorative purpose. However, if the battle really did break out below, Zhang Jiahua didn't intend to have the ram act as pure decoration. Both cannons and ram could be put into action, and after the ships drew near each other, the Ashen Dead Squad could apply their biggest tactic, the boarding tactic. Whether it was through boarding ships after closing the distance or simply through direct subspace transmissions by the former think tank, now the war faction wizard of the battle group. Once on board the enemy's ship, They could take control, use the war faction wizard to summon chaos divine power, and rapidly corrupt the crew. In a very short time, they could hijack the ship. Then they could continue fighting. Using such tactics, they could be executed multiple times in succession. How many ships did the Alliance have to be taken from them? Each success for them meant one less ship for the Alliance and one more for them. Wouldn't that make up for the escort ships Wraith Spike was lacking? If what they captured were the main cruisers from within the United Fleet, the situation would get even worse. In short, for Zhang Jiahua, if there was to be a fight, so be it. And indeed, the whole situation developed just as he had anticipated. When the Wraith Spike approached the Star Realm tunnel jump point leading to Border Horse IV, a fleet jumped out from there. At the same time, from the jump point at Iron Horse I, a group of Alliance ships also appeared. They belonged to the same group, a pincer strategy, also devised by the fleet commander, Major General Yelisia. Maintaining a distance from both sides and avoiding concentrated attacks by the Wraith Spike, they prepared to carry out an encircling move. In this situation, Zhang Jiahua no longer considered any other factors. He issued orders again, informing all members of the battle group. Prepare for battle, let us have a glorious fight. And his brothers gave him a clear feedback. Roar. He shouted again. Blood for the blood god. The communication channel immediately echoed. Skulls for the skull throne. Amidst the high morale and bloodthirsty cries within the Ashen Dead, the distance between the two sides grew ever closer. The Wraith Spike opened fire first. Its range was farther than any other ship in the Alliance. And this caught the Alliance fleet somewhat by surprise. A Silver Sword class escort ship was hit. The X-grade light spear array instantly melted the Silver Sword's energy shield, and the force of the blast punched a big hole in the ship. Immediately, the Silver Sword lost power, spinning in space. Then after half a minute, a more violent explosion occurred inside the Silver Sword, turning it into a fireball in the void. Wraith's Spire scored a victory right from the start. One cannon blast destroyed a Silver Sword ship. That was the expected performance of a Retribution-class battleship. A solid hit with the Heavenly Punishment light spear array of X-grade meant results like this. Moreover, aboard the Wraith Spire, there were 3 more X-grade colossal cannons of the same grade. In terms of firepower, the colossal cannons of the same grade were much more powerful than the light spear array, but the trade-off was a significant drop in accuracy.
There were also 18 powerful weapons of L grade, already amounting to the same number as those of the 3 human fleet cruisers put together.
Such was the might of a battleship. Of course, losing an escort ship as soon as the fight started was also a matter of luck. From such a distance, even the light spears were not that easy to target accurately. In fact, the subsequent 3 colossal cannon shots, along with multiple salvos of L-grade weapons, all missed their mark, with only a few managing to hit but failing to cause any further damage.
During this process, the fleets were closing the gap between them.
The Wraith Spire charged full speed at a part of the United Fleet that had emerged from Border Horse IV. As the distance between them diminished, the exchange of fire became more accurate, resulting in a rise in the hit rate for both sides. The human fleet's losses began to escalate, but at the same time, the void shields surrounding the Wraith Spire started to flicker more frequently, gradually turning a dangerous shade of red. Some of the United Fleet's firepower could even penetrate the void shields, directly damaging the Wraith Spire's armor and hull.
The strength of the void shields mounted on the Wraith Spire was, of course, very high, but it could not withstand being the sole target of attack. Without any escort ships to intercept fire and not even small ships to shield it, all of the United Fleet's artillery needed to be endured by the ship itself. Even the strongest void shields couldn't withstand such relentless bombardment.
Not to mention, half of the pursuing fleet continued to pour firepower onto it as well. Yet despite this, the Alliance fleet's achievements were limited to only turning the Wraith Spire's void shields red. The cost was steep, as in a short span of time, at least 10 warships were reduced to space debris. Even the cheapest patrol ship cost more than 30 million each. 10 ships amounted to 300 million. Not to mention, amongst the destroyed warships, there were also 3 escort ships. In a mere moment, the Alliance's losses in the naval battle had exceeded 1 billion. Naval decisive battles were indeed the most expensive affairs. Without the Tianma fleet being taken under the wing of Ji Yu Hang, Without the centuries of accumulation from the GU commercial firm, the ships the Alliance had saved over the years would not have been enough to sustain the battle. Even with such an exchange rate, Zhang Jiahua aboard the Wraith's Spire was still not satisfied. Did he care about knocking out a few small Alliance ships? Of course not. At his command, the mighty firepower of the battleship ferociously targeted the absolute core of the opposing fleet cluster in front of them, that cruiser. However, much of the firepower was intercepted. Even those that couldn't be intercepted were met with patrol ships ready to take the hit. After such a long exchange, they had failed to pose any substantial threat to that cruiser. Nevertheless, the gap had narrowed to the point where Zhang Jiahua was satisfied. Led by the war faction wizard, 200 interstellar warriors were on standby inside 4 boarding torpedoes. Directly boarding through boarding torpedoes was a conventional tactic for the human navy. Boarding torpedoes themselves were not cheap, and when loaded with personnel and equipment, the cost was even higher. In naval battles, all sorts of accidents could happen during the flight to board, making them easy to intercept. If intercepted, both people and craft were lost together, and the loss was immense. Moreover, given the limited space inside a boarding torpedo, there was a limited number of personnel and equipment that could be carried, and there was no guarantee of victory even after boarding. The Greenskins loved such tactics, for they did not value their lives, and their boarding torpedoes were as cheap as if they cost nothing. Human fleets disliked this approach. Although the Navy Marine Corps wasn't really valued by the naval brass, there was still a need for a balance between cost and effectiveness. Except for the interstellar warriors. They were strong enough and elite enough that even with few in number, they could accomplish tasks that normally required large forces, perfectly suited for boarding combat on a battlefield with limited deployment options and confined spaces. The only issue was the security of the deployment. Interstellar warriors were powerful but also very valuable. The destruction of a boarding torpedo wasn't critical, but the loss of a vessel full of interstellar warriors was something no one could afford. Thus, when the battle groups engaged in boarding combat, they each revealed their ingenious methods in this phase. They sought ways to accurately and safely transport personnel to the enemy ships. Some improved on the boarding torpedoes, making them sturdier and more agile, or invisible to detection, coupled with multiple launches and lots of false targets to hide the real boarding torpedoes. In short, they spared no expense. Others experimented with psionic teleportation, which was more precise but had higher requirements, as well as risks. It was prone to being displaced by counter-teleportation devices. And the Ashen Dead employed a combination of both methods. Zhang Jiahua on the command bridge, staring at the swarms of Alliance ships before him, his eyes filled with madness. He shouted loudly, "Depart!" Immediately after, the Wraith Spike unleashed more than 20 boarding torpedoes. Of these, most were dummies, with only 4 actually filled with the Ashen Dead. The Alliance fleet's intercepting firepower, of course, sprang into action, destroying many boarding torpedoes. The 4 genuine boarding torpedoes carrying the Ashen Dead did take some hits as well. However, all 4 were equipped with small energy shields, which blocked the attacks. Of course, this also revealed their positions, but it didn't matter. In an instant, a crimson light enveloped the 4 boarding torpedoes, and suddenly, they vanished. The next moment, all 4 boarding torpedoes simultaneously appeared inside the void shield of the Opera cruiser. Then, they violently breached the hull of the Opera cruiser. The incredibly hard conical front of the boarding torpedoes broke through the cruiser's armor and, while causing a minor explosion that detached the combat section, conveniently created a great exit space for the warriors inside the torpedo's rear compartments.
Following that, a total of 200 mutinous Star Warriors from the 4 boarding torpedoes all burst out.
In a very short time, they cleared out the surrounding enemies. On a cruiser like the Opera cruiser, which typically has 100,000 personnel, a significant portion belongs to the so-called ship's world of those born on the ship, whose parents, or even grandparents, were crew members. They serve as ship's servants and include several families of technical officers. These people are critical for a starship to be able to launch, to sustain itself during long voyages. At the bottom of the starship, they even constitute a closed, self-sustaining society. On ships of the Tianma fleet, this phenomenon was not particularly pronounced, and some sailors were able to retire and leave the ship, to be replaced by new people from terrestrial planets. After all, they were often stationed at their home base. However, within the Empire, some ships that were always on assignment, Constantly traveling through space, the so-called ship's world meant that generations had never left the ship, intermarried amongst themselves, and spent their entire lives on board, which was quite common. But regardless of whether they were recruited or had been on the ship for many years, these sailors, workers, and serving class clearly lacked combat capability. Even during times of war, when they would be issued weapons, it was the same case. After the Ashen Dead successfully boarded, they first encountered resistance from these armed sailors, amounting to a few thousand people. They were, of course, swiftly swept aside by the boarders. Then, the mutinous Star Warriors did not continue their fierce assault. Instead, they paused and waited on the spot for 2 minutes. During this time, more boarding torpedoes came in. These boarding torpedoes, without the help of the war faction wizard, did not have teleportation capabilities and suffered heavy losses while breaking through the intercepting firepower. The greatest loss occurred when they slowed down to pass through the void shield. Out of 16 boarding torpedoes, only 3 made it through. This rate was very low, and it was significantly less than what would be expected under normal conditions. This was because, on the current battlefield, the Alliance only had the Wraith Spike as a target. When the boarding torpedoes appeared, a large amount of intercepting firepower was naturally drawn to them. From this perspective, having 3 torpedoes managed to board was already quite impressive. And from these 3 boarding torpedoes, a total of 1,500 people disembarked. They were all dressed in black and red combat suits, with a significant proportion of them equipped with exoskeletons. These people belonged to the servant troops of the Ashen Dead. After joining up with the real Ashen Dead, the total force of 1,700 people began to advance into the interior of the Opera cruiser. During this process, the Opera cruiser's troops also began to assemble. Aside from the regular crew, out of the 100,000 on the ship, there were 20,000 from the Navy Marine Corps, even equipped with armored vehicles, sentry mecha, and the likes. These troops' combat effectiveness, of course, was much stronger than the sailors from the first wave. However, as the Ashen Dead advanced with their elite auxiliary forces, the Navy Marine Corps once again miserably became a backdrop. The armored vehicles blocking the main corridor inside the starship were destroyed by the Ashen Dead's plasma guns, then swiftly pushed aside, dismantled. Right after that, the Terminator squad of the Ashen Dead burst through the breach, shrugging off the bombardment from the semi-fixed autocannons behind them, using handheld grenade launchers to remove all of those human firepower points. After clearing the corridor, the troops immediately followed up, and ahead of them appeared another team of sentry mechas from the Marine Corps, but this time they were directly cleared out by the mutinous Star Warriors using bombardment guns. Leading the entire team, the Interstellar Warriors' pace of advance, though sometimes fast, sometimes slow, was on the whole quite smooth, and they resolutely headed toward the starship's command bridge. The command bridge is the command center of a warship, as well as its brain. Once there, they could take over control of most of the starship. At the same time, they could also use the broadcast system facing the whole ship from that point to quickly spread chaos corruption through the war faction wizards. This was a temporary measure, unsuitable for large-scale use. But in the critical, enclosed environment of the starship, it was quite effective. This move they had already used many times in the past, and were adept at it. To take over the ship was just such a simple matter.
The commander of this unit of the Ashen Dead, Ankoni Ben, even found it a bit boring. He said, "This so-called alliance really isn't anything special.
Just like the ships of the other empires, there is no difference. Weren't they saying there's a phoenix? Why hasn't it shown up? It would at least relieve our boredom to have those nobodies, those green recruits appear." While he was saying this, suddenly he received intelligence. An auxiliary army group arranged on the flank reported they had been routed. At first, he thought it was just the work of an elite force from the Marine Corps. After all, those on board the starship also had a considerable number of sentry mechas. The auxiliary forces positioned on the flank, although highly skilled and augmented by Chaos Divine power, could still be normally defeated under enemy numerical superiority. The commander quickly arranged for support, and another auxiliary force rushed over to plug the gap. But soon the squad was annihilated. At the same time, new information came in. Those who had routed them were not merely Marine Corps soldiers, but a group of warriors wearing red-powered armor. At this, Ben really got excited. To say it was boring, and then interesting things appeared, didn't they? However, after thinking it over, he still decided not to deviate from the plan. Their current priority was still to take the command bridge first. Once they held it and let the war faction wizards do what they needed to do, their main force could just stay inside the bridge with ease. Those green recruits, those nobodies, if they wanted to do something, they would naturally have to attack the command bridge proactively. By that time, they could set up a defense line at the command bridge and easily wait for the enemy. In his view, it was normal for a few interstellar warriors to appear on this cruiser, but the number should not be large. However, the subsequent messages, one after another, put him on alert. From another direction on the flank came sightings of Phoenix interstellar warriors. Following that, the frontal assault troops also reported encountering resistance from the Phoenix, limiting their advance. How many are there? Anconi Ben already felt something was wrong. But if it were just limited to this, he would just feel wrong, anxious. Even if they had 100, or even 200 Phoenix in front of them, so what? These new Phoenix, just as he said, were green recruits. By their standards, a bunch of people who had just become interstellar warriors, at most for 10 years, so what was there to fear? Anconi Ben looked down on the current Phoenix, calling them rookies, and of course, there was a reason. Among the members of the Ashen Dead, most were former members of the Phoenix who had withdrawn from the penitence expeditions. Regardless of their willpower or quality, they were, after all, bona fide Centennial veterans. Another part of the members who were not from Phoenix were those mutinous star warriors that Zhang Jiwa had absorbed and integrated over the past decades through fire and threat, temptation, and protection from the evil god. They were also all veterans. The rebirth of the Phoenix battle group began when they finished their penance expeditions and cooperated with the Alliance. The time that had passed since then was just about a decade. Even the Phoenix who appeared on this starship now were the very first group of interstellar warriors. Their combat careers had lasted merely this much time. Typically, one veteran could handle 3 rookies without a problem. That was even under conditions where the equipment was equal. Moreover, when the scale of the forces involved increases, this proportion of attrition would even rise. One veteran could fight 3 rookies, maybe 100 veterans could take on 400 rookies. The larger the scale of the battle, the more complex and variable the situation could become, allowing the veterans' experience to play a greater role. There were 200 of these veterans here. Could the newly formed Phoenix bring out 800 now? According to the information they gathered, that clearly wasn't possible. Therefore, Anconi Ben was just slightly nervous, even somewhat excited because of the emotions stirring within him. This was somewhat of a challenge, otherwise, there was nothing serious enough to make him buckle down. And since it was time to be serious, naturally, they could not be too careless. Their core target had never changed, the bridge of the Opera cruiser. The central assault force, comprising the 200 Ashen Dead, was always deployed in the main attack at the front, only guarded by the auxiliary army on the flanks to prevent interference with the assault team. But now, they had to fight even more resolutely. Anconi Ben decided to visit the front line himself. Dressed in Terminator-powered armor, he led an entire Terminator squad, accelerating their advance as the army's spearhead. He finally saw the Phoenix blocking their path firsthand, causing their attack to be restricted for the first time. The narrow corridor couldn't accommodate too many people fighting simultaneously. The ones he faced were merely about 20 loyalist interstellar warriors. Looking at their bright red armor and the ostentatious Phoenix emblem on their shoulder pads, Anconi Ben even felt a momentary daze. Was it nostalgia? Of course not. There was only anger in Anconi Ben's heart. It was the kind of anger that could not be quelled unless the Phoenix were completely killed and destroyed. I will never acknowledge those ahead of us as Phoenix. They're not fit to wear this armor. Kill them all. Kill all these imposters. Clearly, others among the Ashen Dead shared similar sentiments. Encouraged by Anconi Ben, they were all howling and emboldened. However, when the Ashen Dead's Terminator squad began their full-fledged charge, the Phoenix directly retreated. Clearly, this was quite rational. There were but 10 to 20 Phoenix members in front of them, all wearing ordinary tactical-powered armor, facing the full charge of an entire Terminator squad. Blocking them was impossible, and retreating made sense. But this gave the Terminators and the Ashen Dead a feeling akin to punching cotton. Just as they were shouting their battle cries and charged with menacing momentum, the opposing side actually retreated. However, this allowed them again to advance a significant distance. According to the usual structure of a Moon-class cruiser, a musician class being a variant of Moon-class, they should now be close to the command center, the bridge. Ahead, past one large gathering center. They should arrive soon. The gathering center served as the departure point for the cruiser's Marine Corps. It could also be used to gather the ship's senior officers, muster their subordinates for speeches, and engage in collective activities. The space was relatively large. In a boarding battle, such areas could serve as the main defensive spaces. After all, when facing a boarding action, the attacking enemies were usually few but elite. In confined areas, elite forces could have a particularly significant role since the defenders couldn't leverage a numerical or firepower advantage. These relatively larger areas were better for strategizing troop deployments and more convenient for positioning powerful firepower. Conversely, for the attackers, such places were not so friendly. Despite being full of rage, even though anger and bloodthirsty killing intent seethed in his chest, Ankoni Ben was not blinded by this fury. He wouldn't recklessly charge in. He arranged for a small group of elite auxiliary army to enter the space first. After the elite auxiliary army entered, they found some defense, but it was just some Marine Corps from the starship, with no Phoenix in sight. It seemed like a trap. After thinking it over, Ankoni Ben still sent in more auxiliary army to try and take that place directly. If it was a trap, then they would test and see. The defense of that area was directly overtaken by the auxiliary army. Ankoni Ben remained uneasy, but since things had come to this point, he decided not to obsess over it any longer. After all, from this assembly hall to the bridge command, it was at most a distance of merely 300 meters. No matter what tricks those lapdogs of the false emperor had set up in the assembly hall, let them set it. Ankoni Ben was confident enough to lead his team and recklessly charge through the 300 meters. With overwhelming confidence, he led his team and stepped into the assembly hall. At that moment, gunfire erupted from all the passages leading to the assembly hall. Even the route they had taken to get there was included in the ambush. As expected, this place was just as he suspected, a trap. The moment they stepped in, enemies approached from all sides. Furthermore, in every direction, his elite auxiliary forces, imbued with chaos divine power, reported spotting traces of the red-armored Phoenix. These auxiliary forces, though mortals at their core, could hold a significant advantage against ordinary Navy Marine Corps. However, when facing the Phoenix interstellar warriors, they were as trivial as mere clay chickens and pottery dogs, easily destroyed. No matter how much Ankoni Ben looked down on the current Phoenix, no matter how he derogatorily referred to them as rookie eggs, they were legitimate interstellar warriors, not something ordinary mortal troops could contend with. Yet, what of it? Lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot. That was his assessment. He decisively ordered all the stationed auxiliary forces to hold their positions, defend to the death, and delay the advancing Phoenix as much as possible. Simultaneously, he led all his ashen dead in the charge toward the bridge spur. The interstellar warriors were fast. When they all ran, the 400 meters vanished almost in a blink. You break through quickly, but can you be faster than me? With such a thought, 200 ashen dead charged forward at full speed. But just as they entered the passage leading to the bridge, a splendid bolt of lightning streaked directly toward them from the end of the passage. Ankoni Ben reacted quickly, lowering his head and sidestepping, avoiding the strike. But an old Terminator behind him was not so fortunate. Ankoni Ben turned his head and saw a hollow about half a meter in diameter appear in the chest of his combat brother. The lightning had melted right through the thick frontal armor of the Terminator. What kind of weapon was this? Even a plasma cannon would hardly achieve this effect. Could it be that the defending army on the starship had positioned a plasma cannon at the entrance of the bridge command, aimed down the corridor? Were they not afraid the plasma cannon would blast through their own starship? Careful, it's a psychic, warned a war faction wizard at that moment. After saying this, the wizard added, not just any psychic, a powerful one. Ankoni Ben was about to speak when the roar of bombardment guns echoed from the other end of the corridor. Immediately following, he and his Terminator squad heard continuous sounds of bombardment hitting them. However, at the same time, without any need for his orders, the veterans ferociously retaliated. A normal bombardment gun, though damaging, was not significantly so against Terminator-powered armor. In contrast, the larger caliber heavy bomber guns or even the revolver grenade cannons held by the Terminators had the capability to inflict lethal damage on ordinary interstellar warriors in tactical armor. In terms of armor and firepower, the two sides were not equal. Even if the opponent pulled out a melt gun or plasma gun, the situation wouldn't change much. Admittedly, these types of weapons posed a bigger threat to Terminators, but they fired slow and had relatively limited firepower density. Any Phoenix daring to charge their weapons to attack them would likely die from the Terminator's firepower first. Yet, the reality once again surprised him. In front of him, at the other end of the corridor, a brilliant blue light membrane suddenly appeared, continuously blocking their firepower. This light membrane resembled an energy shield, but he knew it absolutely was not. If it were an energy shield, it could only be a mini shield at most, otherwise, it could not be positioned here. And if it were just a mini shield, then it wouldn't be able to block the combined firing of the Terminators and the many Ashen Dead behind them. Could it be the powerful psychic the war faction wizard had warned him about? But wasn't that a bit too powerful? During this process, another bolt of lightning struck, and another Terminator veteran fell. By now, Anconi Ben was somewhat panicked. He lifted his head and saw two figures under that brilliant blue light that greatly attracted his attention. One of them was a person dressed in the bright red armored Phoenix-powered armor, donning a black and white skull helmet.
Although the face was not shown, Anconi recognized him immediately. That was Priest Chief Rizzo of the Phoenix Battle Group.
He was someone who had provided him considerable help during his career as an interstellar warrior. It was as if he could feel the cold gaze through the skull helmet. This psychological pressure even made him turn his head away, daring not to meet their gaze. The other striking figure was a man dressed in a general's uniform. He did not look particularly tall, just a normal mortal stature. However, the dazzling blue light in his eyes was terrifying. The moment he made eye contact with those eyes, Anconi Ben felt his soul tremble. This trembling of the soul was not only from a direct impression of power but something deeper. Most directly, the power of Chaos God's grace, which he used to feel at every moment from the tyrant's divine realm, had greatly receded under the direct gaze of this man. Was this the powerful psychic the war faction wizard had spoken of? At that moment, the voice of the war faction wizard resounded in his mind again. Charge, kill him up close, I can only hold on for a little while. His voice was filled with pressure and pain. Anconi Ben could not remember when he had last heard his war faction wizard in such a condition. Previously, that guy had been the chief think tank of the battle group, possessing strong psychic power along with a sturdy physique of an interstellar warrior, more powerful than a so-called A-class psychic among normal humans. Not to mention, after they embraced the tyrant, receiving the grace of chaos divine power, and getting closer to subspace, the former chief think tank, now chief war faction wizard, had become even more powerful in his psychic abilities. It was only because the tyrant did not favor psychic powers, preferring the power of blood and fire. Otherwise, if he had sided with one of the other great powers, the chief wizard's power could have become even more formidable. But even so, since leaving the Phoenix, Anconi had never seen too many individuals who could match the war faction wizard in terms of psychic power. But now, the war faction wizard was not talking about how long it would take him to defeat this mortal, but how he couldn't hold on much longer against this mortal. That was unimaginable to him. However, now was not the time to be astonished.
He had never thought that a psychic, a mortal, would become the biggest obstacle in what he had thought would be an easy battle. But then, the cruelty granted by the evil god's grace surged in him at that moment.
And he had no intention of controlling it. Now was exactly when he needed this powerful impulse. Charge! He yelled, taking the lead. All the Ashen Dead charged with him. They even gave up continuing to shoot, chainsaw swords, flesh-tearing battle axes, skull-crushing warhammers. A variety of fierce and barbaric melee weapons emerged in their hands. They would end it with close combat. The chief wizard of the Ashen Dead squad was indeed quite formidable. In fact, he was equivalent to the level of a normal grade S psychic, which was only slightly inferior to Ji Yu Hang's typical level. But Ji Yu Hang, at that moment, had undoubtedly torn open the rift between reality and subspace, and the power of the Storm God Kingdom had already revealed itself. In this form, Ji Yu Hang, who almost reached alpha-level strength, could easily defeat the war faction wizard. He could strip away some of the wizard's connection to subspace, rendering the chaos blessing ineffective. Then, the weakened wizard would become a toy in his hands. However, Ji Yu Hang didn't do that. Dealing with a war faction wizard was not Ji Yu Hang's priority. Right now, he was at least doing three important things at the same time. Apart from wrestling with this formidable war faction wizard, Ji Yu Hang was also confronting those mutinous interstellar warriors. Especially those in Terminator armor. Ji Yu Hang willingly allowed the Phoenix battle group to engage the Ashen Dead rebels in a decisive battle, even if it would result in some avoidable casualties, as this was the Phoenix battle group's own will. Before setting out, after Ji Yu Hang transmitted the operation orders to Mattins, the Phoenix battalion leader burst with strong initiative. He had almost mobilized the entire battle group's maneuvering forces and invested them in the battle. And to Ji Yu Hang, the battle group's savior and loyalist, he strongly expressed a wish. It was better for the Blades killing the Ashen Dead to come from the Phoenix. Ji Yu Hang understood his thoughts and agreed to this request. But this did not mean Ji Yu Hang would let the battle group and war faction duel alone. That would only increase casualties. The Phoenix had just regained a strength of 500. Could they win against double the number of Ashen Dead? They should be able to. Although the opponents were all veterans, and the Phoenix was almost entirely composed of new recruits. However, these new recruits of the Phoenix weren't what people typically imagined. Before becoming interstellar warriors, every Phoenix interstellar warrior had undergone training through Ji Yu Hang's soldier token system and advanced to the T1 level. Purely in terms of combat experience and skills, they had reached the level of a regular interstellar warrior. This level was still no match for the veterans, but the gap was definitely not so vast that double the number couldn't overcome the opposition. Nonetheless, the casualties would not be small. Even if there were a significant number of elite soldiers from the 10th Brigade on board, wearing feedback-type powered armor, they posed a threat to interstellar warriors. However, their combat power was too different. Involving them in the fight would also result in significant casualties. Not to talk about sacrificing the Phoenix, even the loss of the 10th Brigade's elite would grieve Ji Yu Hang. If he were not present, it would be different, but as he was there, he would personally take action to significantly reduce the casualties of the Phoenix. Eliminating the Terminator squad from among the Ashen Dead was something Ji Yu Hang needed to do. This squad of Terminators from the Ashen Dead, all elite veterans, would truly cost the Phoenix many lives if confronted at close range. Totally unnecessary. Using a surge of spiritual energy to crush all the boarding Ashen Dead wasn't feasible for Ji Yu Hang. An interstellar warrior's body was robust, and their soul had a certain uniqueness, deriving from their bloodline and the subspace essence, which almost no one would recognize, but Ji Yu Hang could faintly discern. Extinguishing an interstellar warrior with spiritual energy would be very taxing, let alone killing 200 veterans all at once. However, using spiritual energy to protect the Phoenix, conjuring something akin to an energy shield but actually much more convenient like a spiritual energy guardian, was relatively easier. This greatly aided the Phoenix during exchanges of fire. Otherwise, in narrow passageways lacking cover, facing a group of Terminators more formidable than the usual tactical powered armors, the Phoenix would have been at a severe disadvantage. And after the group of Terminators began their charge, Ji Yu Hang used highly concentrated thunder spears to strike at the enemy. He could still manage to annihilate a Terminator with one strike. During the charge, Ji Yu Hang was engaging in this kind of selective targeting. In just a few hundred meters at the charge speed of the interstellar warriors, which was almost a matter of a few breaths, Ji Yu Hang launched a total of 6 thunder spears. For the Ashen Dead's Terminators, there was no way to avoid them in the current environment. Even if one dodged, the one behind it couldn't. The 6 thunder spears spelled death for 6 elite Terminator veterans. But finally, the Ashen Dead reached close quarters. During this process, in addition to the 6 Terminators killed by Ji Yu Hang's strikes, more than a dozen mutinous interstellar warriors from the Ashen Dead died under the barrage of various ranged weapons. And now, with the distance between the two sides very close combat was inevitable. For the Emperor, wielding a gravity scepter, Priest Rizzo shouted as he charged forward. He picked his target, Anconi Ben, the leader of the mutinous dead. A heavy collision occurred between the gravity scepter and the flesh-rending battle axe, and Rizzo was at a disadvantage. The output of the Terminator power armor was far stronger than that of regular powered armor. Anconi was utterly thrilled. He seemed to be back in the old days. In the past, he had more than once sparred with Priest Rizzo in the Warbands arena. At that time, he was never a match for Rizzo, who tirelessly corrected his moves over and over. Of course, in their interactions, sparring was not the main focus. They spent more time together in the chapel of the battle group's flagship, studying scriptures and analyzing the profound teachings of the emperor. He was born into a family of state church priests on the warband's homeworld, and he was expected to follow the path of his forefathers, to become a respected denizen spreading the gospel of the emperor and representing the divine emperor. However, from a young age, he disliked such responsibilities and preferred heroic legends and stories instead. Unsurprisingly, on the Phoenix's mother planet, no one could rival the renown of the Phoenix. The history of the battle group and the valiant names of every warrior flowed through the planet. Every person on the Phoenix's mother planet grew up listening to such legends. It was only natural for a young man to yearn for more. And so, when the Phoenix conducted another recruitment for new warriors, he naturally signed up. His parents supported his decision. Shouldn't they? It was only natural for the child of a divine emperor's priest to enroll when the divine emperor's angels were recruiting. If he were rejected, the experience would still aid Anconi Ben in his priestly career later, proving his unwavering loyalty to the divine emperor. But what if he were chosen? Don't joke, the odds were too slim. Out of hundreds of thousands carefully selected young people, the battle group only recruited 50 and the odds were extremely low. It was merely a formality. But this was his parents' viewpoint. The young Anconi dearly wanted to succeed. To become an angel of the emperor, fulfilling his family's long-standing faith in the divine emperor, would allow him to escape the dull and tedious religious scriptures and become the hero he had always admired, allowing him to chase the glorious honors he longed for. And indeed, during the training and selection process, he began to display remarkable talent. Although not among the best, he held at least some hope for success. However, he ultimately failed to be selected. In the last and most critical competition, he ranked only in the 70s. This was certainly a high achievement among all the candidates, but compared to the few slots available in the Phoenix, there was a significant gap. This slight gap was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. His fate then seemed to be shattered dreams, returning home, where his outstanding performance in the Phoenix's selection would lead various powers within the planet to vie for him. After all, even those eliminated from the Phoenix, holding such a ranking, proved to be one of the finest young people on the entire planet. Yet, no one understood the pain in his heart. However, in the end, a man wearing a skull helmet saved him. Priest Rizzo personally selected Anconi as an additional candidate to join the Phoenix. It was nearly the happiest day of his life. But after joining the Phoenix, he realized that many things were different from what he had imagined. Life as an interstellar warrior was not always glorious. Mundane training was the norm. Especially for new recruits. If it were just that, he could have endured it. But Priest Rizzo, the priest leader of the Phoenix battle group, did not choose him for his exceptional combat talent. No matter how outstanding he was, it was only relative. If he truly had exceptional talent worth making exceptions for, he wouldn't have ranked only in the 70s previously. Rizzo needed to expand the number of priests in the battle group, and Anconi was his chosen candidate. Before becoming a Phoenix, he had to bury himself in scriptures, and after becoming a Phoenix, he still had to bury himself in scriptures. Wasn't his becoming a Phoenix in vain then? Amidst his resentment, the only reward he received was occasionally being able to spar with Priest Rizzo in the arena due to his good performance. At those times, Rizzo would finally shed the stern face of a teacher and join him as a fellow warrior, sweating together. He thought he could never go back. Of course, he truly couldn't go back. Knowing that the Phoenix had been resurrected by the Alliance, that his mentor Rizzo was still alive, and that Zhang Jiwa had ordered the team to deal with this newly reborn Phoenix, he had envisioned this scene. Since he couldn't go back, he would bury it himself. Teacher Rizzo, your moves have slowed down. Rizzo didn't say a word, just put in a strenuous effort with the gravity scepter, taking on every powerful and heavy strike from Anconi. Each of Anconi's strikes was accompanied by a taunt, and his emotions soared higher and higher, his vision within the helmet already a bloody red. His movements were sharp and precise, each swing of the battle axe carrying a deadly threat. But Rizzo's gaze remained calm. His movements, though slow, were still steady. The gravity scepter danced in his hands as if it had its rhythm. Teacher, your moves are still so cliché. Copyright D. Haven't you made any progress over the years? Didn't you learn anything from the bogus words of the false emperor? That's really pitiful. Why not come and worship the blood god? He will grant you true power. Anconi mocked, his axe creating gusts of wind, nearly tearing the air apart.
He was almost toying with his opponent. The power of the blood god boiled within him. If he had wanted, he could have chopped off Rizzo's head with one swipe of his axe.
He didn't do that, he just kept activating the gravity scepter again and again, leaving wound after wound on Rizzo's body, satisfying his own heart. The next axe strike, he thought, would sever the teacher's hand. Suddenly, lightning flickered around Rizzo's body.
It gathered on the gravity scepter, making this already heavy weapon even more terrifying.
Anconi sensed something was wrong. His mocking stopped abruptly. He tried to quicken his offense, but it was too late. Rizzo's counterattack finally arrived. He swung the scepter wrapped in lightning as if a god had descended, with an unstoppable force. This is. A flicker of terror crossed Anconi's eyes. He tried to block with his battle axe, but the thunderous power seemed to tear through all defenses. The thunder burst forth, striking directly at Anconi's helmet. It was a killing blow, a perfect combination of lightning and gravity, instantly shattering Anconi's helmet, followed by the crushing of his skull. Anconi's body trembled a few times in the thunder, then, like a puppet with severed strings, slowly fell down, lifeless. The old priest had been suppressed throughout the fight, but with just one counterattack, killed Anconi. It was like a miracle. A regular powered armor under an interstellar warrior, with a gap that could not be bridged even by a Terminator. But Rizzo's strike carried a force that the captain of the Terminators couldn't react to, nor stop. The explosive thunder was lethal. Rizzo gasped for breath, but he could feel the power rising within him, not dissipating but growing even stronger, to the point where the wounds Anconi had inflicted no longer hurt. He turned back to look at Ji Hang, only to see the governor still standing in the same spot, the blue light in his eyes brighter than ever. Rizzo nodded slightly, aiming the gravity scepter at another enemy. It wasn't just him moved with the power of thunder. Every phoenix seemed to have been enhanced in the fight, demonstrating this miraculous power. That was certainly Ji Hang's doing. Once close combat ensued, making it no longer feasible to use thunder magic to annihilate the enemy, he switched tactics. On one hand, he tried to cut off the evil god's power, and on the other, he imbued the phoenixes with the power of thunder. After Anconi's death, the situation on the battlefield became clear. Although the phoenixes still had to pay a certain price, the eradication of all the ash dwellers present was no longer in doubt. With a bit of effort freed up, Ji Hang also finally intensified his effort, no longer tangling with that war faction wizard. His formidable spiritual energy instantly boosted his output. The war faction wizard, standing at the rear, had his helmet and visor instantly burst, blood spewing from them. His massive body then thunderously fell down. After dealing with another opponent, Ji Hang finally had the time to focus all his energy on the third task he had been undertaking. Tearing open the veil between subspace and the real universe, sending more heroic spirit warriors into the Wraith Spike. If Ji Hang merely wanted to secure a victory in this war, he could have achieved that already. The Wraith Spire was indeed powerful, after all, as a main battleship. But in Ji Hang's hands, it was still possible to tear apart the battleship's void shield and temporarily disable it. Then, with the full fleet firing in unison, the battleship lacking the protection of the void shield would quickly explode into space debris.
Although the armor of the battleship was also very thick, it couldn't possibly withstand the volley of an entire fleet without protection.
If it could withstand the first round, it wouldn't withstand the second. If Ji Hang had chosen to do so, the battle would have finished earlier. But didn't he covet their vessel? That was a main battleship. Alone and unprotected. Just the purchase alone would cost 50 billion, not to mention bloodsucking. Based on the financial situation of the alliance, it would take 5 years of savings. And that would still be under the condition that the alliance government wouldn't eat, drink, or spend money. Moreover, something like a battleship, even if you have the money, isn't easy to buy. The production of battleships in the Empire is limited, and they are claimed before completion or sometimes even before construction begins. Even if Ji Hang later acquired battleship technology and wanted to start production, that wouldn't be an easy task. Constructing shipyards is a strenuous endeavor. The sheer size makes the capital investment particularly huge.
And to draw such a blueprint was a bit difficult. Ji Hang hadn't even managed to secure cruiser technology yet.
Getting this battleship that came to his doorstep would save him years of effort. Since he was aiming to seize the ship, the most convenient method of victory naturally couldn't be used. To say nothing of blowing up the ship, even inflicting serious damage was unacceptable. for if the ship couldn't be towed back or was irreparable after being towed back, it would all be in vain.
And since seizing the ship was the goal, it naturally meant boarding it. It was necessary to kill all the mutinous Star Warriors and Chaos cultists corrupted by Chaos on board the battleship.
As for the damage that would occur during the process of seizing the ship, whether it was the loss to the fleet or casualties in the boarding combat, it was both inevitable and a necessary sacrifice. However, Ji Yu Hang still didn't choose to commence boarding combat at the very start of the battle. The technology for teleportation was not great in the Alliance. If teleportation was a must, then they could only rely on Ji Yu Hang leading his Storm Mage Corps into a teleportation combat. But that was very difficult. The situation was somewhat like the battle at Corellia. On that chaos-corrupted battleship, the power of the evil god was prevalent. Its affiliation, different from that of the plague outbreak in Corellia, didn't belong to the benevolent father, but rather appeared to be that of a tyrant seated on a brass throne. But undoubtedly, both were equally grand presences. Though of course, a battleship scale didn't equate to that of a world or a nest capital, it didn't mean Ji Yu Hang could easily use teleportation to send in too many troops. After all, although the scale of a battleship was smaller, this time Ji Yu Hang didn't have a blade like the Great Unclean Ones to act as an anchor point to deceive his opponent. He could only send in a force of around 2,000 men into the battleship. That was already 3 times more than the number they smuggled into Corellia, but facing hundreds of thousands of chaos evildoers, 200 or 300 mutinous Star Warriors, and battling within the domain of the Blood God, Ji Yu Hang still felt the risk was too great. Even if he participated in person and could guarantee victory, the cost was still a concern that had to be considered. A price that must be paid for greater gains was one he was not stingy in risking, but when it came to additional investments with equal returns, he didn't want to spend an extra dime. Coincidentally, those followers of the Blood God clearly intended to engage in teleportation combat. Then bring it on. First kill those who teleport over. That way, when they board the battleship for an offensive, the resistance would obviously become much smaller. Those 200 mutinous Star Warriors, it would definitely be much easier to eliminate them on their own warships than on the opponent's. And as long as those 200 mutinous Star Warriors were killed, the remaining forces of the Ash Dead might not even be 100, making the entire combat much easier. However, Ji Yu Hang couldn't really wait to clear out all the teleporting heretics before dealing with the Wraith Spire. If he did that, it would be too slow, since they couldn't dare to fire excessively at that battleship for fear of destroying it, and eliminating the traitors on the ship would take time. In such a case, it was tantamount to completely allowing the Wraith Spire to use the formidable heavy artillery of a battleship to attack their ships at close range, resulting in substantial losses. If it took just a bit longer, it was not impossible for the battleship to destroy half the fleet. That would have been a loss too great to justify. Ji Yu Hang definitely would not let such a result happen. Therefore, as soon as those 200 interstellar warriors started their teleportation, Ji Yu Hang simultaneously made a counter move, tearing open the rift of the divine realm and using spiritual energy to forcefully penetrate the veil between the Storm God Kingdom and that battleship. This was not so easy. What Ji Yu Hang had to tear apart was not only the veil between the Storm God Kingdom and the real world, he also had to break through the domain of the Blood God surrounding that corrupted ship. In the process of doing so, Ji Yu Hang's nostrils were filled with the stench of blood, and he was quite anxious, fearing that he might provoke a great demon. Ji Yu Hang had once killed a great demon, but it was only because the Great Unclean One, Zhe Wijia, had fallen ill and walked into the Storm God Kingdom himself, giving Ji Yu Hang a home field advantage that allowed him to kill the demon. Although Ji Yu Hang had become stronger than before, if it were to happen again, and the enemy didn't just give himself up, it was still hard to say what the outcome would be. Besides, even if he won, wouldn't it still be a tough fight? It's better not to meet such a challenge if possible. Fortunately, Ji Yu Hang had never come across such signs. A good thing. Once the direct tunnel to the battleship in the Storm God Kingdom was completed, Ji Yu Hang deployed his loyal Valor Spirit Legion into it. Theoretically, Ji Yu Hang could absorb the souls of every fallen Alliance warrior on the battlefield into the Storm God Kingdom and convert them into heroic spirits. Before, the number of casualties among Alliance warriors was relatively low, but after the Green Skins War started, this number skyrocketed.
In almost a year of war, not counting the packed army, just the land forces alone had suffered over 60 million casualties. Among them, 20% were seriously wounded but survived with pensions and retired from active duty, 10% were healed and could return to their old units, but the remaining 70% of that is, over 40 million Alliance warriors either perished on the spot or succumbed to their injuries in field hospitals in the rear.
Logically speaking, the souls of these 40 million dead Alliance warriors should all be in Ji Hang's divine realm. But realistically, that was not the case. Ji Hang could absorb that many, but he could not sustain the existence of that many heroic spirits. Why bother then? If he couldn't handle it, he might as well let them return to the Golden Throne. It's all the same. Currently, there were about 5 million heroic spirit warriors in Ji Hang's Storm God Kingdom. If anyone dared to enter his divine kingdom and battle him, these 5 million heroic spirits would become their worst nightmare. However, Ji Hang was not yet able to bring all 5 million into the real world. If he had the ability, he wouldn't need to fuss so much, he would just capture the ship and be done with it. Right now, the maximum number he could sustain in the real world was at most 500,000 to a mere tenth. But that was enough. Ji Hang had already deployed 70 to 80,000 on the Wraith Spire. It wasn't that he couldn't deploy more, there just wasn't enough space. The heroic spirits fought with the most fearless disposition, possessing combat consciousness and skills just like when they were alive. Their firearms, similar to the Alliance's standard G-series weapons, no longer fired physical bullets but launched bolts of lightning. After being attacked, Wraith Spire fell into disarray for a moment. In the past, it was always them boarding other ships. When had they ever been boarded? During this initial chaos, multiple firepower systems on Wraith Spire were overtaken by the heroic spirits. They didn't destroy these firepower points but defended them on the spot, engaging in determined battles with the retaliating chaotic evildoers. Meanwhile, more heroic spirits were attacking other areas. The defending army on Wraith Spire soon realized that they simply couldn't kill all these invaders.
These beings, glowing with blue light, could certainly be killed. However, the chaotic evildoers also always seemed to find that, just when they'd watched a recently constructed barricade manned by only 7 heroic spirits and had killed 3 of Tama's supposedly leaving 4 when their squad charged and reached them, they were shocked to find there were still 7 heroic spirits defending.
Heroic spirits couldn't be killed, and not in the real world at least. They would reassemble shortly after dying in the Storm God Kingdom. Every time one died, Ji Hang would casually replace it. Unless the chaotic evildoers on Wraith Spire could kill 5 million instances of heroic spirits in a short time, Ji Hang's heroic spirits were infinite.
How were the chaotic evildoers on Wraith Spire supposed to fight?
There was simply no way to fight. Compared to the unlimited heroic spirits, their numbers were finite. This situation had eased only after the Ashen Dead joined the fight. The leader of the battle group, Zhang Jiwa, had finally understood what was going on. He had heard that Ji Hang, the leader of the Alliance, was a powerful psychic. An A-level psychic was indeed formidable from all angles. But initially, he hadn't taken it very seriously. There were also mages within the battle group and even those who were A-level in strength. Their abilities were even higher due to also being interstellar warriors. But what was the deal with these suddenly appearing heroic spirits? This was something that had never been mentioned in the intelligence reports.
Ji Hang was very cautious about using the Valor Spirit Legion. For now, apart from the mechanic servants working in the Black Line factory and a very few researchers with a very high level of confidentiality, only a portion of the Phoenix battle group knew of the existence of the Valor Spirit Legion.
This had also been explicitly ordered to be kept a secret by Ji Hang. Ji Hang still trusted the confidentiality capabilities of the interstellar warriors. Zhang Jiwa already felt that he had fallen into a conspiracy, a trap specifically aimed at him and his ships. Fighting like a trapped beast, he led the less than 100 Ashen Dead on the battleship and personally joined the frontline combat. With him and nearly 100 Ashen Dead, the heroic spirits suffered heavy losses. To be frank, the actual combat power demonstrated by the heroic spirits was only slightly stronger than the average T5 level soldiers. After all, they couldn't shake off their strength levels from their lifetimes. Their greatest characteristics were their indestructibility and their unpredictable way of deploying. However, Ji Hang had obviously considered this as well. On the Opera cruiser, dealing with the defected Ashen Dead was Rizzo, the High Priest. And where was the battle group leader of the Phoenix? Right here, of course. Maddens and his Phoenix First Company, who had not participated in the battle on the Opera cruiser, were, at a crucial moment, transported to the Wraith Spire by Gu Hang and the members of the Storm Mage Corps through psionic teleportation. The long-suppressed rage could finally be unleashed. Maddens, along with his battle brothers, under the coordination of a large number of heroic spirit troops, eliminated one squad after another and searched the entire ship for Zhang Jiwa. And at this time, Zhang Jiwa finally showed his cunning side. He attempted to contact Anconi, but the communication device only emitted an endless buzzing sound with no response. He knew that the defected troops no longer had any chance of surviving, and the situation on the Wraith Spire was rapidly deteriorating. What to do if he cannot win? Of course, he had to run. If they didn't flee, they would soon be cornered and tangled by these undying heroic spirits, and then his former battle brother would find him with towering fury. At another time, he wouldn't mind fighting Maddens to the death, but not today. If they fought today, he would certainly be on the losing side. This battle was unnecessary. Zhang Jiwa, with a few loyal subordinates, moved to the boarding chamber. They exchanged fire with the heroic spirits in the corridors, and each step was incredibly difficult. Eventually, they burst into the boarding chamber. Here, there were several small, quick spirit ships, equipped with some anti-detection stealth features. He planned to escape by ship. The risks were indeed great. Escaping in this chaotic battlefield could easily result in being destroyed. But the Wraith Spire was definitely not getting away, his only choice if he wanted to survive. Zhang Jiwa skillfully operated the boarding system, preparing to launch a spare small escape ship.
However, just as they were about to detach from the warship, a figure suddenly appeared at the hatch. It was Madensa, the battle group leader of the Phoenix, his eyes cold, his armor still stained with blood.
When Zhang Jiwa saw Maddens and the group of Phoenix warriors burst in, his heart sank to rock bottom. But he still tried to appear fearless. "Maddens, my brother." "Shut up, you traitor." Maddens, full of rage, entered the room. Accompanying him were dozens of Phoenix warriors who had already engaged the Ashen Dead. Yet, no one bothered Zhang Jiwa. Before entering, the battle group leader had made it clear that this was his opponent. He wanted to personally slaughter this traitor. "Don't be so serious." Zhang Jiwa spread his hands, trying to say something more, but in the next moment took the opportunity, while speaking, to swiftly pull out his bombardment gun and shoot at Maddens. His series of actions was incredibly quick, as if honed through relentless practice. But Maddens was obviously on guard. "Ugly tricks," he sarcastically uttered as he blocked the bomb with his hardest shoulder armor. However, at the same time, Zhang Jiwa's demonic sword had already chopped towards him. The demonic sword in his hands was the fine-work dynamo sword he had worn in the battle group in the past, now even more sinister with the infusion of the evil god's power, carrying a foreboding blood hue. With a fierce strike of the demonic sword, he tried to dominate Maddens with his wild onslaught right at the start of the fight. The two giants clad in Terminator power armor engaged in a fight to the death. Maddens struggled to block, but in the melee of swordsmanship, he clearly fell into a disadvantage. "You were never my match before, and this time is no exception," Zhang Jiwa sneered.
What he said was the truth. Zhang Jiahua and he were from the same batch that entered the Phoenix.
During their rookie period, both had shown exceptional potential and were once simultaneously hailed as the next hope of the battle group. And they both lived up to expectations. However, there was still a noticeable difference in their abilities. Maddens had more leadership and command talent, while Zhang Jiwa excelled in swordsmanship, shooting, and physical gifts. This naturally led to different developmental paths, and logically, Maddens became a company commander at a relatively young age for an interstellar warrior. At the same time, Zhang Jiwa, although titled the champion swordsman of the battle group, had a different role than a company commander.
But this did not affect the deep brotherhood between Tama, at least that's what Maddens thought.
During the Crusade of Atonement, when he heard that an entire company led by Zhang Jiwa had gone missing and was destroyed, he was heartbroken. And at that time he was so heartbroken, but when he found out that Zhang Jiwa had become a traitor, he was filled with sadness and anger. Had it only been like Blaywins, abandoning their posts, it would have been forgivable, but they were in batches, organized, rebels. If those 200 or so Phoenix veterans had not defected, could the final battle of the Phoenix have been different? Could doubling the number of veteran Phoenix have brought more survivors back? making it less arduous to rebuild?
He truly hated Zhang Jiahua. Yet, hate as he might, one thing remained unchanged after all these years: he still couldn't defeat Zhang Jiahua.
Over the years, his skill level had indeed improved, even becoming more adept at using the Terminator power armor.
However, Zhang Jiahua's level was still above his. The progress Madden's made over these years couldn't compare to the blood god's evil power that Zhang Jiahua had received. This malevolent power further enhanced his blood and flesh power, significantly strengthening his physique, making his slashes even more formidable and forceful.
Linking several swords, each time Madden's body swayed more than Zhang Jiahua's, each time it was a very reactive defense. Accumulating, the disadvantage was quickly turning into a rout. On the contrary, Zhang Jiahua cut more and more excitedly. Defeat was imminent, and Madden sighed in his heart. With one more strike, the end from Zhang Jiahua was coming. Madden struggled into an upward sword block, but it was clearly not enough. Yet, at that moment, a burst of lightning erupted from his body. The explosive barbaric force repelled Zhang Jiahua's demon sword directly. The leader of the Ashen Dead cautiously stepped back several paces, looking at Madden's with surprise and doubt. Was this his power? No, it wasn't. Madden's had been able to release this special energy long ago. If he had done so earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so horrendously. Nevertheless, he waited until this moment to use this power. Zhang Jiahua discerned for a moment, then mockingly said, "You still call me a traitor? Just look at yourself now. I wondered where those indestructible little blue men came from, so you've sided with them too. Shut up, meet your death." Madden's, with a bolt of lightning in his sword, forced Zhang Jiahua's words back. Although Zhang Jiahua didn't finish speaking and had to fully focus on the greatly empowered heavy sword after the lightning surge, the mockery in his eyes only grew richer. Taking advantage of a pause, he was about to add, "How does it feel to side with a subspace powerhouse? Isn't it much cooler than believing in that fake emperor full of lies? Shameless rebel, don't compare me with you, ha ha ha, be honest for once." Madden's. Although laughing, the heart of today's Zhang Jiahua was entirely cold. Feeling the numbness in his arms, sensing that the blood god's power was dissipating with every clash, he knew the tide had turned against him. Now, he was resorting to verbal advantage, as there was nothing else left to leverage. If he couldn't gain an advantage verbally, what else could he do? He didn't dare hope that Madden's would spare his life. That was impossible. Eventually, in a fierce counterattack, Madden's powered sword, still crackling with lightning, pierced through Zhang Jiahua's armor and into his heart. Zhang Jiahua struggled in extreme pain, but in an instant, the lightning destroyed his heart, leaving his body weak. Madden's quickly withdrew the sword, then stabbed again, piercing the second heart. Blood spilled from Zhang Jiahua's mouth, he murmured weakly. "Don't trust the entities of subspace too much. None of them bear good intentions. I told you, don't compare me with you. Is that so? Then, I'll wait for you in hell." Before he could finish, Madden's pulled out the powered sword and with one sweeping strike, decapitated Zhang Jiahua. The headless body fell onto the cold metal floor. Madden stood beside the body of Zhang Jiahua and took a deep breath. His gaze then shifted to the others still engaged in the battle. Lifting his powered sword, still ablaze with lingering lightning, Madden's charged at the remaining Ashen Dead. Zhang Jiahua's death marked the end of the battle. After his death, the fighting aboard the ship had not yet concluded. Not to mention the heretics deeply corrupted by chaos. Even the mutinous interstellar warriors of the Ashen Dead still had many survivors, stubbornly resisting throughout the starship. But since it was merely stubborn resistance, it meant it did not affect the overall situation. The heroic Spirit Legion ravaging the starship had turned everything upside down. Once these heroic spirits had taken over a large number of the weapon system's launch platforms, the battleship quickly ceased fire, reducing the threat to the human military forces outside the starship significantly. Meanwhile, the human fleet also stopped continuing their attacks on the Wraith Spire. They simply besieged it quietly. Next, Ji Yuhang, along with Rizzo and the Phoenix, who had wiped out 200 Ashen Dead on the Opera cruiser, also teleported onto the battleship. With this, more than 400 interstellar warriors, along with the heroic Spirit Legion, slaughtered on the Wraith Spire, significantly increasing their efficiency. 3 hours after Zhang Jiahua's death, there were no longer any chaotic evildoers alive on the Wraith Spire. The losses of the heroic Spirit Legion were negligible. They would regrow from the Storm God Kingdom. The current deaths only added some spiritual stress to Ji Yu Hang, which he could recover from with some rest. The Phoenix lost about 60 warriors. The main losses occurred on the Opera cruiser. 400 of the Phoenix's new recruits who fought the 200 veteran Ashen Dead suffered considerable casualties. However, after this battle, the battle group's pharmacists had collected more than 300 gene seeds. The gene seeds left by the dead Phoenix would obviously be useful later. Those 200 plus, nearly 300 gene seeds of the Ashen Dead, were slightly awkward. The Ashen Dead were not merely deserters or traitors. They genuinely fell into chaos. They had accepted the power infusions of a chaos god and truly became slaves of chaos.
And after their deaths, the gene seeds they left behind might also likely be problematic due to their prior corruption.
Using such gene seeds to cultivate new Phoenix recruits? Ji Yu Hang wouldn't dare. Who knows what kind of monster might emerge? Even if there seemed to be no issue for the time being, it could still be a ticking time bomb in the future. It simply wasn't worth it. Nor was it feasible to use them to pay the gene seed tax. Ji Yu Hang did indeed hear that some starfighter battle groups would hand over other seeds as their tax. This usually came from some battle groups needing to expand their numbers or requiring rapid recovery. Generally, most battle groups would care greatly about the purity of their own battle group's gene seeds, but since they must pay taxes to the Empire, they exchanged other seeds instead.
But these battle groups generally used allies, or at worst, traitors' seeds. Using Chaos Starfield Warriors seeds was absurd. The Empire's collection of gene seed taxes partly intended to inspect the purity of each battle group's gene seeds from the genetic level, ensuring that there were no issues with any battle group.
Handing over seeds tainted with chaos would definitely provoke the Empire. Generally, captured chaotic gene seeds were certainly meant to be destroyed. But to destroy them all would still feel like a waste to Ji Yu Hang. 300 gene seeds, that would be 30,000 grace points if exchanged. Wasting is not a good habit. Nevertheless, Ji Yu Hang had come up with an idea to deal with these gene seeds. Although it was still immature and required many more trials, if successful, it might turn waste into treasure.
He collected all the seeds and divided them into two parts. The Phoenixes took theirs. Ji Yu Hang gathered the chaotic seeds and tossed them into the Storm God Kingdom, planning to deal with them later when he had some spare time.
Subsequently, some members of the Navy boarded the ship. When they arrived, the battle had already completely ended, and the Valor Spirit Legion had returned. Those left on the ship were only the 400-plus Red Armor Giants, including Ji Yu Hang. As these naval sailors and officers moved about the ship, passing by the Red Armor Giants, they couldn't help but cast admiring and awestruck glances at them. From their perspective, they had no idea about the Valor Spirit Legion. They naturally assumed that the cleanup of an entire battleship of 10 to hundreds of thousands of mutineers was all the work of these Phoenixes. A few hours, a few hundred people, to kill nearly 200,000. Indeed, it was beyond the imagination of these mortal officers. However, no one was there to explain anything to them. The commander who boarded the battleship, also selected by Ji Yu Hang as the captain of this Retribution-class battleship, was an Alliance Navy brigadier named Song Jianyun. He arrived at the bridge, saw Ji Yu Hang, and solemnly saluted the Alliance leader. Alliance Navy Brigadier, Song Jianyun, reporting to you.
It was the Alliance Navy, not the Imperial Navy, and the ranks were different.
In the past, the best destination for outstanding graduates from the Naval Academy on Flying Wing Star was the Tianma Fleet, to become a distinguished Imperial Navy officer. The next best option was to go to the ships of the Empire Commerce Guild led by the GU commercial firm. Now, there was another option of the Alliance Navy.
This option, for now, wasn't as attractive as the Tianma fleet. However, given that the Tianma fleet had been consistently losing ships without replenishment.
The two major shipyards of the Alliance had recently added new ships to the United Fleet under the command of either Yelisia or Zhao Shiliang, and now it appeared there was no difference between the Alliance Navy and the Tianma fleet. But Ji Yu Hang would definitely need to consider matters after the war. Certainly, new ships would all be funneled into the Alliance Navy. Including the just-acquired battleship. Yelisia, the Supreme Commander of the United Fleet and acting Supreme Commander of the Tianma Fleet, had no objection to this either. It was precisely because of this that the crew, including the officers who boarded this wave, all came from the Alliance Navy's ranks, which was quite normal.
Ji Yu Hang returned the salute to Song Jianyun and then said, "Quickly assess the condition of the ship." I hope it can still be operated. We need to tow it back to the Flying Wing Star shipyard. After repairs and modifications, this Retribution-class battleship will become the flagship of our Alliance Navy.
Yes, our technicians, under the lead of Chief Advisor Wang Joran, have already been working on this. According to the Chief Advisor's estimation, we need 1 day's time to complete the preliminary assessment and temporary repairs. Alright, make it quick. This length of time actually dissatisfied Ji Yuhang. But it was a bit unavoidable, as Ji Yuhang had consulted with the relevant technicians to assess the situation before departure. At that time, Wang Joran had already informed Ji Yuhang about this timeframe. Now, it was just following the expected schedule. To repair and assess the condition of the freshly captured Retribution-class battleship, the entire United Fleet was to stay an entire day within the Iron Dong 2-star system.
Despite Ji Yuhang's dissatisfaction with the need for such a long stop, Wang Joran, the dominant bishop of the Mingyang sect and the technical advisor to Flying Wing Star, didn't mind.
He had explained the reasons to Ji Yuhang. First, the shipbuilding technology of the Tianma star sector was already unmatched across the Dragonhawk star domain. But there was still no experience in manufacturing, maintaining, or repairing Retribution-class battleships. Having never worked on a ship this big, taking a whole day to do this was already quite efficient.
Second, the level of chaos corruption this ship had suffered was quite severely a much bigger issue than the former.
In fact, when Wang Joran initially told Ji Yuhang that he could get the ship back in working order, although he seemed very confident, he didn't actually have that much certainty. Buddha, teacher, aren't we deceiving the governor by doing this? His apprentice inquired quietly to Wang Joran while they worked. One of Wang Joran's mechanical arms pushed the apprentice's head back down. Focus on your work and cut the chatter. Another apprentice then spoke up with a smile. If teacher hadn't said it like that, what if Mr. Ji Yu had given up on the plan to seize the ship? How else would we have such an opportunity to get our hands on such a big ship? Wang Joran nodded slightly. That was indeed what he meant. Moreover, it was not just any Retribution-class ship. It was deeply corrupted by chaos. Chaos corruption was certainly not a good thing, but wasn't it also a rare occurrence? A rare battleship plus a rare state of corruption. How could the oilheads not be tempted? He was sure to come, however, the current situation was slightly beyond his expectations.
If it were only a matter of mechanical issues, it would actually be easier to handle. Although Wang Joran also lacked experience with Retribution-class battleships, many of the technical aspects of naval vessels were universal. Most importantly, the damage to this particular Retribution class wasn't that severe to begin with. Figuring out how to operate the ship would suffice.
But the corruption was different. The Mechanical Cult Guild believed that every mechanical creation in the world, from super starships as large as cities to the most ordinary gun, had a soul. This was what they called the machine spirit. Whether replacing a battery in a laser gun, lubricating the tracks of a lion tank, or blessing the interstellar warriors with incense and scriptures before departure, all were methods to soothe the machine spirits. Delighted machine spirits could make machines more stable and even perform extraordinarily. Discontented machine spirits, however, could cause malfunctions. Of course, although this notion was quite popular, it was mainly the sect of mechanics and its followers who took it seriously. The concept of machine spirits was rather mystical, and a good portion of people did not believe in it, or rather, did not understand it. In the present circumstances, Wang Joran had confirmed that rescuing this battleship would be exceptionally challenging. Primarily because of the mutiny of the machine spirits due to chaos corruption. The corrupted machine spirits were violent and bloodthirsty, filled with a madness-inducing power. To pilot this ship, if it was only for a short time, it might still be manageable, but if it was any longer than that, all the crew members would be at risk of infection and then falling into madness.
Crazed crew members, at the least, would begin indiscriminate attacks during battles with their starships, and at worst, might conduct evil rituals within the ship to call upon abyssal demons. This problem couldn't be solved just by repairing a few devices and components on the starships. It required a lengthy and complex technical solution to eradicate the corruption from the machine spirits. Even Wang Joran wasn't sure if there truly was a method to soothe and purify the machine spirits. At least he couldn't. After handing over the basic maintenance and repair tasks to the students, he spent the following day trying various approaches to see if any method of appeasing the machine spirits was effective. He conducted 15 attempts, each one failing.
There wasn't the slightest sign of life, and during the process of communicating with the machine spirit, he couldn't feel the slightest feedback from the Retribution-class battleship spirit. All he ever heard was its violent roars. Eventually, he even feared to continue trying. With each attempt to communicate with the machine spirit, he felt a tremendous psychological pressure. After all 15 methods failed, although he had a few more tricks up his sleeve, the chances of success were incredibly low, and there was even a risk of falling into the abyss himself. It just wasn't worth it. The following day, when he faced Ji Hang, he didn't dare to keep anything hidden or make up lies. He simply explained the situation as he knew it. At that moment, he was somewhat uneasy. Before his arrival, he had claimed he could pilot the ship back. Now, he hadn't exactly broken his promise. He could definitely pilot it back. But what was the point of returning if the ship's corruption issue wasn't resolved? It couldn't be of any use in actual combat. Even merely parking it in a starport posed the risk of spreading the corruption. But Ji Hang didn't seem to care too much about that. Smiling, he said, "As long as you can pilot it back, that's good enough. There's no time to delay, let's return now." Unlike what Wang Joran worried about, Ji Hang didn't fear any chaotic corruption. What he feared most were significant, insurmountable problems with the ship's mechanical systems. Should such a problem arise, he would be at a loss, only able to admit a major setback in this operation. Fortunately, with his careful precautions, such problems didn't occur. As for the issue of corruption, he had his ways to deal with it. He didn't quite understand the machine spirit, as defined by the sect of mechanics. To him, the concept had more religious overtones than practical significance. In this universe, which was neither materialistic nor scientific, Ji Hang wouldn't easily deny these mysterious notions. Their existence, widely acknowledged by many, could eventually turn fiction into reality. However, for the current matter, Ji Hang had his own pragmatic solution. He might not understand what a corrupted machine spirit meant, but he could tackle the problem in a very grounded manner, using thunder and storm divine power to cleanse the ship, from top to bottom, inside and out, washing every part, even every screw. With the divine power of storms and thunder, wash away the bloodline and divine presence that tainted the warship. If washing it once wasn't enough, then do it 10 times, 100 times. When the warship was in the real universe, out of the reach of the tyrant, and subjected over and over again to the cleansing ritual of the thunder divine power, there would surely come a time when it was completely purified. At that point, the corrupted machine spirit should also be cleansed of its corruption, right? Wraith's Spire had started to move in space, under the collective supervision of the Human United Fleet. The crew and officers of the Alliance Navy who boarded the warship were actually quite unfamiliar with piloting this type of vessel. At the same time, while navigating the ship, they felt an immense pressure, an inexplicable heat throughout their bodies, and occasionally they could see some crazy hallucinations and hear some unsettling whispers. These were all rather bad signs. On this battleship, Ji Hang had ordered many state church priests to be summoned from other ships. All crew members on the battleship must pray every 3 hours under the guidance of a priest. Several temporary shipboard chapels had been established on the ship. Ji Hang personally cleansed these chapels with the power of thunder. Then, the state church priests would use these chapels as the central area to preach and help the crew resist the intrusion of chaos. To be honest, these measures were all temporary. If this went on for too long during the prolonged interstellar voyage, the pervasive corruption of chaos would inevitably drive the crew into madness. Even the accompanying priests could eventually succumb to corruption over time. Fortunately, it wouldn't take too long to return from Taidong too. These temporary measures, along with Ji Hang's personal care, were just barely enough to hold on. The Flying Wing Star starport, which was informed of the news, had already prepared a docking position. The starport of Flying Wing Star had never hosted a warship of the Retribution class grade. The docking position now temporarily allocated was originally meant for Jufu-class transport ships. In terms of size, it was just about adequate, as the Jufu-class transport vessels were quite large as well. But the technical specifications and safety aspects, among other factors, the civilian and military berths were too different. Despite this, as soon as the operation began, the port started refurbishments under the orders of Ji Hang. However, this too required quite some time. But a temporary docking was acceptable. From Coralia, a team of battle nuns, accompanied by a large group of chanting nuns, together with state church priests called from various places, would take turns staying on this warship in the coming time. They would recite scriptures while sprinkling holy water, repeatedly cleansing every inch of the ship. They would transform and build chapels on the ship one after another, erecting statues of the divine emperor everywhere. They would arrange scripture ribbons and red clay seals in every possible place. These were considered standard measures. As for Ji Hang himself, as long as he was on Flying Wing Star, he must visit every 2 months to spend 2 days invoking the Storm God Kingdom or immerse the warship in the Storm God Kingdom, if that would suffice. Then, he would use the power of thunder to thoroughly cleanse the entire ship, inside and out. After that, he would repeat the process with the techniques of the state church priests and nuns, as well as the sect of mechanics, and continue to do so.
In this way, after many cycles, this Retribution-class battleship would eventually be cleansed one day.
In fact, Ji Hang already had an estimated timeline.
At most, 3 years. This was considering that Ji Hang might have to leave Flying Wing Star to handle other matters and could not always be watching over this warship to perform the cleansing ritual.
Otherwise, if pushed to the limit, it could possibly be done in just a year and a half. As for this warship, its past name was definitely to be discarded. As for the new name, Ji Hang had already decided. Firebath Nova. This trip to the south of the Seven Horse territory, solving the Ashen Dead issue, was naturally the biggest gain from the battleship. At the same time, stabilizing the rear and solving the historical issues with Phoenix was also an important matter. Otherwise, Ji Hang would always worry about such a hidden concern, not knowing when or where it might erupt. When an uncertain danger became an actual problem and was resolved, of course, it was a reason to be happy. This also meant that the Alliance could finally focus most of its efforts back onto the frontal battlefield against the Iron Tooth clan. Yelicia, leading half of the United Fleet, set off northward after a brief post-war rest.
Having wasted a lot of time encircling the Ashen Dead squad in the Iron Horse sector, it was now probably too late to arrive at the Temur star system ahead of the enemy's reinforcements and eliminate the green skin fleet already there. But still, Yelicia had to go. Otherwise, once the green skins reinforced, especially with their naval power becoming stronger, Du Shiliang would not be able to hold on. The warfare in the Temur star system could not do without the protection of the naval forces, or else the numerous land forces on the ground would suffer greatly.
Temur had already become a focal point of the war. With navies in the vast galaxy standing off against each other, the occasional loss of a small ship was a loss of tens of thousands, even millions of tax currency. And on the ground, billions of human warriors and green skins used every method possible, treating every inch of 2 planets as a battlefield, and fought desperately against each other.
Here, it was not only the focus of the war between the Alliance and the green skins but also one of the focal points of the entire war effort.
As the Alliance continued to bleed into Temur, they were also heavily bleeding the Iron Tooth clan. Even on the western front of the Star Domain, which the Beastmen were attacking, their offensive had weakened. At least, up to this point, Jindy Star was still in the hands of the sect of mechanics.
According to the information Wu Zhirong sent back to Ji Hang, although the situation on Jindy Star was worsening day by day and would definitely be lost if it continued, the long-awaited reinforcements from the Mingyang sect and the Star Domain government of the Fury Flame Battle Group were finally about to arrive.
The arrival of the Fury Flame Legion was the salvation desperately sought by the Star Domain government. In their understanding, as long as a legitimate interstellar warrior battle group like the Fury Flame Legion arrived, all problems should have been solved.
But in reality, that was not the case. The Fury Flame Battle Group was a standard interstellar warrior battle group, at least they appeared very standard. 1,000 true Fury Flame warriors arrived, possessing a complete set of interstellar warrior fleets, where the fleets, mortal servants and mortal auxiliary army were also very conventional.
Could such a battle group really turn the tide of battle as expected upon their arrival? Indeed they could. At least, once they arrived and engaged in the battle, the situation on Jindy Star had not deteriorated further. The interstellar warriors executed their most proficient tactic, and a very effective one against the green skin Orcha beheading. On the ground battlefield, the beheadings of several Beastman overlords who were leading the battles were all successful. The strikes against those overlords directly caused severe chaos in the Greenskins' ground offensive. The human army, under the command of the battle group leader of the Fury Flame Battle Group, known as Firewalker Becker Mathieses, who took over all command of the battle zone, led the human troops in several beautiful battles, annihilating a large number of elite Orc forces, and even momentarily repelling the Greenskins' offensive. Meanwhile, in space, the combat shuttle named Spiritfire from the Freeflame battle group brought significant pressure to the Greenskins. The Interstellar Warriors combat shuttle, a mothership whose scale and power even surpassed the standard Empire battleship. Its first strike caused damage to the Iron Tooth clan's Battle Moon and even destroyed 3 green skin cruisers. However, the Battle Moon remained formidable. Along with the original Iron Tooth flagship, a warship comparable at least to a battleship cruiser ultimately drove Spiritfire away. But even so, while the Interstellar Warriors of the Freeflame battle group were forced to retreat, they made a retaliatory strike.
They launched a jump-aided surprise attack on the Greenskin flagship.
What they most hoped for was to catch Chieftain Titus there and behead the great chieftain of the Beastman Empire. Eliminating him would plunge the entire green-skinned empire into prolonged chaos and collapse, leading to widespread civil war. This was a consolidating experience from the Empire's history of warfare against the green-skins across the universe, with almost no exceptions. If they couldn't capture Chieftain Titus on the ship, their plan to combat jump and internally destroy the enemy warship would still significantly aid future engagements by destroying a core green-skin battleship. However, this plan of jump-aided combat did not succeed. Titus was indeed there, they found him, but in battle, his Black Beast Guard squad displayed combat effectiveness not inferior to that of the Interstellar Warriors. Even though the Freeflame Warriors dragged the battle into their preferred close-quarters combat, would the elite among the green-skin orcs fear hand-to-hand combat? Clearly, they would not. In a brief and brutal confrontation, the Interstellar Warriors of the Freeflame battle group quickly realized that their boarding force was not capable of eliminating Titus. At that moment, they decisively abandoned their original plan and began to retreat. Some stayed behind, while others, carrying bombs that should have been planted inside the ship's core for detonation, just set them off randomly. Even though they could not destroy the ship, they at least inflicted substantial damage on the green-skinned flagship and created chaos on board to facilitate their escape. Indeed, they did carve a bloody path back, boarded the rescue ship, and left the warship. Still, they paid a considerable cost in this whole process. A champion of the battle group, a company commander, both perished in this battle. Of the elite squad engaged in the combat, only a third managed to get out. Yet even so, after the Freeflame battle group engaged in this war, the Greenskins suffered an unexpected harsh blow. Previously, they had never endured such severe beatings. On both ground and space battlefields, the orcs, frustrated greatly, but as Titus had become the great chieftain, it meant he possessed not just bravery and tyranny, but also indispensable cunning and wisdom. Under his command, the heavily loss-bearing green-skinned orcs became more cautious. On the surface, they scaled back their offensive, no longer as aggressively. In space, they no longer senselessly expanded the battle lines but tightly grouped their fleet around the slow, cumbersome Battle Moon as a core. This made it impossible for the Freeflame battle group to find more opportunities. Indeed, the Freeflame battle group's combat style itself, demonstrated through this series of actions, emphasized ferocity and aggression. However, after one failure, they realized that this enemy was not like most they had encountered in Star Sea Wars, who could be swiftly crushed. Both sides had learned their lessons, and the entire battlefield situation had thus calmed down somewhat. But this calm didn't last long. Soon after, both sides began to demonstrate their prowess, with the Jindy star battlefield as the core and expanding to several surrounding star systems, engaging in continuous skirmishes. The more Jindy star was fought over, the less it seemed to fall. The Greenskins would definitely also try to find a way from other star systems, even attempting to invade the Yunluo sector from Highland Star in the Snow Eagle star sector to the southwest, aiming to directly threaten the capital of the Dragonhawk star domain. But wasn't this inconvenient? Realizing that the Greenskins' main force was on Jindy star, there weren't many options for space warfare using battle moons.
Direct fleet engagements would not necessarily be advantageous, even with the presence of the combat shuttle, Spiritfire. Therefore, Martisus was also thinking about whether it was possible to open a second front, starting from the Snow Eagle star sector. If both Highland stars could be taken and then launched an attack from the Dragon Tamer sector to seal off the north side of the Steel Fire Dragon star sector, that would effectively lock the Greenskins' main force inside Steel Fire Dragon.
Green skins have a relatively weak dependency on logistics. That is just a relative term. Such a huge fleet, so many green skin armies, convening around Jindy Star if they genuinely had no rear support, no new ships, personnel, supplies, and couldn't continuously plunder and transport from the rear, then the Beastman legions would also be significantly impacted, with a substantial decrease in combat capability. Both sides had similar ideas, so naturally, the intensity of the war shifted from being focused around Jindy Star to becoming fierce in the surrounding 4 or 5 star systems. Just looking at Jindy Star, perhaps the intensity of the war had decreased by one notch. However, in terms of the entire war's progression, it was clear that both sides were fighting even more fiercely. When this series of intelligence reached Ji Yuhang's hands, he also felt much relieved. At least, looking at the current state, the situation in the war had changed from initially being a complete rout with the Beastmen crushing everything in their path, to now being a back-and-forth engagement. Ji Yuhang no longer had to worry about the Star Domain government being quickly obliterated and then the Beastmen's main force turning their attention to trouble him. However, Ji Yuhang soon had a new problem. The situation happening on Jindy Star was beginning to occur in the Tamir star system as well. When Yelisia led her fleet and arrived at the Tamir star system, she was still slightly faster than the Beastmen's reinforcements. She took over command from Zhao Xiliang and amassed the Alliance fleet, launching a fierce attack on the green-skinned orcs. But the Beastman overlord, whom Ji Yuhang already knew was named Saru, clearly wasn't a mindless fool who only knew recklessness. He understood the importance of avoiding sharp edges and even engaging in tug-of-war on a broader battlefield scope. He refused to engage in a decisive battle with the human fleet but instead expanded the scope of the battlefield.
After suffering certain losses, he evaded the pursuit of the human fleet. Yet he didn't completely withdraw from the entire star system. He still lurked menacingly, ready to launch an offensive as soon as the human fleet committed to large-scale orbital support on the surface of Temur No 5, threatening that the human fleet wouldn't be able to concentrate wholly on ground support.
Of course, such threats weren't enough. If the human fleet continued to fight regardless, splitting their forces into 2 groups, one to distract the green skins and the other to continue ground support, then what could Saru do? To address this problem, a portion of Saru's fleet moved north into the Copper Barrier Star sector and from Copper Barrier I to Emerald Spring in the Mist Horse Star district. This clearly meant that if the Alliance truly committed all out to attacking the Tamir star system, then they would be allowed to do so. But firstly, do not expect to obtain it too easily. The cost won't be small. At the same time, if the Beastman fleet was momentarily unattended, it would make a deep push into the Mist Horse Star district, causing chaos. This was something Ji Yuhang couldn't accept. The Mist Horse Star district had signed the 7 Horse Treaty quite early, only slightly later than the Eagle Horse Star sector. If there were significant turmoil here, and the Alliance was unable to quickly stabilize the situation, the credibility of the 7 Horse Treaty would be greatly lowered. Even the rear star sectors like Purple Horse, Border Horse, and Iron Horse would waver, starting to doubt whether the Alliance genuinely had the capability to ensure their safety as promised. After all, the premise for these star sectors and planets' seeding authority, even willing to be milked, was the security assurances provided by the Alliance.
When the Beastmen really wanted to escalate the war, the Alliance had no choice but to follow suit.
Helping the Mist Horse Star district meant splitting up their forces. After splitting up, the agile green skins were quickly driven out of Emerald Spring I, and the human fleet continued to advance north through the Mist Horse Star district, pushing the battle further into the Copper Barrier Star district, even retaking Copper Barrier I and the Brass Star system. Copper Barrier I had only one industrial world, but the Brass Star system consisted of 3 human worlds. These 2 star systems, 4 planets in total, had a combined human population of 6 billion. Due to years of war, there had been severe population and industrial losses, but at least 2 billion people remained. The Alliance simply established observation groups on these 4 worlds, supported proxy governors, and had them all join the 7 Horse Pact. The operational approach was similar to that on Tamir No. 4. On the one hand, they tried to move as many survivors as possible out of the war zones and back to the Tianma star sector to replenish the core population of the Alliance. On the other hand, they mobilized the local population as much as possible, delivered weapons and equipment, and armed them in hopes that they would deal with the remaining green skins on the planets themselves. The Alliance would provide military assistance and support with orbital fire. On top of these foundations, they also had to try to restore production as best as they could and work hard to fortify the entire planet, building more orbital cannon platforms. But clearly, the Greenskins wouldn't give up so easily. Their ships, which had just fled hastily but hadn't been destroyed, continued to transport troops from elsewhere, seizing opportunities to deploy them on the planet's surface. They would launch surprise attacks on human transport ships. They even bombarded the planet's surface with artillery. In this back-and-forth tug-of-war, the Greenskin support fleet also arrived. Overall, in terms of naval strength, the Alliance fleet still had the upper hand. However, the extent of the advantage was no longer overwhelming. Additionally, both fleets no longer limited the battlefield to a single star system, but instead expanded the conflict across both the Golden Pass and Copper Barrier star sectors. The main land forces of both sides were still embroiled in meat grinder-like battles on Tamir No. 5, but the fleets were running rampant everywhere. The Beastmen would attack human supply lines, which of course had to be defended. The human fleet would also strike back, reaching as far as Light Blessing Star in some cases. Light Blessing Star was a vital thoroughfare for the Green-Skinned Empire, connecting the Golden Pass star sector to the main Western Front battlefield. A great deal of resources from the core of the Green-Skinned territory to the main battlefield passed through here. A group consisting of 1 Spiritfire and 2 Silver Swords ambushed 2 waves of Green-Skinned transport ships here, at least ensuring that more than 2 billion Green-Skins, along with their transport ships and a substantial amount of war supplies, became space debris. Such a significant loss resulted in Saru facing a severe reprimand. The main Beastman forces on the Western Front were already struggling, and now their supplies were hit. Who else would he berate but Saru? Saru was thus forced, like the human fleet, to allocate troops to the rear transportation channels, chasing away the human raiding ships and securing the safety of the supplies being sent to the front line. Overall, the battle scenario on the entire field had become larger and broader for both sides. And it shifted more towards a competition of internal strength. Isolated victories or defeats in 1 or 2 battles were no longer enough to change much. It all depended on the overall resilience of each side, who could endure more losses. This also put even greater economic pressure on the Alliance.
The situation in the war definitely improved, and for now, there were no signs of defeat. However, the expansion of the war's scope also put greater economic pressure on the Alliance.
The Navy was fine, since maintaining the same size fleet was the plan all along, and construction of new ships had never stopped. But the Army's expenses were huge. In the Tamir star system, ground warfare on 2 planets hadn't ceased. Although the intensity had dropped, the overall scale remained, and there was no real way to spend much less money. With ground battles also erupting in the Copper Barrier star district, the Alliance Army began to increase troops across multiple planets of that district. After the Mist Horse star district was attacked, fortifications were certainly necessary, ensuring safety. All of these increased expenses. Another rapidly increasing cost was military aid for the many planets in war, which consumed a lot of the Alliance's funds. These military aids included direct support for weapons, equipment, and ammunition, allowing the aided planets to directly establish armies with decent capabilities. These armies fought alongside the Alliance Army or under the management of dispatched Alliance officers. Besides direct weapon support, the Alliance also provided substantial industrial production aid. Its core objective was to help these planets establish and revive their own industrial production capabilities, especially heavy industries and military industries. The aim was to boost each planet's military potential, striving to make them self-sufficient in military arms. Of course, reaching this level was difficult, but every little bit helped reduce reliance on external Alliance support as much as possible. This also eased the Alliance's transportation pressure. In plain terms, this was the impact after increasing the war's scale and extending the front line. It was indeed a more cost-effective tactic. If the war relied solely on the primary forces of the Alliance, costs would be much higher, and deploying Alliance Army units to various planets would occupy valuable fleet resources. If those planets could form sufficient local resistance forces with the help of the Alliance, that would be ideal. But it still involved spending money. Moreover, throughout this period, the population transferred from the Golden Pass Star District and Copper Barrier Star District totaled in the billions. Human resources were also a valuable asset. Initially, however, the alliance still needed to spend money to settle these people. Providing housing, food, and handling interstellar population transportation. These necessities cost money. Only after spending this money could subsequent plans be made to provide suitable jobs and integrate them into the alliance's war factories, maximizing their potential value. In summary, the alliance's spending was soaring. Till now, even though all the imperial tax owed by the Seven-Horse territory had been transferred to the alliance, it was beginning to be a bit too much to handle. At present, it was barely manageable. But moving forward, if the scope of war expanded further, or even if a large-scale counterattack was undertaken, the whole economy would be severely strained. Moreover, Alliance Premier Oceania had even discussed with Gu Heng once about the government's plan to initiate a secondary mobilization order.
It wouldn't stretch to a secondary level for manpower mobilization, but the Economic Act might need to reach a secondary level, essentially a wartime economic model.
Currently, the alliance was still in a standard third-level mobilization state, meaning partial mobilization. Gu Heng certainly didn't want to use such harsh measures that would significantly affect the development efficiency of the alliance. He was always considering other methods, and indeed, there were alternatives. Currently, out of the alliance's total fiscal revenue of 380 billion, two-thirds came from the Tianma Star sector. 100 billion was the imperial tax that should have been paid, and 130 billion was proper fiscal revenue. The alliance was still experiencing rapid development, yet, Gu Heng was somewhat unsatisfied with this pace. He wasn't unhappy with the government's work. He understood there were practical factors involved, and unrealistic development expectations could force lower government officials to exaggerate or fabricate data, which would be even worse. He was dissatisfied with the direction of the effort.
Among the 9 worlds of the Tianma Star sector, with a population of over 600 billion, a considerable portion had already reached a relatively prosperous state. Not to mention Flying Wing Star, which was already a developed planet, Rajal Star, where Gu Heng initially made his fortune, now boasted a per capita output of over 3. Even Coralia 3, the poorest among them, had a per capita output of more than 1. This figure might just meet the imperial standards, but it's important to consider what Coralia 3 was like before the alliance took control merely at 0.6.
Coralia had indeed been the engine for the alliance's major economic development in recent years, with its large population and rapid economic growth.
The reason was simple: extreme poverty. From a state of utter deprivation to a relatively normal level, especially with external support, the path was relatively easier.
Looking at Flying Wing Star, with its original per capita output over 4, there had indeed been growth under the alliance's control over the years, especially as the shipbuilding industry, under strong stimulation and technological partnership from the alliance, had started to further expand and increase production after many years. However, even Flying Wing Star, including the previously relatively developed Fatches TriStar, definitely couldn't compare to places like Coralia in terms of economic growth rate.
These developed planets were, of course, the economic cornerstones of the alliance. However, for further economic advancement and growth, to obtain a greater scale more rapidly, it was not really possible to rely on them.
A pearl may be a pearl, but there also need to be more bricks and stones to serve as the foundation. Within the Tianma Star sector, the alliance had already been making every effort to tap its potential, but in these extraordinary times, there was no need to limit our vision solely to within the Tianma Star sector. Sign the Seven-Horse Economic Union Bill without consideration? The alliance isn't just about sucking blood. It certainly also provides nourishment. But to nourish, they have to be obedient, too. After personally communicating with Oceania, the alliance had established a series of new policies specifically for those worlds of the peripheral Seven-Horse Pact. Eagle Horse 3, a planet with a population of 800 million, was an agricultural and mining world. This was a typical primary material production world, relatively poor, but still reasonably abundant in resources. Poverty in the past was mainly due to underdeveloped production. Despite having vast areas of arable land and some mineral deposits, both agricultural and mining technologies were relatively backward. Not to mention, they had endured an invasion by the green-skinned orcs. However, these past 6 months had been relatively prosperous for them.
The invasion of the green-skins had been resolved. It wasn't to say that there were no longer any green-skins on the planet, but at least in the main human activity areas, they were no longer visible. All the green-skin trash cities on the planet had been cleaned up, and all the green skin ecosystems, which hadn't been established for very long anyway, had been destroyed decisively, with fire purging every inch of land that had been contaminated.
Perhaps, in the future on this planet, green skins might still occasionally be discovered in the wild. But as long as vigilance was maintained, defenses bolstered, regular disinfection conducted, and any land that had green skins was burned with fire, the problem would not become more severe. The entire planet seemed to have returned to a normal life trajectory. The Alliance had a permanent division stationed here for defense. Apart from the framework of the Seven-Horse Pact, the Alliance sent military and economic supervisors to control the developmental situation of the entire planet. And besides these, their days seemed truly to have returned to before the war.
Although they were still quite impoverished and had to pay the imperial taxes before, which was merely a change in the recipient of the payment, at least the threat of war seemed to have receded, and they didn't live in dread of the day when the green skin armies might suddenly come, destroying their farms and slaughtering their inhabitants.
But Lawlin Ulrich, the planetary governor of Eagle Horse III, had been feeling rather conflicted lately. An Alliance diplomat had presented him with a suggestion, and he still hadn't decided whether to accept it or not. But there wasn't much time left. The Alliance diplomat had come up to him once again. "Governor Ulrich, you need to give me an answer right now," said the Alliance diplomat Wu Yang, standing pertly in front of him. This female diplomat from the Flying Wing Star Academy of Literature and Law looked exceptionally young. With her glasses, she had a refined appearance, exuding a charm of intellectual femininity that was rarely seen on Eagle Horse III. Her smile was gentle and not too aggressive, but Ulrich was still particularly afraid to meet this girl. He really did not know how to respond to Wu Yang's question. But there was no escaping it now. Seeing him silent, Wu Yang asked again, "Last time, you said you would give me an answer today. I have been waiting until now, having specially argued with my superiors for this time extension. Otherwise, the final deadline should have been 2 days ago." After a pause, Wu Yang continued, "Moreover, I don't understand what you're hesitating about. The Alliance wants to provide direct economic aid to Eagle Horse III, helping to establish more efficient agricultural and mining production, and on the basis of these two industries, to build a series of industrial capabilities. How could that possibly be bad?"
Ulrich heaved a long sigh and said, "If it were just as simple as that, it would indeed be a great thing. But, what's the cost?"
Before Wu Yang could speak, Ulrich hastily added, "Of course, I don't mean to accuse the Alliance.
But let's be frank, the Alliance has helped us, annihilating the invading green-skin orcs, for which we are extremely grateful. Furthermore, the people of Eagle Horse know that the war is far from over. Although there's no more fighting on Eagle Horse III, countless warriors of the Alliance are still fighting the invasion of the Beastmen beyond the Star Sector. Without the Alliance, the peace of Eagle Horse III could not last.
But we also have paid a price. We too have made our contributions to the war. We've been giving up over 10% of our annual output, even more than the imperial tax. We've turned all our military forces, as per the regulations of the Seven-Horse Pact, into the Pact Army, under the command of the Alliance. We have no complaints about this. This is the price we pay for peace. The people of Eagle Horse understand, these are equivalent.
The Alliance wants to step up economic aid to Eagle Horse III, and we are more than happy. But I know, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. That's why I'm asking, what's the price? What is it? Higher taxes? Or other political rights? Let's talk about a price, a clear and transparent price, it's better for everyone."
Wu Yang gave a light chuckle and said, "The price? The price is that the people of the entire planet will henceforth live better lives. The price is that the entire planet can produce more, to support the war at the front lines. That's all." Ulrich retorted unsparingly, "It can't be that simple, right? You want to implement your rank system on Eagle Horse III, don't you?"
"Yes, what's wrong with that?" Wu Yang asked with her hands spread. "Alliance aid and investment will establish many modern farms and mines. Eagle Horse III will invest resources, land, and labor. The Alliance will provide technology, products, and equipment. Management methods, staff welfare, and remuneration will be distributed according to Alliance standards. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it?" Ulrich fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "I've been very frank, but Ambassador Wu Yang, you are not being entirely upfront. Shall I put it more bluntly? Once there are farms, mines, factories, and even cities built on Eagle Horse 3 with the aid or joint investment of the Alliance, and most of the output comes from these cooperative ventures, where people acquire ranks and abide by the Alliance's systema. What's left for the planetary government to do?
Wu Yong smiled and replied, "Isn't that good? You must know what an alliance rank implies. People will have better life security. They'll have more output, and the planetary government will save a lot of management pressure. It's a win-win." Ulrich, who had nearly lost the will to argue further, directly asked, "What about me? What do I get?" Wu Yong seemed to hear a joke. You would be the one who benefits most. You are the governor of Eagle Horse 3, and that's unchangeable. If the planet progresses well, then you get an entire, more developed world. Isn't that enough? That would no longer be my world. It seems we need to clarify something. Do you consider the entire world as your private property? This world belongs to the Empire, and you are merely its lifelong manager. From the Empire's perspective, it will always be the Empire's world. From your perspective, you will always be its manager. Has anything changed?
Ulrich was suddenly at a loss for words. Wu Yang's smile faded, and she said earnestly, "I have also introduced to you the series of treatments and arrangements for planetary governors by the Alliance. If you have any uncertainties, I can explain them to you again. Personally, I think they are quite generous treatments. Your current standard of living isn't close to what the Alliance offers. But we really don't have much time left. Today, right today, you must give me an answer."
The 7-horse Economic Union Bill, will you sign it or not? Lawlin Ulrich's expression was quite grim. As a planetary governor, and especially as the governor of a small, poor planet like Eagle Horse 3, he hardly mattered in the grand politics of the entire Empire and the Star Sea. Anyone could trample on him. But after all, he was a planetary governor. Ordinarily, he didn't often deal with the political structure beyond his planeta except for the imperial tax collection every 2 years. At other times, he was the emperor of his planet, the kind whose word was law. He rarely encountered someone who would speak to him without courtesy, in a tone tinged with threats.
Thus, his displeased expression. However, displeased as he might be, as angry as he felt, if he really had to firmly say, no, he still didn't dare.
The fate of the Star Zone leader of the Purple Horse sector, the governor of Baishuo Star, was still vivid in his mind. He still clearly remembered the might of the Alliance army during the ongoing Beastman War. How could he dare show displeasure? But to accept these terms, he felt somewhat unwilling. Unlike the 7-horse treaty, which retained some independence and was an alliance-type treaty, if he signed this current Confederation bill, it wasn't joining the alliance, but it was almost as good. The economic lifeline would be completely controlled by the Alliance, and political power would also expand as the Alliance's economic influence over the planet expanded, and it wouldn't be long before the Alliance's system could entirely replace the duties of the original planetary government. Objectively speaking, this wasn't bad for the people on the planet. At least for the poor on Eagle Horse 3, that was the case. The tax currency, set by the Empire, wasn't set arbitrarily. Normally, a per capita output of one tax currency also indicated reaching the imperial standard level. On this basis, paying 0.1 in tax, the planetary government taking another 0.1, the remaining 0.8 was enough for a commoner to live a pretty good life. That wasn't just about subsistence, it was even a bit better than being moderately well off. Yet, this was always just the ideal state. The Empire government did indeed only take 0.1, but didn't the cost of taxation collection count for something? Would the planetary government honestly keep the tax rate at 10%? Corruption in government or similar government-like institutions, or let's say normal administrative costs, poor collection efficiency, weren't all these additional expenditures? A per capita output of one tax currency didn't mean every individual could have this income. The disparity between rich and poor existed in any society, of course. The wealthy definitely earned far more than this, while the poor likely far less. Moreover, a per capita output of one tax currency, many planets couldn't reach it. Eagle Horse 3 didn't reach it. Even before the war, it was only about 0.9 at best. On the planet, a normal worker, whether a farmer or a miner, could usually spend about 0.4 per year for themselves, which barely reached the subsistence level. If poorer, then they simply couldn't even get enough to eat, living day to day. For these ordinary people on the planet, their lives would improve with the Alliance coming. Ulrich knew exactly what the living standard of an Alliance commoner was like, The lowest level, as long as one had any job, whatever it might be, could reach a minimum of E5 level. And the lifestyle of an E5 level person, their annual consumption could at least reach 0.4 tax currency. This could reach the subsistence level, no worse than the formal workers on Eagle Horse 3. Moreover, under the alliance system, eliminating unemployment was a fairly simple and swift affair, which also meant quite a number of the lower layers, those without formal employment, would benefit from this. They would become strong supporters of the alliance. And those with formal jobs, even if their job level did not increase, their standard of living would at least remain the same. And it might even surpass it. This also brought up what the alliance's job levels really meant for an ordinary person. After obtaining a rank within the alliance, each person's annual income was composed of two parts: welfare and allowances. Welfare was divided into basic social welfare and personal welfare. The former included basic medical and educational guarantees, which were foundational to the establishment of the alliance. The former, although the alliance wouldn't provide resources guaranteed to cure everything, at least basic guarantees were available. Treating headaches and fevers, preventing conditions from worsening was beneficial. Even if one contracted an incurable disease, enough painkillers were provided to make one's final journey a bit more comfortable. This was already quite impressive, as a significant portion of the poor, regardless of their illness, wouldn't expect to receive treatment. But under the alliance, these basic medical guarantees were free for all.
And the latter, educational guarantees, were even more progressive. The alliance particularly emphasized educational equality, although it couldn't truly reach an ideal state of fairness. After all, how could one expect people on Eagle Horse 3 to obtain the same educational resources as those on Flying Wing Star?
But at least, the system tried to guarantee fairness as much as possible. 6 years of primary education were mandatory and free. All children had to participate and were assigned to schools nearby. Afterwards came 4 years of secondary education, which weren't mandatory, and tuition fees were required. As long as one's primary educational exam scores reached a certain level, they could advance. Top students had their fees waived. Even more exceptional ones received scholarships.
After secondary education, it was necessary to compete for higher education. Although it was a bloody path to forge, it at least provided an upward channel for people of any class.
This was a fundamental social welfare accessible to Union citizens of all grades. Just these two opportunities, could the lower class on Eagle Horse 3 have ever dared to dream of them in the past? Personal welfare, on the other hand, was linked to one's grade. This included food security, housing security, and personal medical security, meaning that once one reached that grade, these things were all provided. The alliance would be responsible for distributing food, allocating housing, and providing higher quality medical services based on one's grade. With a higher grade, the food would no longer be synthetic starches or simple grains, but would include more refined processed foods, meat, and vegetables. Housing would also evolve from cramped shared cubicles of a few square meters to private residences and even better accommodations. Medical services would evolve from the most basic to some drugs available for free and some diseases treatable for free. Without a high grade, one would only be able to get these services by paying far more. Progressing further, one might even receive more vacation days and greater transportation subsidies. These were just the benefits, not to mention allowances.
Allowances, akin to a salary, were paid directly in alliance currency. This money could be used to trade and purchase all legal goods. It could be used to pay for education costs beyond secondary level, to handle the costs of disease treatments beyond both the basic and grade-linked medical benefits, to buy better quality food to improve meals, and to purchase furniture, appliances, cars, clothes. With all this accounted for, a grade E5 citizen, though counting his welfare and allowance, might have an annual expense of 0.4 tax currency for food and clothing, which might be close to enough. But with the benefits of healthcare and housing, he was far more secure than the non-union poor. Not to mention the educational benefits, which not only provided upward mobility for oneself but also for one's descendants, and one could also ascend in grade through years of work and contributions. For the common populace of Eagle Horse 3, once they experienced these alliance policies, who would want to return to the old days? The planetary government was truly doomed. Ulrich was deeply worried. Yet he still did not dare to refuse outright. "Give me a little more time. I said today is the final deadline. I understand, but today isn't over yet, is it? 2 hours, just 2 hours, at least allow me one last consultation."
Fine, I'll give you these 2 hours. I'm not going anywhere, I'll be right here waiting for good news. After parting from Wu Yang, Ulrich wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to another conference room not too far away. Several big shots of Eagle Horse 3 were waiting here. He was the planetary governor indeed, but no ruler could govern alone. On Eagle Horse 3, various interest groups certainly existed. Mainly comprising union farm owners, big landlords, and mining group executives. They supported the planetary government, and in fact, Ulrich was one of them. The agricultural and mining groups he controlled were the largest landowners on the planet and the fourth largest miner.
They were the true masters of this world. The Alliance's economic union aimed to take this world from them.
They feared the power of the Alliance, coveted the aid of the Alliance, and resented the exploitation by the Alliance. Seeing Ulrich return, someone immediately asked, "How did the talks go?" "No change, the Alliance hasn't given us any room to negotiate, only the options to accept or reject." Hearing this, someone roared, "Then let's quit, everyone goes their separate ways. I refuse to believe that the Alliance would really dare to kill us all." Another person cynically retorted, "What's there not to dare? And why do they need to kill? They'll take the land, seize the mines, what can you do? And who can handle their generals? The Planetary Defense Force is already fully under their command, do you dare revolt? Then what do we do? Just hand over the property accumulated over generations for nothing. There are options of redemption, equity conversion, local recruitment of management. I've always thought this was somewhat reasonable." Nonsense. They're just robbing you of your property and throwing you a few scraps. The conference room erupted into noise, and Ulrich's headache grew.
This wasn't the first time. Actually, when Wu Yang first proposed this economic alliance bill and he gathered the various vassals to discuss it, the situation was roughly as it is now. Subsequently, he held several more discussions, and the results were all similar.
No unified agreement was reached. There were actually not many who were firm. Most of the noise was from those hoping to stir everyone into collective action to avoid individual blame. Despite their fierce talk, when it came to being the leaders, they all would retract their heads. Those more cowardly didn't dare make trouble at all. However, there was a fundamental mentality that everyone, including himself, shared: dissatisfaction.
No, there seemed to be one exception. Ulrich's gaze shifted to a young man who had been silent the whole time, merely puffing on a cigarette with a mocking expression on his face.
This man was the second largest landowner on Eagle Horse 3, a position not low by any means. Ulrich knocked on the table. "Everybody stop, just stop." Once the conference room quieted down, he turned his attention back to the young man and asked, "Adam Shannon, I've noticed you've been quiet, and you rarely share your opinions. Let's hear it, what do you think?" The eyes of everyone present turned to focus on the young man, with many looking on with a hint of scorn. Adam Shannon was not a self-made man who had built his fortune from nothing. Just by looking at his age, one could tell he wasn't very experienced. He was a successor, who had only recently taken over his father's assets. Who knows what old Shannon was thinking, letting such an inexperienced youngster take charge. Adam Shannon, for his part, seemed indifferent to these stares. He just smiled slightly and said, "What can a young man like me possibly have to say? It's best to listen to my seniors, however." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Whatever the decisions are of the esteemed seniors here, they no longer concern Shannon Corporation. We have made our decision. From now on, we will fully accept assistance from the Alliance, incorporating their management layer. All of our employees will be managed under the Alliance's system." Although he spoke these words softly, they were like throwing a huge stone into a tranquil lake, instantly causing a massive uproar. Shannon Corporation dares to negotiate with the Alliance behind the back of our Alliance? How dare you, such a youngster? Is this your decision, or your father's? Bring out old Shannon. Traitor. A multitude of accusations fell upon Adam Shannon's head after a brief silence. Ulrich once again managed to control the scene, quieting everyone down. But his face was equally grim. He glared at Adam Shannon's excessively young face and asked, "Can you tell me what exactly Shannon Corporation is thinking on this matter? Are you really content to give up land that 4 generations have accumulated?" Adam Shannon spread his hands and said, "It's not exactly giving it up, is it? The Alliance did say." "Enough." Ulrich cut off Adam Shannon's insincere words. "This might be the last time we hold such a meeting. No matter what conflicts we've had in the past, or dirty tricks, at least we shared a bond from the same planet. Just be honest about what you're thinking. Let's be frank here. Otherwise, if it's just your family selling out, the rest of us together can make sure you don't sell at all, or at least make it uncomfortable for you." Adam Shannon laughed heartily, his words tinged with irony, "But that doesn't matter. We've already made our decision. Whatever you choose to do in the future, it won't involve us. You can make all the noise you want with the Alliance. But, do you dare?" Ulrich was left speechless. Dare? If they dared, why would they be bluffing in fear here? Adam Shannon's smile faded, his expression turned serious. "But, you did say one thing that's correct. Out of respect for our shared origins in this world, for the friendship of our ancestors, I advise you all. If you view this as plunder, then you will lose everything. The Shannon family is different, we see this as an opportunity." "Opportunity? Could you explain a bit more?" Adam Shannon waved his hand, refusing to elaborate, and walked away. He left a roomful of people exchanging glances. Shannon signed, and many others did too. How many understood Shannon's so-called opportunity is anyone's guess. Some signed out of pressure. But Ulrich eventually figured it out. Or perhaps, just before the very last moment, after a visit to old Shannon and a conversation, he was persuaded. On behalf of the planetary government, he too signed in the end. The reason wasn't complicated. First off, this wasn't something that could truly be stopped. Even if the entire planet stood united and managed to fend off the Alliance, what then? The Alliance was unlikely to take aggressive action. That would look too unsightly and disrupt the unity in Seven-Horse territory. But the ways the Alliance could pressure them were plentiful. The imperial tax was in the Alliance's hands. The right to set the tax currency rates by the Star Sector government was in the Alliance's hands. Interstellar trade was in the Alliance's hands. If the Alliance wanted someone to go bankrupt, that entity would go bankrupt. Food could rot in the granaries or be bought at rock-bottom prices. Minerals that couldn't reach the factories were just a pile of useless rocks. And was joining the Alliance's system really that bad? For these wealthy magnates, maybe not. The Alliance had offered preferential conditions, like for Ulrich himself, if he signed, as the planetary governor with the identity of a major asset owner, he would immediately receive a B8 level treatment. Benefits and subsidies, 600 tax currency a year.
Ulrich could touch his chest and ask himself, as governor, did I ever spend 600 tax currency a year purely for my own personal consumption?
Definitely not. Just on food, lodging, and entertainment, it wouldn't amount to that much. He was quite virtuous, advocated frugality, and had aspirations in business. Moreover, what high-end luxuries could Eagle Horse 3 possibly offer? It paled in comparison. With those 600 tax currency a year purely for personal use, life could well be more comfortable than before you without having to work. Could living on 600 tax currency a year starve him to death?
At current Alliance market rates, that amount represented the purchasing power of 10,000 tons of primary grain.
With that, he could afford to buy a mansion in the core district of the capital city on Flying Wing Star, hire a bunch of servants, and enjoy lavish meals and pleasurable play every day. Of course, he had personal pursuits and wasn't after hedonism. Otherwise, as a planetary governor and a great capitalist, couldn't he easily spend 600 tax currency a year on personal enjoyment? Yet, did joining the Alliance mean one could no longer have personal pursuits? Grade B8 within the Alliance was quite high. He wasn't that old yet. He could continue to strive for management of the planet, participate in the new planetary government, and fully cooperate with Alliance endeavors. Even promotional opportunities awaited in the central government in the future. Previously, as the planetary governor and big capitalist, he had already reached the ceiling on Eagle Horse 3. Where was there room to advance? But now, a vast and open opportunity lay before him. According to his conclusion after chatting with old Shannon, the Alliance was coming, an unstoppable tide. Rather than be the fool who resists the tide, he might as well be the one who rides it, or at least plays with it. Perhaps, a future high official in the Alliance may bear the surnames Ulrich or Shannon. Although Ulrich still felt nervous and uncertain about the future, it also ignited an extra flame within him. In the past, already a planetary governor, would he really have been content to stay as a backwater planetary governor his whole life? The opportunity to progress further may be a good thing. Governor, the first batch of worlds to sign the Seven-Horse Economic Union Bill, totals 9. Following your directive, these worlds have been selected for their relative poverty yet potential for development. Our economic assistance, along with matching industry upgrade plans and our management personnel, will be in place promptly. Osenia reported progress to Gu Hang straightforwardly. The economic aspect is preliminary. In the following stages, we will also gradually establish institutions for managerial grade personnel through replacing the original salary systems of each world, ultimately replacing the original planetary governments. Thus, aside from the regular imperial tax, these planets' production capacities should yield additional fiscal revenues similar to those of the Alliance localities, and the overall living standards of the population should also rise with economic development. Our comrades from the Development Department have already provided specific forecasts. We expect to continue investing 2 billion tax currency over the next 2 years. In these 9 worlds, totaling a population of 100 billion, a high economic growth rate should be maintained for the next 2 years, and the Alliance can annually secure about 1 billion tax currency in extra fiscal revenues. We will observe over the next 2 years if things develop according to the plan. If all is well, next year we will initiate the second batch of worlds to join the Economic Union. The ultimate plan is to expand the Economic Union to cover the entire Seven-Horse territory within 10 years. After hearing this, Gu Hang's brows slightly relaxed. Indeed, when that time comes, the Alliance's core territory could expand from the Tianma star sector to encompass all 88 worlds across the 7 star sectors of the Seven-Horse territory. With 230 billion core populations, the Alliance would become even stronger. In no time, merely half a year later, Gu Hang was able to see on the vassal interface that the worlds which had signed the Seven-Horse Territory Economic Union Act were rapidly increasing in vassal grade. This vassal grade fundamentally had nothing to do with the economic level or development level of the planet. It purely reflected the relationship between this world and the sovereign state, the Alliance. Under the framework of the Seven-Horse Covenant, besides the Tianma star sector, 79 worlds were basically at LV2 and LV3. These grades were essentially stable or unstable in vassal status. It meant they could be squeezed for a bit of blood by the Alliance, and the imperial tax belonged to a special condition in extraordinary times. However, starting from LV4 upwards, things were different. LV4 signified a significant increase in the dependency on the economy, politics, and military of the vassal, and the entire world almost had no will to resist. The sovereign state could then manage and dispose of that world directly. And reaching LV5 meant direct annexation. There would be no turmoil within the world, and instead, the people of these worlds would have a strong sense of belonging to the sovereign state. They believed they were a part of the sovereign state, naturally generating a strong centripetal force. Of course, it didn't mean that once the vassal grade reached LV5, the world could be annexed arbitrarily. This grade was only about the internal state of the vassal world. How others viewed it externally was another matter. The rising vassal grade meant the Alliance government did not deceive him with fabrications, and everything was developing smoothly, just as Osenia had reported. Moreover, the elevation of these planets' vassal grades brought in more grace points income. This income from grace points on one hand was a result of increased productivity following development, and on the other, it was due to the increased ratio of grace points rewards following the elevation of vassal grades. Overall, the base wasn't large, which quickly raised the monthly points given by vassals from about 4,000 to 6,000. Don't underestimate this number. Although it was only 2,000, which might not seem much, the entire alliance had grown from 36,000 to 37,000 during this period, an increase of merely 1,000. And this was amidst billions of people migrating and the rapid development of the alliance's military and shipbuilding industries. This shows how profitable it is to develop these poor areas, to bring them to relative prosperity, pull up the extremely barren productivity to something decent, and incidentally elevate the vassal grade to offset the deflation of grace points provided by the vassals. By now, a year had passed since the end of the Steel Wing Star battle. Gu Hang now had a total of over 1.2 million grace points at his disposal. This was mainly composed of 2 parts: monthly grace points income and vassal income, totaling around 540,000 combined. The other part was the income from annihilating the Ashen Dead squad, totaling 680,000. Although the scale of the Ashen Dead was not large, their quality was genuinely high. Not to mention the tens of thousands of evil god believers on their ships, which were just an addition. The main profit source was those 300 Chaos Starfield warrior veterans and that battleship. Especially the battleship. The reward was really high. For Ji Yu Hang, however, he had another significant treasure trove waiting to be unlocked: the Damir battle, and the ongoing Beastman wars that had since expanded into 2-star sectors.
This war had been raging for 8 months now, with large scale and brutal intensity. Before, Ji Yu Hang thought the rewards from the Temir battle would be roughly on par with the Steelwing Star battle, about 1,000,000 grace points. But now, seeing how much larger and longer lasting the scale of the Temir battle was, it seemed it would continue well into the foreseeable future. This war wouldn't just yield a mere 1 million once finished.
3 million? 4 million? If the Damir battle wasn't won, the losses wouldn't just include a total collapse of the situation. The excessive grace points could also vanish into thin air. But this treasure trove, for now, seemed unattainable. However, the current 1.2 million grace points at Ji Yu Hang's disposal still needed to be spent.
Keeping them idle wouldn't yield more eggs. Apart from some emergency reserves, Ji Yu Hang planned to spend 1 million this time.
As usual, 500,000 would be on staffing. The Heroes Interface's enlightenment would engage government officials, diplomats, and military officers in a wave of enlightenment. 10 grace points per person. Once points were allocated, these people would have a greater potential for progress and could upgrade on their own. For instance, Osenia, who was only level 1 and had a standard in card when Ji Yu Hang first enlightened her, had now become a level 6 administrative officer, and her card had evolved into an SSR, advancing 3 stages. Of course, it was Ji Yu Hang who spent the grace points to upgrade her. Human beings, indeed, have boundless potential. Their level can be elevated, so can their potential. Ordinarily, Ji Yu Hang needn't worry about the level elevation. They would accumulate enough experience in their competent areas, produce enough outcomes, and could upgrade on their own. But the rarity of the card represented potential. Heroes in this aspect could also improve on their own, but very slowly. Others may wait, but for Ji Yu Hang, waiting for Osenia was not an option, as her position was critically significant, being the top figure in the alliance government. He couldn't wait for her rarity to increase on its own and straightforwardly used grace points to upgrade her from SR to SSR. This cost Ji Yu Hang 100,000 grace points, but he felt it was worth it. Others may wait. Ji Yu Hang also spent another 100,000 points on a diverse pool of individuals from various sectors. Army officers from different fronts, Navy officers, technical engineers from factories, management staff from state-owned enterprises, and researchers from research institutions, totaling 10,000 people from all walks of life. Among them was a notable individual, Solis Martins. Even without enlightenment, the battle group leader of the Phoenix was quite outstanding on his own. In terms of personal strength, although he was forcibly placed in the position of battle group leader, he at least possessed the level of a company champion. In combat command, he was even more distinguished than his personal strength. However, before this, Ji Yu Hang had never noticed his appearance in the Heroes Interface. Not just him, Ji Yu Hang had never seen any interstellar warrior in the Heroes Interface. He once thought the level improvement of interstellar warriors could only be achieved through the special training functionality for interstellar warriors, which was available after the Phoenix event chain concluded. But that functionality only raised them to the level of company champions, which was obviously insufficient. But this time, Ji Yu Hang saw his option appear. Ji Yu Hang guessed that for interstellar warriors to appear in the Heroes Interface, the difficulty might be much greater than for ordinary mortals. Matin's appearance there came after his victory over the leader of the Ashen Dead Squad, Zhang Jiwa, which represented a personal ascension, thus listing his name in the Heroes Interface. Since it appeared, Ji Yu Hang immediately enlightened him. Ji Yu Hang was very curious about what the first interstellar warrior hero would be like. Activated Hero. Solis Martins, SSR, level, LV7. Physique 41, Spirituality 9, Command 32, Politics 14. Attributes. Battle Group Leader. He is the leader of the Starfighter Battle Group. Command +5, Physique +2. Survivor of the Atonement Expedition. He endured a long and brutal atonement expedition, which has become his valuable treasure. Command +2, Physique +3. Rebuilder of the Phoenix. He bears great responsibility, constantly vigilant. Command +5, Physique +1. Champion Swordsman. He has been awarded the title of Company Champion Swordsman, Physique +5. Avenger. He has completed a deeply personal revenge, Physique +3. Talents. Phoenix gene. He inherits the Phoenix Legion Phoenix Squadron's gene seed, making him an interstellar warrior. Physique +15, command +10, spirituality +5, politics +5. Ji Hang was very tempted by these attributes. He was particularly concerned about the Phoenix gene talent. This talent should be present in every interstellar warrior. With the catalytic effect of the gene seed in their bodies, triggering 2 hearts, 3 lungs, and a series of superhuman organs, their physique naturally experiences a significant enhancement. Now, the system tells him the enhancement is 15 points. Does every interstellar warrior have this much? Probably not. It would still depend on the individual's compatibility with the gene seed, and how much power from within the genes is unearthed through personal postnatal training. But indeed, this number itself represents the immense difference between them and ordinary mortals. Being strong is only natural. Becoming enlightened makes them stronger. Seeing Matins makes it evident. His series of attributes, accumulated through his personal experiences, were significant even without enlightenment. However, the purpose of enlightenment is to further excavate these attributes, genuinely enhancing power, and visually presenting these data to Ji Hang. This also means that Matins' true capability level definitely surpassed that of a regular interstellar warrior company commander and might have reached the level of a battlegroup champion. This is a quantum leap from his past level of just a company champion. What exactly is the level of a battlegroup champion? It's a level that Ji Hang cannot simply crush, requiring full force and several attempts. When compared to the strength of psychics, a regular alpha-level psychic definitely couldn't beat a battlegroup champion. The multitude of psychic spells thrown at them would be greatly neutralized by the huge resistance brought by their physical attributes. The remaining power would fall short against the battlegroup champion's extensive health bar and excellent skills. To defeat a battlegroup champion using psychic power, an A+ level psychic might have a chance, while alpha-level psychics could be more certain. This is why interstellar warriors are considered the top battle strength of the Empire, not the Psychic Cultivators Association. How many alpha-level psychics are there? Besides, it's impossible for humans to control alpha-level psychic power effectively in the long run. Each normal alpha-level psychic is ultimately destined to either turn into a great demon, corrupted by their power, or to die explosively. What about going mad? They probably went mad long ago. But battlegroup champions? Almost every older battlegroup has them, sometimes even more than one. Not to mention, above the level of battlegroup champions, there are the so-called Emperor champions and Emperors chosen. These legendary interstellar warriors whose reputations resonate throughout the universe can even single-handedly tear apart a great demon, moving in and out of demon armies with sword in hand. As for Matins, under normal circumstances, reaching the level of a battlegroup champion would take who knows how many years of hard training. Now, overnight success. Even higher echelons had already opened their doors to him. He was only at level 7 and could ascend 2 more levels. Furthermore, interstellar warriors were inherently different from mortals, and it was very likely that level 9 might not even be their limit. Beyond heroes, Ji Hang had also spent 100,000 grace points to train 10,000 commissars, who primarily served in the military. The expansion rate of the Alliance land forces was somewhat rapid. Although other aspects were also important, ideological work was of the utmost importance.
An additional 200,000 grace points were used to train over 10 million soldiers, including those at T5 and T4 levels. The need for military expansion was also pressing, and he could no longer afford to train every soldier using the army badge system, as the size of the Alliance land forces had already exceeded 400 million. Training each one with the soldier token would cost 400 million grace points, which he definitely could not afford.
He could only train a portion, while the rest were elevated through conventional means. For example, raising the recruitment standards to select promising recruits, lengthening training times, using abundant resources to intensify conventional training methods, and once officially entering the forces, they were led by veterans or troops which had reached elite levels through the army badge system. This way, the proficiency of new recruits could be rapidly enhanced. A significant number of individuals, especially those selected from various planetary defense forces, were quickly able to reach T5 level on their own. But overall, there was still a substantial portion who did not meet T5 standards when they actually joined the forces. That was the inevitable cost of expanding the forces. Those trained with soldier tokens and those who had reached the level on their own ensured that Gu Hang could maintain a ratio of over 50% of soldiers in the Alliance land forces at T5 level. A considerable portion of the Star Realm army, such as the Dragonhawk 3rd Corps, also had similar ratios. The remainder would be honed on the battlefield. The battlefield is the best teacher for a soldier. If they managed to survive training under the green skins, they would be good soldiers. The situation of the Alliance land forces was still quite optimistic. There was no need to speak of their equipment level, which was crafted just like the Star Realm armies, with all sorts of equipment the Alliance could produce provided unreservedly to the land forces. Many of the Star Realm army's equipment levels were even inferior to those of the Alliance land forces. And in terms of training standards, thanks to the baptism of war, the Alliance was essentially able to achieve a 70% T5 rate. Quite remarkable. Aside from spending 500,000 on talent, the remaining 700,000 was all invested by Gu Hang into technology lotteries. He drew 700,000 worth prizes, aiming for a higher yield of epic technology among them. And indeed, Gu Hang's choice proved to be correct. He struck gold. 7 draws at the 100,000 level yielded 3 epic technologies, and also 3 elite level technologies. Only 1 skewed into the advanced level. And of these 3 epic technologies, including 2 from the elite level, all were things that Gu Hang urgently needed. Lunar-class cruiser technology. Epic, no need for words. When Gu Hang saw this, he almost laughed his head off. With it, the Alliance could expand its shipyards. The so-called musician-class cruisers originally on Flying Wing Star were essentially a variant of the lunar-class cruiser, altered to be more simplified and cheaper. Just this had already cost a fortune back in the day, paying others to design and manufacture the shipyard. Flying Wing Star itself did not possess the technical capability to further expand cruiser production. But now, the Alliance did. And moreover, not expanding the bloodless version of the musician class, but the genuine lunar-class cruiser. The lunar-class cruiser, being the most commonly seen cruiser in the Empire, commonality did not equate to weakness but rather indicated excellent performance and a high cost-effectiveness ratio. If it were rubbish, how could the Empire possibly equip them on a large scale within its navy? Of course, merely having the technological capacity for cruisers wasn't enough. Weapons also had to keep up. And here they were. Doom, Light Spear Array, Epic. This was an L-sized heavy cannon, belonging to the category of energy weapons. Only ships larger than cruisers could be equipped with it. With Doom, the Alliance's newly built cruisers would not lack main guns. As for secondary guns, using M-sized weapons would suffice. The Alliance had the technological capabilities for M-sized weapons, whether they were light spears, colossal cannons, or missiles. Moreover, this type of large light spear array wasn't only applicable to starships. Positioned in a starport, or even on the ground, it's suitable for powerful anti-orbit cannons, essential for transforming a planet into a fortress. And a planet's mass is much greater than that of a warship. Normally, it's impossible for ships to bombard a planet like how ancient naval fleets couldn't stand up to coastal defense artillery. The number of heavy cannons that could be mounted on a planet had no limits, dependent only on sufficient funds and production capacity. Of course, something like the Doom L-sized light spear array was costly to produce, and the ammunition was also very expensive. Production capacity was also why most planets found it challenging to fortify themselves. However, slightly regrettably, for the L-sized heavy cannons, Gu Hang only acquired the energy weapon, only Doom. He missed out on the L-sized colossal cannon, Wrath of Loyalty, and the L-sized missile, Scorching East Wind. Having only light spears for main cannons was somewhat lacking in diversity, posing problems when facing different enemies. Light spears were expensive, had lower firepower density, were more effective against energy shields and void shields but somewhat ineffective against ship armor, and their effect in providing orbital support to ground forces was also relatively poorer. Light spears, colossal cannons, and missiles, the 3 most common types of ship weapons, had their strengths and weaknesses, each adept at handling different situations. A fleet should ideally have all types of weapons to be at its best. And the third epic technology was an interstellar warrior technology. Iron Cavalry Terminator-powered armor. Epic, Terminator Power Armor. What a fantastic piece of equipment, Previously, the Alliance didn't have the capacity to produce Terminators, and the one Mattins had been purchased by Gu Heng himself. Moreover, it was an unyielding Terminator which, in terms of performance, was a notch below the Iron Cavalry Terminator. The Iron Cavalry Terminator originated from an even more ancient era. It was developed during the time the Emperor still reigned and the Empire was in a significant phase of interstellar expansion. Over the years, through incessant upheavals, especially the catastrophic civil war within the Empire, the technology for the Iron Cavalry Terminator was gradually lost. Like many technologies from the zenith of the Empire, such as the Majestic-type tactical power armor currently used by the Phoenix Battlegroup, are lost, but not completely gone. Some Foundry worlds could still build them, albeit in limited numbers. Perhaps it was because the key components could still be manufactured, but the capacity to expand production wasn't there. Or maybe because there was a larger manufacturing scale for replacements that the old technologies weren't really needed. But, in any case, the Iron Cavalry Terminator that Gu Heng drew from the technology system didn't have those problems. The Iron Cavalry type is better than the unyielding type often seen in the major battle groups, as is the way with the technology of the Empire. The older it is, the more formidable. But as a consequence, its production costs are also higher. And, like the Majestic-type armor Gu Heng drew before, it has a problem: rarity and antiquity, meaning it's conspicuously noticeable. The process of making the Iron Cavalry type isn't common even among the Foundry worlds. And now you, the Alliance, are able to produce it, too. However, Gu Heng was no longer concerned about that. How many similar technologies in the Alliance could there be? In the past, he was anxious, but now his mindset was much more stable. When there are too many lice, they don't itch. Moreover, as the Alliance continued to thrive and grow, similar threats started to worry him less. With the Iron Cavalry Terminator power armor, the power of the Phoenix Battlegroup would climb another rung. They would be able to form their own Terminator squad and charge against the most terrifying enemies in this universe. Of course, Terminators were not invincible. They were only a bit over 3 meters tall, less than half the size of Knight Mecha. But in a confrontation between a veteran Terminator and a Knight Mecha, Gu Heng believed that the Terminator had a high chance of victory. Both equipped with energy shields, the Terminator couldn't mount weapons as powerful as those of a Knight Mecha due to its size, but its defensive capabilities were not much less in comparison. Much more agile, and with an interstellar warrior, essentially a Superman, at the controls, a Terminator could guarantee to take down any Knight Mecha that came its way, provided the seasoned Terminator didn't do something foolish like trying to match the larger Knight Mecha in firepower or mechanical strength. Rather, it should rely on experience, skill, and agile tactics to win. The Terminator's lack of agility compared to conventional tactical power armors, but against Knight Mecha, it was still significantly superior. However, the cost of producing an Iron Cavalry Terminator was exorbitant, usually reaching 1.2 million tax currency per unit. That's a full 50% more expensive than the standard 800,000 price for an unyielding type. This might be another reason why the Iron Cavalry type was scarce in circulation. But, as always with a black box ready to churn out finished products and set up production lines, the cost for the Alliance to make these devices wouldn't be as high as it is on the market. Besides, spending a bit more for significantly better performance could be a worthwhile trade-off. After acquiring a cruiser, a Doomsday Light Spear Array, and an Iron Cavalry Terminator-powered armor, Gu Heng was more than satisfied with his technological lottery winnings this time around. However, among the 3 elite-level technologies he drew afterward, there were also a couple of really good ones. L-type transport ship, Behemoth. Now this is a gem. Although it's only elite level, its value isn't much less than that of the Moon-class cruiser. Despite the Behemoth's significant downsides, markedly unmaneuverable, incredibly slow, structurally unsuitable for conversion into an armed vessel, and an easy target if caught alone in space, much like a pig ready for slaughter. Its plethora of weaknesses is offset by one overwhelming advantage: its capacity. It's truly massive, just slightly smaller than a Retribution-class battleship. True to its name, it boasts a colossal hold. Like a moving nest capital in space, it can cram in up to 20 million people at its transport limit. Because it can carry so much, the scale economics bring its transportation costs down substantially. It wasn't expensive to build, around 1 billion, which was significantly cheaper than the Crazy Shark-class destroyer. It served as humanity's core vessel in interstellar trade. As long as it could haul goods for a few years, the cost would be recouped, and everything beyond that was profit. In the past, the largest transport ship the Alliance could build was the Whale class. That thing could only carry about 1/10 of what the Colossal Belly could. When it came to large-scale transportation, it was still more expensive than the Colossal Belly. With this thing, making an economic community across star sectors would be easier for the Alliance. Otherwise, relying solely on the GU commercial firm's existing ships would definitely be unreliable. The scale of the GU commercial firm was already nearly at its limit, covering the transportation needs within the Tianma star sector and the front lines of the ongoing war. It would be nearly impossible to also accommodate the massive transportation demands that would arise after the integration of the 7 horse sectors. The Alliance's shipyards were already operating at full throttle, building not just warships but various civilian vessels as well. In reality, even if the small shipyard on Baishuo Star in the Purple Horse sector were included, there was a lot of squabbling from all parties. The Navy wanted the civilian docks to build warships for them. Even if legitimate warships couldn't be built, they demanded armed merchant ships instead.
While the Alliance's governmental units and merchant fleets were trying to pull together, the Alliance still needed to function, and the military needed support from the rear. The transport of raw materials, goods, these civilian ships are the vascular system of industrial manufacturing. They were willing to give way to the war, allowing some production capacity to build armed merchant ships to assist the Navy with transport and combat, but they pleaded not to devote all of it.
There was no shortage of verbal disputes reaching Jiyu Hang. Now, with the new build of the Colossal Belly transport ship, the problem hadn't been solved per se, but it certainly had been greatly alleviated. The shipyard tasked with building the Colossal Belly could only be used to manufacture them. After all, they were too large. Using it for building large warships was also out of the question because of lacking adequate technical standards. And producing one Colossal Belly which had the capacity of 10 Whale-class vessels meant one could cover for 10 and would greatly relieve the Alliance's circulatory system.
And the second piece of elite-level technology was the Dominion-class Knight Mecha.
It was much larger than the Ranger level, and it almost reached the size of the Warhound-class Titan. Its combat power could also be roughly on par with the Warhound. Although it fell slightly short, it was more flexible than the Warhound-class Titana after all. It only required one person to operate, instead of a team like the Warhound Titan. However, its cost of construction was also very high, skyrocketing from 700,000 for a Ranger-class Knight to 3.5 million. This was even more expensive than the Warhound Titan, which only cost 2,300,000. It was certainly a fine piece, and for many Knight worlds, the Dominion-class Knight Mecha was a treasure. A single Knight could pilot such a large machine, possessing the strength to match the Warhound Titan. But to the Alliance, it seems somewhat superfluous. Those Knight families from Knight worlds had a sentiment for this thing, which the Alliance did not share. The Warhound was cheaper, had slightly greater combat power, and the slight difference in flexibility wasn't as valuable on the front lines as another piece of armor plating. After all, if the enemy decided to lay down a barrage, whether it was a Titan of over a dozen meters tall or a Knight Mecha, that slight increase in agility wouldn't count for mucha. They would still be bombarded regardless. Jiyu Hang couldn't think of any reason to allocate production capacity to Dominion Knights over Warhounds. Of course, the Warhound's rate of expansion was ultimately limited. When it really came down to it and production capacity couldn't meet the demand, setting up a few Dominion production lines wasn't out of the question. Additionally, since it held some symbolic significance, the Alliance could use it to win over some of the feudal worlds within its territory that had Knight cultures. Hagian Star was of course the most typical example. Beyond Hagian Star, in the Iron Horse sector's Ironwing Star, the Border Horse sector's Gathering Snow 7, and the Purple Horse sector's Purple Peak 3, these three worlds were also classic feudal worlds with Knight traditions. Once the Alliance had the capability to manufacture both Ranger-level and Dominion-level Knights, control over these worlds would greatly increase. The lords of these Knight worlds were quite different from planets with unified governments. If pushed too hard, those Knight lords could stubbornly resist to the bitter end. Executing a few people or staging a coup wouldn't do much good, as they didn't even have a central government. Each was its own Knight family. Trying to forcibly subdue them would likely require a battle like the one at Hagian Star. That definitely wouldn't be worth it. Political maneuvers, trade tactics, and economic control would be more reliable. The corresponding strategies were already being employed by the Alliance's government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The manufacturing capability of the Dominion-class night mecha would significantly enhance the Alliance's various strategies on these night planets. From this perspective, the Dominion-class night mecha had advantages that the Warhound Titan couldn't match. As for the other two technologies, one was elite level and the other advanced level, both were civilian technologies. The advanced level technology was a construction engineering vehicle, and the elite level was an improved agricultural planter, suitable for use in large-scale plantations. Civilian technologies were also valuable, they were needed for economic development. Ji Yu Hang was quite satisfied with the haul from the lottery this time. Even though it cost a full 700,000 grace points, each one was a fine piece of technology. These technologies would also become a powerful engine for the Alliance's development in the next 2 years. And those 2 years would pass quickly. 2 years passed in a flash. Everyone assumed that after the Fury Flame battle group had launched its near-total offensive, the war situation in the Dragonhawk star domain would undergo a comprehensive turnaround. Even if the threat of the Iron-Tooth clan could not be rapidly quelled, at the very least, the human military forces should have been able to launch a full-scale counterattack under the leadership of the interstellar warriors. But reality was not as expected. Certainly, the situation changed, from being overwhelmingly pushed back by the Greenskins, and at least managing to hold the line now. However, the strength of the Iron-Tooth clan still exceeded many people's imaginations. When the Fury Flame battle group first arrived, they launched a few stunning offensive strikes that set the Greenskins back, but without killing Titus, the victories couldn't be considered truly successful. Hundreds of worlds in the entire star domain thus fell into a protracted war that lasted 2 years. The battlefront stretched long, with interstellar warriors, the reinvigorated Mingyang sect, and the star domain government constantly drafting new troops to fill their ranks. Everyone was fully committed to this war, yet the stalemate persisted unchanged. Their greatest victory was nothing more than driving the Greenskins out of the Steelfire Dragon Star sector and winning the battle for Jindy Star. However, to say it was a victory seemed less accurate than acknowledging that the Greenskins chieftain had realized that, under the current circumstances, maintaining a heavy offensive was cost-ineffective, so he had proactively withdrawn. Human forces, pursuing their retreating enemy, reclaimed several worlds along the way, their morale high, only to suffer a significant defeat at Eagle Cry Star in the Snow Eagle Star sector. Even the Fury Flame battle group lost an entire squadron. Eagle Cry Star thus became a focal battlefield again, but this time, it was the humans who took the offensive. The green skin orcs on Eagle Cry Star were already equipped with numerous anti-orbit cannons and did not fear being besieged by the fleet. The Greenskins War Moons had also withdrawn early to Eagle Cry Star. Whether in space combat or deploying ground troops, the struggle for Eagle Cry Star became fraught with difficulty. On other fronts, from the Dragon Biter sector to Thunder Dragon, then to Snow Eagle, and onto Curse Bone Star district, spanning 4 star sectors, the Beastmen stopped retreating, began to hold their ground, and attempted counterattacks. Even with interstellar warriors as their core, the human military forces could not advance the front line. Casimir Ursu, the battle group leader of the Fury Flame battle group, was not in the best mood for a long time. In his lengthy career, he and his battle group had faced enemies like the Greenskins before. But even he had to admit that the Iron-Tooth clan was the most powerful orc clan he had ever encountered in his life. He never admitted to being careless. When he decided to accept the call for help from the Dragonhawk star domain and came here to fight, he was fully prepared, bringing with him an entire battle group. Although this was not the full force of the Fury Flame battle group, under normal circumstances, they would never deploy more than 1,000 warriors at a single battlefield. That would be unreasonable. This was not the Princess Star domain, where they and the Iron Armor battle group could cover the sky with one hand in their old lair. They had to act with some discretion. But as it turned out, the forces he committed were still insufficient. After 2 years of war, the Fury Flame battle group had already lost more than 300 combat brothers here. For a typical battle group, losing 30% of its forces in just one war would be considered a heavy blow. Even if they were victorious immediately, replenishing the losses of more than 30% of their personnel would take a long battle group a long time. Moreover, given the Empire's current leaky state, with interstellar warrior battle groups serving as critical mobile forces, acting as the Empire's most important stopgap craftsmen, How could ordinary battle groups have the luxury of taking their time to rest, replenish and equip, and then meet their next challenge at full strength? Normally, before they even finish one battle, new requests for aid and new orders from the Imperial side fall on them like snowflakes. Sometimes they need to dispatch at least half a company, or even multiple companies, with a variety of ships to several different battlefields. Other times, the entire battle group gets no respite, having to divide into several companies to face multiple fronts, or simply to launch a full-scale assault. The Flame battle group isn't in such a dire situation. If Urso wants, he could immediately transfer over 300 men and replenish the battle group's losses. Mixing with the Iron Armor battle group, they, Flame, are also an overbirth battle group. Although they are not as large in scale as Iron Armor, their numbers have long exceeded the Empire's stipulated 1,000. The only limit on their deployment of too much force at one time is the Empire's regulations. Now the problem is awkwardly looming. Urso wants to end the war as soon as possible. He does not want the main force of the battle group to be dragged here for too long. It's been 2 years. They carry the burden of expanding the influence of the Triumvirate of Iron Armor, Flame, and Bedrock Shield in the Eastern Cosmos domain. Their core strategy is to gain immense prestige through battle after battle and then, through the special political status as interstellar warriors, rally supporters in the region. However, they have been mired in the Dragonhawk star domain for too long. Although the prestige left behind after winning a difficult war is certainly greater, and it also facilitates the subsequent annexation of the entire star domain, they cannot truly empty their strength or spend too much time, otherwise it would be a loss. Urso is urgently wishing to end this war. On one hand, using his own prestige, he has been able to directly call upon more fleets and defense armies from other star domains, even from the headquarters of the 3 battle groups under the Princess Star domain of the Spiderweb domain to the north of the Eastern Cosmos domain, and he will be transferring 200 rookies to supplement the losses within the battle group. But on the other hand, he himself is not sure whether such an escalation is enough to annihilate the Iron Tooth clan. Thus, opening a second front, creating a significant breakthrough elsewhere to alter the current stalemate, which has been like a meat grinder on the front lines for 2 years, has become a seriously considered option. And within the Dragonhawk star domain, a suitable battlefield naturally exists of the 7-horse territory in the Eastern star domain. If the ongoing Tamir campaign can achieve a breakthrough, human forces could attack from the Eastern front straight into the Greenskins' lair, obliging Titus to rush back in defense. It would at least greatly undermine the war potential of the Iron Tooth clan. In the past, Urso also believed that the so-called alliance, along with the remnants of the Phoenix mixed within, was simply too weak to make an impact. But in these 2 years, as he understood more about the alliance's history of rise to power, as well as the recent mentions that the numbers of the Phoenix had even recovered to over 500, he realized he had been wrong. They definitely have the strength to breach the Greenskins' eastern defenses. They were just not serious enough. It looks like it's time to urge them on. Casimir Urso's so-called encouragement was not just a matter of thought. He had truly put it into action. A detachment of the fleet carrying a company of interstellar warriors was on its way to the 7-horse territory. Going directly was certainly impossible. The route was blockaded by Greenskins. To get to the 7-horse territory, one would have to take quite a detour. In this sense, it couldn't really be said the 2 sides were completely cut off from each other, since the southern and eastern regions belonging to 2 other star domains were still Imperial territory. But how are star domains delineated? In the true universe, the physical distance between different star systems is incredibly vast, and for human ships that can at most perform sub-light speed travel, such distances are not traversable. Only by relying on star realm tunnels to warp can one cross the astronomical distances of the physical universe. This also means that on a star map, no matter how physically far apart 2 neighboring star systems may be, as long as there is a connecting star realm tunnel, these 2 worlds are considered adjacent on the star map and are drawn together. The logic of connection between star sectors is similar. As long as the star systems within one sector are linked to another system, they will certainly be drawn together on the map. However, it should be noted that the reverse is not necessarily true. Sometimes, 2 adjacent worlds are drawn together for the sake of completeness and convenience of the star map, even though they may not be directly connected. Regardless, as long as star sectors are adjacent on the map, they generally won't be too far apart. Without a direct connection, by hopping through other star sectors, one can always make the jump. Otherwise, they wouldn't be drawn so close together. Within the domain of a star domain, the traffic of star realm tunnels is quite extensive. As long as you are within one star domain, there are always various routes and detours to find a way to another star sector. However, the situation is different between star domains. Humanity actively delineates as a star domain those areas with a large number of connected star realm tunnels. Often, such a region may have only one or two connections with another star domain.
On the star map, to the south of the Dragonhawk star domain lies the Eagle Silk starfield. It appears that the two star domains share a large border, but in reality, there are only two star realm tunnels between Tama, one in the Haigu Ridge star sector and the other in the Fire Eagle sector.
The Haigu Ridge star sector is a conflict zone where humans and the green-skinned orcs are still waging war, although it's not the main battlefield and the fighting isn't as fierce. The government of the southern Eagle Silk starfield, seeing their northern neighbors in such a state, is somewhat panicked. They too have their own problems to resolve in their star domain, but they still manage to spare some forces to help defend Haigu Ridge, mainly out of fear that the Iron Tooth clan might head south through Haigu Ridge and bring the flames of war to their doorstep. Since Haigu Ridge was no longer an option, the only choice was the Fire Eagle sector.
From the Fire Eagle sector at the southern edge of the Yunluo sector, one turns into the southern area of the Eagle Silk starfield. Then, nearly traversing the entire Eagle Silk starfield from west to east, one heads north into the east adjoining starfield. The Border Horse sector has a star realm tunnel connected to the east adjoining starfield, through which one can enter the Seven Horse territory.
That was the only road, an extremely circuitous one. Even for a fast ship, the journey would take 3 to 4 months. It was ridiculous, but there was no other way. The team dispatched by Urso took this route. Of course, Urso didn't believe that merely relying on the less than 100 Fury Flame interstellar warriors could make the Alliance invest into the war more seriously. The Alliance didn't seem like the obedient type, let alone the Phoenix, with whom they even had a grudge. They wouldn't be so compliant. That meant resorting to a stronger approach was necessary. Of course, not by force. The Fury Flame Battle Group's company commander, Kedoba Javier, leading the team to the Tianma star sector and meeting with Ji Hang, carried with him a military order. It was this explicit command, which had the force of imperial law, that was key. They had set off long ago, and by now, they should have arrived. Casimir Urso, battle group leader, supreme head of the Dragonhawk battle zone, by the authority of the zone's commander, is demanding that my troops make a full assault on the Golden Pass star sector. The order demands that I end the Tamir campaign and achieve victory within 2 months. Within 4 months, extend the fighting to the Silver Pass sector, effectively striking the heartland of the iron-toothed green-skinned aliens. The order insists that we cannot delay, non-negotiable for each target, otherwise I, Ji Hang, as well as the political entity of the Alliance, shall bear indelible responsibility for the failure of the entire battle situation. The maximum penalty for me could be death and the dissolution of the political entity of the Alliance?
When necessary, the Fury Flame Battle Group commander, Javier Cordoba, dispatched to the Tianma Star sector, can take command of all military forces in the Seven Horse territory. Whenever he needs it, from the Phoenix Battle Group to the Alliance troops, from the Imperial Navy, Star Realm Army, to a total of 88 world's planetary defense forces in the Seven Horse territory, all should unconditionally accept all his orders.
Ji Hang looked at the copy of the order given to him by the Fury Flame Battle Group's company commander Cordoba and didn't even feel angry, he just wanted to laugh. About half a month ago, news came from Border Horse 3 that Javier Cordoba and the company of the Fury Flame Battle Group he led, had entered the Border Horse sector and were making their way towards the heartland of the Alliance. He came with orders from the highest command of the Dragonhawk battle zone, and being a renowned interstellar warrior himself, no one dared to stop him along the way. The Alliance didn't issue orders to intercept him either. So, he made his way to Flying Wing Star without any obstacles. They refused to disembark from the ship. Instead, Kedoba demanded that Governor Ji Hang board the ship to meet with him. Such arrogance from the interstellar warrior was utterly senseless. Governor Ji Hang paid him no mind, treating him as if he were just a bunch of air. He continued with his usual duties. He was very busy now. The Alliance had spent a total of 3 years in this war, and in the last 2 years, it had finally found its own rhythm. According to Governor Ji Hang's own summary, it was about seeking development in the prolonged warfare. stabilizing the front line on the basis of defending the peace of Seven-Horse territory, accelerating the integration of the Seven Horses, and enhancing the comprehensive strength of the alliance. Overall, it meant that all imperial taxes due from Seven-Horse territory should fully cover all war expenditures. All government fiscal income from the territory should be prioritarily invested in the development of the territory itself, especially in the development of military potential. Moreover, the alliance's control over Seven-Horse territory, through the dispersal of the Economic Community Act, had expanded from the initial batch of 9 worlds to 32 worlds now. Those first 9 had all sprinted to vassal grade 55-5, and half of the second batch of 23 had also reached LV5. This meant that the alliance's control over them was now quite strong, even to the point that these worlds that reached LV5 vassal grade could almost be considered another kind of court territory for the alliance. Moreover, in these 2 years, the total GDP of these worlds had increased by at least 30%, with some even doubling. The one that doubled wasn't some small-scale planet. General Number 6 star in the Iron Horse sector was a discarded fortress world with a population of 2 billion. It originally had significant military importance, but now it had no military value, similar to the situation with Steelwing Star before. After signing the Economic Community Act, General Number
6 star had vigorously commenced civilian and industrial transformations. The original production potential was greatly excavated, especially the refined gold material that could be recycled from dismantling the abandoned fortresses. The planet itself also had a certain industrial base. Many of the mothballed military factories had previously been abandoned, and the local planet did not have the capacity to develop, but under the Alliance's hands, none of these were a problem.
According to the most recent report, the GDP of this planet had doubled. The per capita output had increased from less than 0.7 to 1.5. Development wasn't only occurring in the worlds that had signed the Economic Community Act. Other worlds within Seven-Horse territory, even those where the Alliance hadn't yet managed to develop and sign this treaty, were also obtaining economic growth driven by the intense demands of the war, within the economic trade led by the Alliance. Not to mention the Alliance's homeland, which under the auspices of draining economies, tax exemptions, and many powerful technologies, was developing even further. Even with the drag of the war, the estimated GDP growth rate was still above 6% per year. With these factors combined, the Alliance, in the last year, had accumulated about 450 billion in imperial tax and fiscal income, a full 70 billion more than 2 years ago. Moreover, those vassal worlds under the Seven-Horse framework had enjoyed the development bonus, and of course, the Alliance wouldn't leave all the financial income to the local planets. The Alliance had skimmed about half of it, roughly 50 billion, as a special war levy. This year, the Alliance could access a wealth of 500 billion tax currency. Although the Alliance land forces had been continuously depleted in the Battle of Tamir, they paradoxically grew even larger. By now, they had already reached the target of 2 years ago, namely the 400 million mark, and would soon reach 500 million. Under the Seven-Horse framework, within the unified command of the Alliance, the number of packed army forces that could be mobilized by the Alliance had reached a staggering 1.9 billion.
In the naval sector, they had expanded 2 Moon-class cruiser docks, and with the original 2 Musician-class docks, the Alliance could complete 4 cruisers soon, and in addition, they had built a total of over 40 other destroyers and escort ships in these 2 years. The value of these ships alone reached over 600 billion, almost half of the Alliance's income over 2 years had been invested in warships.
Plus with the 7 cruisers originally on the front line, the United Fleet would soon have 11 main warships. In summary, the Alliance had its own rhythm in this war. There's no way Governor Gu Hang would deal with him. Javier Kedoba, staying in orbit above Flying Wing Star, didn't even enter the starport, and after being hung out to dry for 2 days, he started to become restless himself. He repeatedly urged for Governor Gu Hang to come to meet him, but all his messages were like stones dropped into the sea. Yet, he still dared not land. Inside the company, there were discussions about whether they should take any drastic measures. However, Kedoba immediately vetoed that idea himself. Take a sledgehammer. They only have 1 escort ship, just 100 interstellar warriors. What can they possibly do? Indeed, there aren't too many warships near Flying Wing Star. Most of them are on the front line. However, the combination of armed space stations and ground-based anti-orbit cannons makes it impossible for the Fury Flame warriors to even land. Unless their actions are sufficiently surprising and Flying Wing Star is completely unguarded. But using my ass to think, Governor GU seems anything but unguarded right now. Moreover, even if they land, what then? There might be 500 phoenixes guarding the ground. Going down there is a suicide mission. Despite persistent urging, Kedoba had no choice but to lower his stance. Though he still dared not land, he stopped demanding Governor Gu Hang to meet him and directly sent Casimir Urso's order down to the ground. After receiving the order, General Yan Fangshu took it to Gu Hang to see. That was what Gu Hang saw earlier, the thing that made him want to laugh. Order me? Is he qualified? Yan Fangshu, however, hesitated a bit. After thinking for a while, he said, Governor. Today's Gu Hang is not only the governor of 4 planets but also the Star Zone leader of Tianma Star Sector and the leader of 7 Horse Territory, as well as the supreme commander on the Eastern Front battlefields of Dragonhawk Battle Zone. However, what was most important was his role as the alliance leader. His subordinates were still more accustomed to addressing him as governor. Though, the meaning of him being a governor had long transcended the ordinary scope of any governor. On this matter, we really shouldn't take it too lightly. The orders brought by these Fury Flame warriors are effective. Casimir Urso, this battle group leader of the Fury Flame battle group, is actually appointed by the Empire as a supreme commander. Theoretically, he indeed has the power to maneuver our forces, and if we disobey, he really can declare us traitors. Gu Hang chuckled coldly. Yan Fangshu continued, on Kedoba's ship, there should also be tribunal personnel as witnesses. If we outright disobey the orders, nothing might happen right now, but once they return, it could bring serious trouble for us. So we should, without preparing enough, just follow the command on this order and immediately initiate the final battle of Tamir. And must enter the stronghold of the Greenskins within 4 months? No, of course not, Yan Fangshu quickly said. If their frontline forces can't accomplish it, why should we? I'm just pointing out the risk. I think, Governor, that you must have a suitable plan to handle it. Actually, I don't, Gu Hang said with a smile, nor do I plan to. Declare the alliance a traitor? At this point, Gu Hang regained his serious demeanor and earnestly said to Yan Fangshu, you must understand, only those who lose wars are war criminals. Only the weak get declared traitors. If we really rush into battle unprepared, fail to win, and needlessly waste our own strength, that would be a great crime. If back in the days on Rage Owl Star, anyone could have declared us traitors. Now, maybe some still might declare us traitors, but a battle group company commander? Or Urso? They don't have the qualification. I don't have that qualification. After hearing Gu Hang's words, Yan Fangshu repeated them silently in his mind and felt somewhat exhilarated. Recalling the time when he was left by Yelisia, from a promising member of the Imperial Naval Marine Corps to becoming a military advisor for Gu Hang, who at that time only had a group of mechanic servants as his capital, he never imagined that just 17 years later, he would have already attained the rank of a general. This year, he had just celebrated his 45th birthday.
In many military families with traditions, the most outstanding young members might become generals in their 40s, but a general. That was already the maximum for many top military aristocrats.
Previously, people might talk about the generals of the Planetary Defense Force Alliance, but could they compare with the generals of the Star Realm Army? Now, nobody talked about that anymore. It's hard to say out there, but at least within the territory of the Alliance, in the 88 worlds of the 7 Horse Territory, the words of a Star Realm Army general certainly carry less weight than those of an Alliance general. He had long stopped doubting whether his initial decision was correct. It's just that some concepts that had been in his mind since his growth period were deeply ingrained. But today, Mr. Gu's words had a clarifying effect. The Alliance nowadays is no longer what it was years ago. I understand, said Yan Fangshu. Please instruct me, Governor, what should we do next? Do what needs to be done, follow our own pace. As for that small ship in orbit, let Mattins take people to board and take control of it. I suspect their identities. The Alliance only recently suffered from the chaos of the mutinous Star Warriors 2 years ago. I have reason to believe that these people's identities are fake. Yes. In the orbit of Flying Wing Star, Javier Cordoba had been very silent for the past couple of days. He wasn't blind, he could see what the Alliance had become. Before coming here, he had heard from Battle Group leader Urso that the Alliance hadn't given their all in this war. But at that time, both he and the battle group leader knew well in their hearts. It was a spur, an excuse. Perhaps the alliance hadn't really given their all. Their tactics were more conservative, but after all, they were facing the Iron Tooth clan. In the 2 years of this war, the Fury Flame battle group had personally experienced the strength of the Green Skin tribe. For the alliance to be able to maintain a balance, even slightly advancing on the Eastern Front battlefields, was already very difficult. Even if the alliance hadn't given their all, it was almost there. They didn't really expect a Star Region level force, along with a group like Phoenix, which had nearly been wiped out a decade ago, to truly achieve the war goals set by Urso. Phoenix had recovered to a size of 500 people, which seemed like a not insignificant number, but that was probably all the genetic bloodline reserves they had left from the past, right? And all fresh recruits. What kind of combat capability could they have? The fleet's ships and the auxiliary troops weren't well established yet, they were all from the Alliance. Such a battle group with just 500 people was like an interstellar warrior without armor.
You say he's an interstellar warrior, he indeed is, but when it really comes to fighting, without anything substantive, he can easily be killed, unable to exert his proper combat power.
What they wanted was just to force the Alliance to attack with full force, holding more green skin forces on the Eastern Front to create opportunities for the main battlefield. Now, to be honest, the Alliance had already done well, given how fiercely both sides had been fighting in the main battlefield. The reinforcements mobilized from the home base of the Greenskins had always been lower than the strategic estimates on the human side. The lacking part, of course, went into the Eastern Front. But Urso felt it still wasn't enough. As for how much it cost the Alliance for their orders, they didn't care. The most they would do was a perfunctory commendation afterward. However, when Javier Cordoba really arrived in Alliance territory, he discovered that something seemed off. The Alliance not having given their all? They damn hadn't used any effort at all. Though he hadn't descended to Flying Wing Star to see the capital city of Tianma Star Sector, the heartland of the Alliance, on his way from the Border Horse Sector into the Seven Horse territory, he and his warriors had still taken the time to land on the ground. One look was enough to amaze them. Not to mention prosperity, but that vitality. Construction was everywhere, newly expanded factories, infrastructures invested in for economic growth. If the former could still be understood, the front line was at war, and expanding capabilities was certainly necessary, even if not military factories, but some basic or civilian factories. That also makes sense as the interstellar society naturally has different divisions of labor based on different planetary environments. Some planets focus fully on industrial production. Others provide civilian goods and necessities, supporting the workers of the military worlds. If so, it could barely be explained. But investing in infrastructure? What are you doing building these large investment, long-term vision projects at this time?
Cordoba could only use the excuse of building better roads, better water supply systems, and better power supply systems in preparation for exploding production capacity. He chose to ignore that these were not temporary measures but rather well constructed, as if they were meant to last for decades or even 100 years, and that it would be better to deal with war by considering short-term costs.
Until he observed the standard of living of the civilians in this world, he was completely taken aback. According to his observations, these people were leading a rather good life, one that could be considered moderately prosperous.
Yet what he saw was merely an ordinary worker, but their standard of living was already better than many he had seen in worlds at peace. In fact, some worlds that proclaimed themselves powerful, particularly some nest capital worlds, had lower-class citizens living lives worse than those of pigs and dogs.
The scene he saw on Xinbaocheng Star in the Border Horse Sector was this. A worker's family lived well and ate well, and the whole family would go shopping for 2 new pieces of clothing on rest days. That was when they were stopped by Cordoba and asked about their situation. If they were truly fully mobilized for war, could an ordinary worker on a peripheral planet of an Alliance power lead such a life? If the peripheral worlds were like this, Cordoba didn't even dare to imagine what it was like in the core territories of the Alliance. When he truly entered the core territories of the Alliance, his thinking was further reinforced. Though in the Tianma Star Sector he cautiously refrained from landing on the surface of any planet, he could still see a great many civilian ships traveling through star realm tunnels and the void within star systems. The bustling extent of the traffic made Cordoba unable to believe that this was a state of war. You all have so many ships. Shouldn't they all be pulled to the front lines to fight? Even if they are civilian ships. Stuffing them with a few guns would help. Even the girthy ships with no combat ability should be conscripted by the government for transporting supplies to the front lines. Why can trade and commerce flourish inside the star sector?
Does this look like a war? Aren't you being a bit too nonchalant about the war?
It's nonsense to say you're not giving it your all. Slander? This alliance hasn't even tried. This was Kedoba's two-tiered reversal of cognition of the alliance as a political entity. But this also made him realize another problem. An alliance that has not exerted much effort has fought the Iron Tooth clan to a standstill, even displaying a slight advantage. How strong would their war potential be once they get serious and fully deploy all of their war capabilities? From this perspective, the orders given by the battle group leader were spot on. Winning the Tamir battle in 2 months, breaking into the Iron Tooth clan's nest capital in 4. If the alliance got serious, it might not be impossible. At this point, Kedoba had no choice but to take things seriously. He had to reassess the strength of this so-called alliance. No, not just him, the entire battle group needed a reassessment. But as for the current task, it had become more difficult. The reason is simple. If the strength of the alliance is as they imagined, then everything is easy to handle. Would you dare not to obey? If you disobey, Kedoba might not be able to handle them, but upon returning, they could be convicted as traitors for not following orders and even mobilize some forces to suppress the rebellion during the war. Moreover, there is no need to worry that the alliance will pull out abruptly, causing a collapse at the Eastern Front battlefields. It is not a war among kin. There is no such concept as giving up or defecting to the enemy when facing the green skins. The Greens won't accept surrender either. But now, the war potential displayed by the alliance no longer allows for such action. You label him a traitor and then come to suppress the rebellion, only to be beaten up by him, who then turns to the empire claiming your actions were baseless. How do you handle that situation? But since strong arm tactics are no longer viable, what about the orders given by the battle group leader? That Mr. GU, clearly showing an inconsiderate attitude. Kedoba was helpless. But just dragging things out wasn't a solution, either. He didn't even have a way to communicate directly with the battle group leader now. The star speech device on his ship, along with a warband think tank member he brought over, neither had the ability to break through the obstacles in the subspace green wave to contact Yunluo Star or Jindy Star directly or to detour from the east adjoining starfield via Eagle Silk Starfield and then back to the Dragonhawk star domain. Communicating across 3 star domains was indeed asking too much of someone. After enduring it for 2 days and being unable to come up with any solutions, Kedoba decided to withdraw. He planned to return the way he came, at least to the east adjoining starfield, heading to the capital world of East adjoining a Sanfan star, where he could use a powerful star language tower to communicate with the battle group leader. However, just as he had made up his mind, suddenly a subordinate relayed a message. The Alliance military had sent a message, saying that they had previously encountered an attack by interstellar warrior traders in the Iron Horse sector and now had reason to suspect whether their identity as allied with the Flame battle group was genuine. They requested to board the ship for inspection. Kedoba laughed in anger. He was also an old soldier who had fought in the Star Sea with 3 gold nails for more than 300 years. During such an extensive stretch of time, he had never been treated in this manner. Moreover, not only was the Alliance's request seemingly demeaning, but the implications behind it also required some thought. Check, I suppose they want to detain us. There was no need to consider it. Kedoba was about to reject the request. However, before he could voice his refusal, the situation had already changed. The astronomers on the ship had detected that the star fortress of Flying Wing Star and the anti-orbit cannons on the ground had locked onto them. Generally speaking, such interstellar firepower could conceal its intentions when locking onto its target, and the ship Kedoba was on had a rather weak capability to detect such lock-ons. Without any warning, the Alliance could fire upon them, shredding them into pieces in space without any prior knowledge. But the Alliance did not do so. They blatantly displayed their intentions to lock on, clearly as a warning, if you dare to make a move, that would only confirm suspicions of your being turncoats. The Alliance would cling to that point afterward. What to do? Kedoba clenched his teeth, steeled his heart, and ordered the ship to ignore the firepower lock-on and to leave Flying Wing Star's orbit at full speed. In plain terms, his thought was, I indeed didn't expect the Alliance's strength to be so formidable. But even so, would you really dare to bear arms against us, the Fury Flame battle group, merely based on such unfounded accusations? That would change the nature of things. Of course, he still made fundamental preparations. Nearly 100 of Fury Flame's warriors boarded the escape pods. Just in case anything did happen, they'd at least have a way out.
However, what he least expected then occurred. Indeed, the firepower in the Star Fortress on the ground did not truly fire. The political considerations of the Alliance weren't reckless enough to blast a ship carrying 100 interstellar warriors, labeled as Alisa. The repercussions would be too severe.
But the Alliance was not without other means. In a blink of dazzling light, more than 300 interstellar warriors, clad in red armor, transported onto Kedoba's ship. These figures felt eerily familiar to Kedoba. During the earlier battles in Princess Star Domain, Kedoba had personally fought against the Phoenix battle group, but it was actual combat. He had personally killed 3 Phoenix warriors, and now, these Phoenix warriors had returned. They were fully armed and appeared fiercely intimidating. The 3 leading tactical teams were even fully equipped with Terminator-powered armor. Amidst the silence, a confrontation erupted. Yet, basic restraint was still observed. The Phoenix did not fire, and the Fury Flames also did not. They didn't even resort to weapons like the chainsaw swords. The 2 groups of interstellar warriors sporting somewhat similar paint schemes, one red and one orange, fought each other in hand-to-hand combat, clad in their battle armor. By the time Kedoba had knocked down 7 Phoenix warriors, including 3 Terminators, he looked around and saw that all his subordinates were lying on the ground. Meanwhile, about 30 warriors, including more than 10 Terminators, had surrounded him completely. Kedoba's hand even touched the powered sword that he carried at his waist. But in the end, he let go. The situation was out of his control. These damn Phoenix warriors weren't rookies. Although it was just hand-to-hand fighting and no lives were lost, the performance alone forced Kedoba, a seasoned warrior, to acknowledge that all these Phoenix warriors possessed the genuine skill level of official interstellar warriors. On the orbit, a brawl between interstellar warriors erupted on the warship occupied by the Fury Flame warriors, with Phoenix emerging victorious. Objectively, Kedoba and his nearly 100 warriors were certainly not weak. Among them was a squad of Terminators who, if not all veterans, were at least bona fide interstellar warriors. After all, Fury Flame had always been following iron armor, living quite a comfortable life. New recruits, who had just undergone the gene seed implant surgery and although had fully developed their superhuman organs, still needed a long period of training before they could shed their rookie status and be formally armored. This time often spanned 5 to 10 years. How long had it been since Phoenix rose from the ashes? It was normal for Kedoba to judge most of them as recruits. When those from Phoenix transferred aboard his ship and the hand-to-hand combat started, he thought his side, despite being only a third in number, would win because of the veterans' prowess. How could recruits compare? However, they were badly beaten. But Kedoba was still unconvinced. He never felt that the Fury Flame battle group was inferior to Phoenix. It wasn't possible. Over 110 years ago, you, Phoenix, were the ones who lost to USA. Never mind the process. Just consider the resulta. Do you really think you can ride on our heads now? You won. Was it not just because you had more people? I don't accept this. How about we personally duel? See if I don't beat you into a pulp. Then, the wish of Javier Kedoba was fulfilled. After being thoroughly defeated, they were forcibly disarmed. All weapons were taken, powered armor was stripped, and the warship was detained. It was humiliating. An interstellar warrior not dying on the battlefield but instead being showcased naked. But it wasn't exactly a surrender without a fight. If you're beaten in a brawl, what can you do? Besides, both parties belong to humanity, so restraint was necessary to prevent the situation from becoming totally irreparable. Anyway, he was certainly not afraid to die. They were all sent off the spaceship and put under control on the ground. Officially, they said it was to verify their identities, but in reality, it was house arrest. In terms of treatment, it wasn't quite like being treated as prisoners. Aside from restrictions on personal freedom and no possibility of regaining weapons, since these people had the physique of interstellar warriors needing more stringent surveillance, there were no other major issues. However, starting the second day of their house arrest, interstellar warriors from Phoenix began visiting to reminisce. The vast majority of Phoenix were people from the Alliance. Among them, however, were 4 who had experienced the full redemption expedition. That also meant that they certainly went through the Princess Star Domain civil war, which led Phoenix on this irreversible path of redemption. Mattins was the battle group leader, and Rizzo was the head priest. Their ranks made it inappropriate for them to be involved. But the other two veterans had no such reservations. Diego Calduzo, the company commander of Phoenix 1st Company, was such a veteran. If possible, he would have liked to kill every Flame. But the bigger picture prevented him from doing so. What to do? Then come and spar. Not to bully you. Everyone without armor, holding blunt training weapons, let's practice in the open dojo. Inside the arena, Calduzo consecutively defeated and thrashed 22 enemies. It was normal for him to have such a record. Not only did he boast a 200-year combat career, with 100 years emerging from hellish environments like the Redemption Expedition, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even among the Fury Flame warriors who came to fight him, many were veterans, some even century-old veterans, but none were his match. If not for his physical strength slightly failing after fighting 22 matches, he would really have liked to single-handedly break through this either squad of the Fury Flame battle group. However, when Kedoba finally could not stand it anymore and decided to enter the fray himself, Calduzo made the rational decision to step back. Of course, he wouldn't step down easily. He proudly looked down his nose at Kedoba and taunted. "I've already fought 22 matches today and I'm a bit tired," was actually about to withdraw. "But if you want to fight, I can keep you company. After all, this is all the skill Flame has." He was insinuating. No, it was practically an overt statement that the Fury Flame battle group liked to take advantage of others. This referred to past events. The whole Fury Flame battle group was enraged by this. Already smoldering from the beatdown by the numerically superior Phoenix on the ship, and now with one of Phoenix breaking through 22 of them in the arena, their frustration grew even more intense. The eyes of the Fury Flame warriors practically shot flames, wishing they could gang up and beat them. The ongoing fight was mentioned as a spar, but who didn't understand the real nature? They came with revenge on their minds to beat up. The temper of Fury Flame was not to be tested. But observing the several dozen Phoenix wearing powered armor, with bombardment guns and chainsaw swords at the ready, whatever fury they felt inside, for now, they had to hold it in. Making a real move could cause big trouble. Initially thinking that just humiliating them once would be enough, unexpectedly, when Calduzo put back on his armor, another Phoenix who had taken off their armor clenched their fists and stepped down the platform. Pilates Anatole, 14 years combat experience. Kedoba, who had originally planned to personally enter the fray, stopped in his tracks. As a 300-year-old warrior, was it not too disgraceful to bully a newcomer of 14 years? It was excessively humiliating. He didn't need to speak. Someone from Fury Flame stepped forward. This 30-year veteran, although less experienced than the Phoenix competitor, Anat, took the stage simply because there were no younger challengers. As a result, during the battle, this Fury Flame warrior was defeated once again. Anat, this 14-year veteran, had already pierced through 3 from Fury Flame and finally met defeat at the hands of the 4th. Then, the Phoenix sent out their next combatant. The battles continued, one after another. In the end, nearly 100 people from the Fury Flame battle group's company were broken through. The Phoenix, on the other hand, had paid a price of just over 30 warriors. This was hugely embarrassing, especially after another old warrior from Kalduz fought 7 or 8 people before Kedoba personally stepped in and won. But immediately after, Kedoba himself was defeated. He lost to a veteran Phoenix fighter named Simon Brains. From the moment Brains stepped in, Kedoba felt something was off. From his gaze, Kedoba could tell this was a true veteran of 100 battles. He took it very seriously. He too was a 300-year-old warrior, a proper company commander. Among the Fury Flame battle group, his strength was among the top, with very few who could surely best him. Yet today, of all days, he met his match, and he lost. It was even more disgraceful. A bruised and battered Kedoba caught his breath and asked Brains, who had also paid a certain price, "What's your rank?" Brains pulled an ugly smile across his face. "Me? Just a soldier." He wasn't lying. This former turncoat, burdened with sins upon his return to the battle group, was indeed nothing more than a soldier. In fact, before that, he didn't even count as an ordinary warrior, but belonged to a redemption company. It was just 2 years ago, during the fight against the true traitors, the chaotic Starry Warriors gang made up of Ashen Dead, that Brains and his few redemption company peers undertook several assaults. Of the old veterans that followed him, including himself, 4 were lost in that battle. A 50% casualty rate was much higher than the overall bottles rate. Martins considered their sins redeemed because of this and reported to the governor. With the governor's approval, the 4 surviving turncoats were readmitted into the conventional combat sequence of the Phoenix battle group. Starting from zero, but after all as a 200-year-old warrior who had undergone a redemption expedition, his level of skill, command ability and such remained intact. As long as there were no extra restrictions, it was normal for him to stand out. Now he was about to be promoted to squad leader. But as long as he hadn't been promoted yet, calling himself just a soldier was not incorrect. Kedoba didn't believe it, but what could he say? Defeat was defeat. Now, every member of this company of the Flame battle group, from top to bottom, had been challenged and defeated in one-on-one duels. It was an unprecedented humiliation in their lives. Wait for it, this disgrace, Flame will surely return it. Wait a minute. Kaldus spoke up. You think you're leaving just like that?
Kedoba held back his rage. What else do you want to do?
We still have people who haven't fought yet, don't go too far. The sound of a bombardment gun being loaded resonated. Kaldus sneered, so, do you want to fight in the arena, or outside? Do you want us to fight in powered armor? Or shall we take it off and fight then? Killing these fury flames, Kaldus would not do it unless they went mad themselves, giving an excuse and an opportunity. But to beat someone, as long as one doesn't beat the life out of them, there's no problem. Anyway, interstellar warriors have thick skin. Ordinary punches and kicks aren't likely going to kill anyone. By now, Kedoba finally understood the meaning behind the Phoenix battle group's actions. Was that just now called humiliation? No, that was a proper spar, where everyone used their skill, one-on-one. The winners continued to stand, the losers rolled off the stage, and with just 30 people, they beat 100 from the Flame. How could that be called humiliation? It was a fair fight. What came next? That was real humiliation. We've only fought 30 people, how could that possibly be enough? There were 50 phoenixes on duty here, and behind them, countless more phoenixes were lining up, waiting for their turn. What if you can't fight anymore? Too bad, you still have to get up on stage and take a beating. That was a rotation battle, and that was the true humiliation. Jiyu Hang, of course, knew about the farce the Phoenix had stirred up, but he didn't want to interfere. What was there to manage? He knew the Phoenix had a vendetta against Flame. They were on a mission for vengeance. The old soldiers who had experienced the conflict 100 years ago, the redemption expedition, didn't need any explanation. The hatred was their personal experience, etched into their bones. And for those new recruits, while they were all Alliance people, only recently having become Phoenixes and hadn't experienced that hatred, their growth process after joining the Phoenix inevitably brought them into contact with the history of the battle group. Thus, they naturally took on that same hatred, ingraining it into their hearts. Though not as intense as the old soldiers, they possessed the recklessness of the young calf not fearing the tiger. They might even be more ruthless and careless than the old soldiers when it came to fighting. Let them handle it. Jiyu Hang had only declared once to Matins to keep his soldiers in check, to avoid any casualties, and that would be enough. Jiyu Hang himself had more important things to do, cleaning a warship. The Firebath Nova battleship had already been in the docks of Flying Wing Star for 2 years, being cleaned. The effects were very clear. At first, those working on the ship who stayed aboard for more than an hour would experience hallucinations, a burning sensation throughout their body, and symptoms of distress. Staying more than 6 hours greatly increased the risk of losing control and attacking their companions indiscriminately. Therefore, the Alliance's ship maintenance workers, engineers, and clergy who built chapels and sprinkled holy water aboard the ships were all under strict regulations that they could not work more than 3 hours at a time. There were multiple shifts a day, and workers rotated for rest. At the same time, priests and psychiatrists were on standby in the starport, ready to soothe their agitated emotions and ensure that they didn't succumb to serious corruption. However, as Jiyu Hang cleaned the warship repeatedly, and as both state religion and sect of mechanics clergy carried out their respective actions, building churches in their own styles, and the statues of the emperor were erected one by one inside the warship, the issues began to gradually ease. During this process, the continuous work time limit was extended from 3 hours to 6, then to 9. Over the past 6 months, the workers were able to work on board the warship continuously for 15 days. Of course, it wasn't 15 days without rest, it's just that the battleship was too large, measuring 30 kilometers in length, with width and height also in the range of kilometers. Its scale was similar to a three-dimensional fortress city, transplanted into space, and the internal structure was incredibly complex. 3 hours might have just been enough to reach the workplace before having to head out again. Long-term work inside the ship was necessary, especially for the deep repair and cleansing tasks. As of now, the cleansing and repair work on the Firebath Nova was essentially complete. If Jiyu Hang wished, he could now order the Navy forces to board the ship and take it out to join the battle.
However, the Firebath Nova was currently the Alliance's most expensive single asset, and it also played the most important role in Jiyu Hang's upcoming war plans. There was no room for error. Jiyu Hang preferred to delay its deployment in battle, to clean it a few more times, to perform additional maintenance, to ensure that the entire warship was in perfect condition before it engaged.